We acknowledge the Tasmanian Aboriginal people as the traditional and original owners and continuing custodians of the land and waters of this region, the lands of the Northwest people. We pay our respects to elders past and present and recognise their enduring connection to the beautiful country of Lutruwita. This land always was, and always will be, Aboriginal land.
Well, good morning all and welcome back to beautiful Lake Barrington here for day 4 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. We're at the middle point of the regatta, the biggest day in fact here I think in terms of total races. Good morning again, Lizzie Chapman.
Good morning, Richard.
Yeah, we've got our first finals coming up shortly, so the excitement is building. Of course, presentations will follow, but some great racing on the course in our finals, Lizzie, over the first few hours of the day.
Yes, indeed. So again, we're kicking off with the under-17s. They've now made it through to their B and A finals. Then we'll move to the under-19s. That's in the single scull. And then we'll bring in the coxless pairs. Then we move on to under-21s and under-23s and opens. And today we see for the first time our school events.
Yes, indeed. So yes, the Australian Open Schools Rowing Championships officially begin later this afternoon. The last 3 or so hours of racing will be the schools, which is always fantastically fun and noisy and usually close, exciting racing as well.
Sure is. And we often see the same competitors, but competing for their schools as opposed to their clubs now. And there's some real talent out there. I'm very excited about the single sculls in particular. Absolutely. Lots of good stuff there.
That's right. So racing does begin 5 minutes earlier this morning. So 5 minutes to 8, we'll have on the course the B final of the under-17 women's at single scull. That race coming up soon. And don't forget, we are here supported by the Tasmanian Government through Events Tasmania at Lake Barrington. We look forward to shortly bringing you day 4 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships.
Rowing Australia would like to thank all partners, supporters and suppliers of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Events Tasmania, Hancock Prospecting, the Australian Sports Commission and the Australian Institute of Sport, Philippi Lido, 776 BC, Bont Rowing, Colgan Foundation, Inglewood Coffee Roasters, Bannister Downs Dairy, Sharp EIT Solutions, The Regatta Shop, Concept 2, Salters Hire. With support from Rowing Tasmania, Rowing ACT, Rowing New South Wales, Rowing Queensland, Rowing South Australia, Rowing Victoria and Rowing WA.
Atlas Iron and Roy Hill have come together to form Hancock Iron Ore, a team built on a significant West Australian legacy, founded by a patriotic Australian, Gina Reinhardt, working together to be the best in Australia, for Australia.
Hancock Prospecting are the proud principal partners of Rowing Australia and the Rosellas, and wish all competitors and athletes a successful regatta. Rowing Australia would like to thank all of our incredible event volunteers who have generously given their time to be part of the volunteer team. Your dedication and commitment are the driving forces behind a successful and enjoyable event for everyone involved. As you move around the regatta this week, please take a moment to show your appreciation to our amazing volunteers and boat race officials. They're making this event possible for all of us. The Australian Sports Commission is the principal partner of Rowing Australia. The ASC provides Rowing Australia with funding to ensure they have the capacity to create a sustainable sport through best practice governance and administration, intellectual property ownership, athlete management and support structures, and general accountabilities. Importantly, the winning partnership highlights the commitment to ensuring Australian athletes excel in the international sporting arena and increasing Australians' participation in rowing. Rowing Australia is broadcasting live for free via our YouTube channel all week until the final race on Sunday. Find the link on the Rowing Australia website and social media. Hello to our interstate and international viewers. For those of you here, don't forget to check out our traders and boat builders in the boat park to service your boats and provide spare parts. In the event of an emergency or evacuation, please follow the direction of event and venue staff. Dogs must be kept on a leash and kept under control at all times. Please avoid leaving bags or personal belongings unattended, and let's keep Lake Barrington clean. Make sure you put your rubbish in the bins provided. Be sure to stay sun smart and slip, slop, slap and sip. Slip on a long sleeve shirt after racing, slop on some sunscreen, slap on a hat and sip on some water to keep you hydrated. For the latest results and the daily draws of our Australian Rowing Championships, visit our website rowingaustralia.com.au/ARC.
Well, thank you, Lizzie. Welcome back, everyone, to the opening race of Day 4 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships, Lake Barrington. An absolute picture at the moment. Calm and slightly cool outside, I think it's fair to say. But 8 boats ready to go here, Lizzie, for the B final of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull.
In lane 1, Alicia Garvey of Swan River, coached by David Morich, Neville Kempton and Mark Beer. In lane 2, Allegra Cavalucci of the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 3, Sophie Moore from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 4, from North Esk Rowing Club, Gabriella Tonnelly, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 5, Sky Quirk from Corio Bay, coached by Jeff Watt. In lane 6, Holly Wilkie from St Patrick's College, Townsville, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane 7, Lucinda Staley of Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club, coached by Nigel Stubbs. And in lane 8, Sarah Thompson of Radford College, coached by Olivia Hickey and Gordon Marks.
Right on time, we're underway in our first race, 7:55 precisely. Our officials have done a great job throughout this regatta, of course, to ensure safe and fair racing for all athletes, and done a remarkable job of getting us back on schedule here too after a couple of interruptions over the first 2 days of competition, but a great day's racing yesterday and a big day's racing here today for the fourth day of the Australian Rowing Championships for 2026. We do conclude at 6:30 this afternoon with race 394, so 120 races on the program for today, included amongst them, of course, a series of A and B finals throughout this morning, and we'll have coming up soon too the first of our presentation ceremonies in the presentation area down just below the finish tower. For those who are here at the course who want to come and watch those presentation ceremonies, we'll also include those on the live stream, of course, as well. But we do have some B finals here too for these smaller boat events. Of course, the events do play a part in the selection process for the Australian teams, so that is why there are A and B finals. Important to have a full set of results through from 1 to 16. And in this case, they're racing for positions 9 to 16 here in the B final of the Under-17 Women's Single Scull. The top 8, of course, will come down very, very shortly as well. And heading up towards 500 metres gone, this first race, the red boat there of the sculler from the University of Queensland, Allegra Cavalucci, showing out fairly well, along with Sky Quirk from, in fact, Gabriella Tonelli is there from North Esk in the centre of the course. Sky Quirk of Corio Bay Lane 5 there as well. And on the far side, Sarah Thompson from Radford College in the ACT.
Yeah, Sky Quirk, such a well-credentialed athlete. I'm sure it was a bit of a shock to her to not be in the A final, and it just goes to show what high quality we have in this under-17 section. I was just talking to some coaching colleagues on the bank, and we were saying it's massive, the under-17 entry, especially with the addition of more events.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah.
And if you're involved in quite a few crews, which a lot of under-17s are, it's a huge load. It's far more racing than they're used to because it goes across a whole week. So kudos to the athletes that have stuck it out in their singles so far.
And a lot of these scullers will now be racing again this afternoon in the school girls single scull, which commences this afternoon. So having gone through potentially 4 rounds of this event, they'll now begin again in a huge field. I think there's 60 entries in total in the school girls single scull. It's the biggest event of the entire regatta.
Yeah, it really is. And to be controversial, it begs the question of we were talking about this last year, our school events have become so big and so popular and such a high quality that you know, maybe we need to be thinking about a separate National Schools Championships with its own weekend, so that then they can come and concentrate on under-17 and under-19 stuff as part of a National Championships.
It's interesting what appears to have changed in the past probably decade or so, Lizzie, since I think I've been doing this job at least, is that the schools have competed not just now in the school events, but they come here at the beginning of the week and also race in all the club events too. So it has become a week-long extravaganza for those school athletes who can do a lot more races. So it's been fantastic in terms of numbers at the regatta, which is why we have 120-day races and things like that here today. But yes, it does make for some long days and a lot of racing for many of these young school athletes.
And we're looking at top quality, but also sometimes the schools are bringing people for experience and it's not high quality, which just makes the day longer than it perhaps needs to be. Perhaps they should just be racing in school events. But anyway, it's the problems of success, not of failure.
Exactly.
So well done Rowing Australia, well done the rowing community generally to come together for an extravaganza for a whole week.
Great tweak here, and there's still 4 days to go, so plenty of fantastic racing coming up. And it's one of the locals leading here at the halfway mark of the B final. Gabriella Tonelli, the North Est Rowing Club in Launceston, had it by just on 2 seconds from Sky Quirk, the Victorian sculler from Corio Bay in Geelong. Sarah Thompson of Radford College in the ACT was in 3rd place, right across in lane 8. And Allegra Cavalucci from the University of Queensland in lane 2 was there in 4th place. Another Queenslander was 5th, Holly Wilkie of St Patrick's, Townsville. Sophie Moore from Leichhardt, Lucinda Staley of Brisbane and GPS, and Alicia Garvey of the Swan River Rowing Club from Western Australia there on lane 1 as our drone sits high above the waters of Lake Barrington. No issues with wind or rain at this stage today, which the enemies of drone flying, but we're getting some great shots here from the above the waters of Lake Barrington. You can see that red boat there still moving through fairly strongly of Allegra Cavalucci from the University of Queensland. Moving up, you would think, to challenge Sky Quirk now from Corio Bay in the race for 2nd place, but it's over a length lead now. So that's a yellow boat there on lane number 4 of Gabriella Tonelli from the North Est Rowing Club in Launceston, who has cleared out to a suddenly quite a commanding lead here in this 3rd 500 of the B final of the under-17 women's at single scull.
So just 2 seconds behind Gabriella Tonelli at the halfway mark is Sky Quirk, who, we talked about this before, but she's Victoria's Schoolgirl Rower of the Year. She took gold in the Year 9 Schoolgirl Single in Victoria, gold in the state under-17 single, and bronze in the state Schoolgirl Single. So a very talented athlete. But Gabriella Tonelli, really making her mark here in the final. She did impress yesterday. I feel like she's got better and better throughout this regatta. Probably the confidence of racing people from other states that she doesn't always get before, but she's doing a great job here in this B final.
Yeah, no, making it look easy at this stage is Gabriella Tonelli of North Est, and Sky Quirk is still there in 2nd. As you mentioned, Lizzie, she's been winning races right across Victoria in the last couple of months, but in I guess rather more serious company here. Finds herself in the B final, but a chance to a good result in this race, at least for Sky Quirk there from Corio Bay. Probably sits just in 2nd. Lane 6 there, Holly Wilkie from St Patrick's, Townsville in far north Queensland, moving through quite strongly as well. On the other side of our race leader, we have Sophie Moore of Leichhardt and Allegra Cavalucci of the University of Queensland. So probably 4 chances, you think, here for 2nd position, as Gabriella Tonelli has a good look across to her left-hand side and sees the form of a Sky Quirk out there, and then also of Holly Wilkie further out to her left. And knows she has to complete here the last 150 or so metres now of this race here in the B final. But a fantastic race, certainly for 2nd coming up. It's looking good for Gabriella Tonelli of the North Est Rowing Club, coached by Trevor Barrett, surely one of the busiest coaches here at this regatta. Allegra Cavalucci in the red boat, coming home well also for the University of Queensland. Sophie Moore for Leichhardt alongside her. I think Holly Wilkie has certainly gone past Sky Quirk now, and Cavalucci still coming home strongly as well. The lead, in fact, diminishing here for Gabriella Tonelli of North Est, but she has got the job done in the 2nd half of the race, and will go on here to take the win by about 2/3 of a length. 2nd will be tight. It will go to the St Pat's sculler, Holly Wilkie, just ahead of Allegra Cavalucci from the University of Queensland. 4th was, I think it was actually Sophie Moore and Sky Quirk, 4th and 5th. Next time, certainly Sarah Thompson from Radford College on the far side. 7th will go to lane number 7, Lucinda Staley, and 8th place, the sculler on lane number 1, it is there, Alicia Garvey, to complete the field of 7. Slight confusion on the timing there on screen, but our top 3 certainly correct, Lizzie.
Certainly. So winning the B final there in fine style, Gabriella Tonelli from North Est Rowing Club, coached by Trevor Barrett. Second across the line was Holly Wilkie from St Patrick's College in Townville, and third was Allegra Cavalucci of the University of Queensland Boat Club. The winning time there for Gabriella Tonelli was 8:46.19. And now we're on to the A final. In lane 1, we have Eleanor Peach of North Esk Rowing Club, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 2, Ruby McLeod of Commercial Rowing Club. In lane 3, Ava Rathel of Black Mountain Rowing Club, coached by Charlotte McCarthy. In lane 4, Isabel Patterson of the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by John Pettigrew. In lane 5, Ayla Drury of Murwillumbah Rowing Club, coached by Tara Townsend. In lane 6, Matilda Coddington of the Armadale School, coached by Martin Inglis and Emily Stevenson. In lane 7, Heidi Heap from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt. And in lane 8, Coco Kent of the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by John Pettigrew.
What a race here, Lizzie, in the first of our finals too. It was Ayla Drury from Murwillumbah narrowly leading it at the halfway mark. 4:11.30 was her time, but under a second between the top three. Ava Rathel from Black Mountain second. And in third place, it was Isabel Patterson from the University of Queensland. So 3 scullers there in the centre of the course who've gone clear.
And Ayla Drury, so talented, really tipped to win this event, so let's see if she can. She was in the B final last year, and this year she has gone on to take gold in the New South Wales State Championships, bronze in the under-19 level at the Queensland State Championships. Definitely a talent of the future.
2 Queenslanders in the top 3 spots here, as is so often the case in the under-17 women's singles scull, which is always the opening final of the National Championship. Stephanie Pettigrew won this race last year for the University of Queensland, and it is Ayla Drury, who, technically speaking, she rows, of course, for the Murwillumbah Rowing Club in northern New South Wales, attends the Lindisfarne Anglican College, which is, again, in that same area just south of the Gold Coast. But, of course, Murwillumbah and Tweed Heads, those clubs have long been affiliated with Rowing Queensland, being much closer to Brisbane than Sydney. So it's Ayla Drury ahead of Isabel Patterson and Ava Rathel there of Black Mountain, just dropping back a couple of seconds now into third spot as our 2 scullers in the centre of the course certainly look to make their mark on this race now as they've come through the third 500 metres, and it continues to be Ayla Drury leading it for the Murwillumbah Rowing Club.
Yep, Heidi Heap in lane 7 was the silver medalist behind Ayla Drury at the New South Wales Championships, and Ava Rathel was the bronze. Ava really impressing now under the guidance of Charlotte McCarthy there at Black Mountain and the Red Shed.
Yes, and Isabel Patterson was the Queensland champion in this event too, so she did beat Ayla Drury at Lake Wyaralong back in January in rather hot conditions. That regatta was held, so they've had some great races over the course of this season. Isabel Patterson there in the centre of the course, trying to make her mark on the Tara Townsend coach sculler from Murwillumbah in lane number 5. But Ayla Drury continues to lead here as we reach the concluding strokes of the opening final of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Of course, presentations to come shortly as well to the 3 medalists in this race. Once we've confirmed the order they'll finish in, Isabel Patterson for the University of Queensland, trying to make up some ground late on our race leader from Murwillumbah. Third still is Ava Rathel from the Black Mountain Rowing Club in the red boat on lane number 3, but out in front it continues to be lane 5. Ayla Drury, who's holding on ahead of Isabel Patterson, who's really coming home with some great pace. The sculler from the University of Queensland with 4 or 5 strokes to go. Still it is the Murwillumbah sculler, Ayla Drury. It's getting closer and closer as Isabel Patterson drives on the line, but Ayla Drury holds on for the win by half a canvas. It's a national championship to the Murwillumbah Rowing Club. Ayla Drury holds on, just a perfectly timed race in the end. Isabel Patterson will be second. Ava Rathel has finished in third place for Black Mountain. It's coming up as a photo on our screen, so we will wait for confirmation there. Tight the 4th and 5th as well, Ruby McLeod and Heidi Heap. Next time in 6th place, the Armadale Schools, Matilda Coddington. 7th place will be Coco Kent from the University of Queensland. And 8th on this side, Eleanor Peach. Well, we know it's a Queenslander, Lizzie, who's going to get the win here. I still think it was Ayla Drury, but we will wait for confirmation. The sculler from Murwillumbah and the sculler from the University of Queensland. You can see the toll this 2,000 metre race has taken on our athletes there as well. A photo also required for 4th and 5th place. So we know that Ava Rathel will receive a bronze medal, And we'll confirm those results very shortly.
And of course, 8. So yes, confirmed now as 8:29.06 for Ayla Drury, taking out our under-17 women's single scull final. 0.38 was the judged margin between her and Isabel Patterson, and then a further 5.85 seconds back to Ava Raffel. Also confirmed is that Ruby McLeod took 4th place and Heidi Heap took 5th place. Matilda Coddington 6th, Coco Kent 7th, Eleanor Peach 8th, 8:29.
Wow, if all the finals are as good as that one, Lizzie, we'll be...
On for a great morning.
we'll be enjoying it massively. But
So you move to the under-17 men's single scull, starting with the B final. Oliver Kennedy from St Augustine's College is in lane 1. He's coached by Amos Noon, Joshua Wilson and Judith Ungemach. Jasper Jones from Alba Park College is in lane 2. He's coached by Virginia Lee. Archie Becker from Rockhampton Grammar School is in lane 3, coached by Ian Becker and Kimberly Brown. James Cox from Unley High is in lane 4, coached by Mitch Parker. Alexander Watt from St Joseph's Nudgee College is in lane 5, coached by Caitlin Shields. Henry Stroughton from Brisbane Grammar School is in lane 6. Luca Mikas from Hawthorn Rowing Club is in lane 7. He's coached by Jackson Morris and Tristan Kruczewski. And in lane 8 is Soren Anderson from Leichhardt Rowing Club, who is coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr.
And they carrying up through 1,500 metres here now in this B final of the under-17 men's single scull. Henry Stroughton leads it for Brisbane Grammar School in lane number 6, ahead of St Joseph's Nudgee College, Alexander Watt. Lane 5 in second, and Unley High from Adelaide. James Cox is in 3rd position. Just a brief programming note here too. We will bring you as much of the action from the B finals as we can across the course of the morning, but of course we do need to fit in our presentations as well for the A finals. So we'll have, after the next of the A finals, the presentation for the winner of the under-17 women's single scull, and they'll continue, of course, in that order. So we'll try and bring the B finals to you, but at times the presentations may clash with the action on the water. But certainly as far as the A finals are concerned, you will see it all here on our live stream today. Heading to the final strokes out now of this race, for positions 9 through 16 overall in the under-17 men's single scull, with plenty of scullers lined up across the course here. Certainly in the race for 3rd place, but it's 2 Brisbane-based scullers, Henry Stroughton and Alexander Watt, going stroke for stroke here for the win. Archie Becker there for Rockhampton Grammar School, Jasper Jones of Albert Park College as well, and Oliver Kennedy from St Augustine's. But the win is going to be very tight here between the Nudgee and Grammar scullers, and I reckon Nudgee College, it might be a photo finish once again, but I think Alexander Watt of St Joseph's Nudgee has pinched the win there from Henry Stroughton of Brisbane Grammar School. 3rd will go to James Cox of Unley High. Just ahead, it seemed, of Archie Becker from Rockhampton Grammar School, Jasper Jones from Albert Park College. 6th was Luca Mikas from Hawthorn. 7th will be Soren Anderson of Leichhardt, and 8th will be Oliver Kennedy of St Augustine's in Sydney. But it's Alexander Watt there by this stage unofficially 0.4 of a second has taken out the win here in the B final of the under-17 men's single scull. More tight racing here on the course. Now A final through the first 500 metres now as well.
In the A final of the under-17 men's single scull, racing for the Piper Cup, we have Victor Cumpston from Radford College in lane 1. He's coached by Stuart Sampson and Gordon Marks. Reuben Cleary from Kinross Walleroy School in lane 2. He's coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. William Fraser from Radford College in lane 3. He's coached by Mackenzie Moore and Gus Walker and Gordon Marks. Luca Storgato of Marist College, Canberra in lane 4, coached by Lyle McCarthy. In lane 5, Luca Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 6, Ryan Lamprey of St Virgil's College, coached by Susan Weeding and Jonathan Stone. In lane 7, Banjo Kirkham of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Peter Warne. And in lane 8, Marcus Fox of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, coached by Gus Rodero.
Heading up towards the halfway mark now in the final of the under-17 men's singles scull. Event was won by a local last year in the form of Callum Wigston from the Tasmania University Boat Club, who beat home a Victorian, one of the Bailey twins from Corio Bay, Xander Barty, a silver medalist last year, who been racing up, of course, most of those athletes at under-19 level now. So here in the under-17 men's single scull, the red boat there, which looks to be that of Lucas Storgato from Marist College in the ACT, the sculler coached by Lyle McCarthy, who has looked to be close to a boat length lead there, 1.31 seconds. It's come up on the timing screen there, ahead of Luca Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and then William Fraser from Radford College. So 2 scullers from the ACT in the top 3 here. Ryan Lamprey was next for St Virgil's of Tasmania in lane number 6. Then Victor Compton of Radford College, Ruben Cleary of Kinross Walleroy, Marcus Fox from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, and Banjo Kirkham of the Mossman Rowing Club in Sydney. Sitting in lane number 7 there, who was narrowly an 8th spot at the halfway mark of this race. They continue to make their way now down through the third 500 of the Lake Barrington course here. Our 8 scullers stretched out, and leading it certainly is Luca Storgato from Marist College, Canberra. The red boat there on the right-hand side of screen, the other ACT sculler in our top 3 from Radford College there in the maroon colours alongside him. That is William Fraser, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. So certainly some storied and talented coaching lists currently working at the various programs in the ACT. And they certainly have 2 of our top 3 spots. We can also see there from Kinross Walleroy, Ruben Cleary, coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. He'd be back in about 6th place at this stage there in the traditional light blue boats of the Kinross Walleroy School from the central west of New South Wales. Very similar shade of light blue boat to that used by Brisbane Grammar School up in the Queensland GPS as well. But it's the red boat certainly leading out comfortably with a rainbow here over Lake Barrington as well. And 8 single sculls racing towards the end of the rainbow there. And a national championship title awaits for the first sculler to make it to the end of the course. It still is Lucas Storgato with 500 metres now to race, who has the lead over Luca Wilson alongside him from the Leichhardt Rowing Club in Sydney. And that gap certainly has shrunk over the third 500 metres. A very good, strong quarter there from Luca Wilson of Leichhardt, closing to just 0.84 of a second now behind our race leader, Lucas Storgato. William Fraser from Radford College still there provisionally in the bronze medal spot ahead of Ryan Lamprey from St Virgil's College, the school from Hobart, who was in 4th place. 5th then Kinross Walleroy, so Ruben Cleary moving up a spot there in the third 500 metres. Victor Compton next for Radford College, so another ACT sculler, 3 in the field of 8 here in the under-17 men's single scull from the Australian Capital Territory. Marcus Fox of Surfers Paradise in lane number 8, and Banjo Kirkham of Mossman in lane 7. Those 2 having a great battle on the far side of Lake Barrington as well. But the red boat here continues to lead. Lucas Storgato, the Lyle McCarthy coach sculler, who's leading Luca Wilson here from the Leichhardt Rowing Club. Blue boat there of the sculler from Leichhardt. Then we have in third the William Fraser from Radford College. Still it is in front here, Luca Storgato, Luca Wilson, who won this event at the New South Wales Championships and the South Australian Championships over the past couple of months, but he's being headed here at the National Championships by Luca Storgato of Marist College in the ACT. Our top two have gone well clear. We had a thrilling finish in the women's under-17 single a couple of races ago. I think this one will not quite be so close because Luca Storgato has a clear water lead now with a couple of strokes to go, and he is powering away in the closing strokes of the race. Luca Storgato will take it out by a length and a half. Second goes to Luca Wilson of the Leichhardt Rowing Club, another medal from a fantastic season for that sculler as well. Third place, William Fraser from Radford College will be across the line shortly. Lane 6 will be next. Ryan Lamprey from St Virgil's College.
And our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, Ayla Drury from Willumba Rowing Club. Ayla is coached by Tara Townsend. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-17 women's single scull. Okay, Richard, let's move to the under-19 category and kick off with the women's single sculls, starting with the B final. In lane 1, we have Pia Muller-Croft from Genesis Christian College, coached by Ray Smith. In lane 2, we have Letitia Generat from Fremantle Rowing Club, who's coached by Xavier Rondar and David Van Das. In lane 3, we have Stephanie Pettigrew from the University of Queensland Boat Club, coached by John Pettigrew. Sadly, Charlotte Bone from Canberra Girls Grammar School has had to withdraw. Lily Lucas is in lane 5. She also represents Fremantle Rowing Club and is coached by David Van Das. In lane 6, we have Violet Whithouse from Mercantile Rowing Club, where she's coached by Jane Robinson. And in lane 7, Sadie Schlitt from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club, who is coached by David Orchard. Addison Perry from Canberra Grammar has also withdrawn.
Into the closing strokes here, Lizzie, as well, of this B final for 9th place overall, and it looks to be the sculler in lane number 6 from the Mercantile Rowing Club. And also on this side, University of Queensland, Stephanie Pettigrew, our clear top two. Stephanie Pettigrew, the winner last year of the under-17 women's single scull. And certainly Violet Whithouse, who attends the Corowa Girls' School in Melbourne, where she's coached by the Director of Rowing Triple Olympian Jane Robinson. And it's a tight battle here between Pettigrew and Whithouse, with just a couple of strokes to go in the race for 9th place overall. But it looks like it will go in the favour of the Queenslander here. So Stephanie Pettigrew, by half a length, takes out the win in the B final of the under-19 women's single scull. She's across the line ahead of Violet Whithouse from Mercantile in 2nd place. Third then is Lily Lucas of Fremantle, who was a finalist last year also in the under-17 women's single scull. Letitia Jennett, also from Fremantle, will finish 4th. 5th to Pia Muller-Croft of the Genesis Christian College in Brisbane. And 6th to Sadie Schlitt from Yarra Yarra.
Stephanie Pettigrew going across the line there for that win in the B final in a time of 8:59.77. That just goes to show how fast Ayla Drury is. And second would be Violet Whithouse, and third Lily Lucas. And now we're ready for the under-19 women's single scull A final. In lane 1, we have Isabella Henderson from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. She's coached at Armadale School by Marty Inglis and at UTS by Sam Fennessy. In lane 2, we have Bella Wells from Tasmania University, coached by Sean Finlayson and Jane McGann. In lane 3, Talia Turnbull from ANU, where she's coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4, Elise Coates from Mossman Rowing Club. And in lane 5, Eloise Stevens from Mossman Rowing Club. Both of them coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. In lane 6, Grace Holton from Barwon Rowing Club, coached by Anita Whitehouse. In lane 7, Patty Boland from Loretto Normanhurst School. In lane 8, Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, where she's coached by Gus Rodero.
And it was Talia Turnbull there at the halfway mark of the race, Lizzie, who had the race lead on lane 3 from the Australian National University. So going up very strongly towards the side of the course.
Very interesting. Very interesting, because of course we were expecting Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens, fierce competitors against each other. Mind you, they did have a major battle yesterday in the single. They're also competing in the double, which is very fast, and the quad, which is very fast, with 2 girls from Sydney University Boat Club, one of whom is Patty Boland, who's in lane 7. But yes, Talia Turnbull taking the lead and maintaining that lead at the 1500 metre mark, with Patty Boland sitting in 2nd place and Bella Henderson from UTS Haberfield currently sitting in 3rd. Then it's back a couple of seconds to Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise, and then further back to Bella Wells, Elise Coates, Grace Holton and Eloise Stevens. Oh, I'm surprised about Grace Holton too.
Yes, indeed. No, a bit like Sky Quirk. I've seen her in a lot of races in Victoria so far this season. She was 6th in the New South Wales Championships final, but slightly off the pace here once again, it seems. But Talia Turnbull for the ANU Boat Club. It's what a morning it's going to be for the ACT at the moment. Lizzie, Stuart, John, I'm sure, will be bouncing up the stairs later on. And also Sarah Davern, whose birthday it is today.
It's not. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Executive Officer of Rowing ACT. And also Gary Townsend from the Commercial Rowing Club is celebrating a birthday here today as well. So it is Talia Turnbull here from the Australian National University Boat Club, who's coached by Nigel Harding, who leads through and leads pretty comfortably here now in the closing strokes of this final. Isabella Henderson for UTS Haberfield on this side, and then over in lane number 7, Patricia Boland from Loretto Normanhurst at this stage look to be our top 3. Then Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise. And those 2 Mossman scullers back in the centre of the course, Elise Coates and Eloise Stevens, also with Grace Holton of the Barwon Rowing Club from Geelong. But it's going to be 2 national titles in a row to clubs from the Australian Capital Territory coming up here as the ANU sculler Talia Turnbull leads the field by about 2 lengths into the closing strokes of this race, the A final of the under-19 women's singles scull, and it goes the way of Talia Turnbull from the Australian National University. Second narrowly will be Isabella Henderson from UTS Haberfield. Third towards the far side was Patricia Boland of Loretto Normanhurst. 4th then Maddie McLaughlin of Surfers Paradise. 5th in the red colours will be Bella Wells from Tasmania University Boat Club, ahead of Grace Holton of Barwon. 7th to Elise Coates and 8th to Eloise Stevens.
The provisional time for Talia Turnbull, 9 minutes 99 seconds. This is very curious. These times are slower than I would expect, so we've got a bit of a headwind, or did something happen? The margin between Talia Turnbull and Bella Henderson, 3.18 and just 0.96 back to Patty Boland, who takes out our bronze medal. 4th, Maddie McLaughlin. 5th, Bella Wells. 6th, Grace Holton. 7th, Elise Coates. And 8th, Eloise Stevens. We'll now move back to presentations of medals. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Piper Cup for the Under-17 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and cup will be presented by Duncan Free, OAM, Rowing Australia's General Manager High Performance and 2008 Beijing Olympic gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalist representing Radford College, William Fraser. William is coached by Mackenzie Moore, Gus Walker and Gordo Marks. Second place and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Luca Wilson. Luca is coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. And our gold medalist and Australian champion for 2025, representing Marist College, Canberra, Luca Storgato. Luca is coached by Lyle McCarthy. The Piper Cup will now be presented to Luca by Duncan Free. Congratulations, Luca, and please join me in congratulating all of our medalists in the 2026 Under-17 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia.
About to see the concluding stages here, Lizzie, of the B final of the Under-19 Men's Single Scull.
In lane 1, we have Llewellyn Gray of St Virgil's College. In lane 2, Taj Bailey of Corio Bay. In lane 3, Beau Furlong of Tamar Rowing Club. In lane 4, Dylan Capewell of the University of WA. In lane 5, Harrison Braithwaite of Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 6, Leonardo Hughes of the Southport School. In lane 7, Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, and in lane 8, Alexander Tailby of Radford College.
Interesting finish coming up here too in the closing strokes of this B final for ninth place overall. It's being led once again by a sculler from the ACT Canberra Rowing Club, Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Westgarth, our race leader with 500 to go, and he still is the race leader now with about 130 metres to go. Xander Bailey from Corio Bay, probably his only danger on the far side of the course. Leonardo Hughes there for the Southport School as well, and a bit of a gap back to Dylan Capewell, Beau Furlong, Taj Bailey and Llewellyn Gray on this side, but it continues to be the Canberra sculler leading here. Harrison Braithwaite by just over a length. It would be a very tight race for second now as Leonardo Hughes gets moving alongside Xander Bailey, who celebrated his birthday here yesterday along with his twin rowing in lane 2 of this race. But the win here in the B final is going to go the way of the sculler from Canberra Rowing Club. So Harrison Braithwaite takes out the B final of the men's under-19 single scull. Second goes to Leonardo Hughes from the Southport School. Third, Xander Bailey for Corio Bay. Fifth and sixth was tight there. Llewellyn Gray, I think, just edging out Dylan Capewell. Followed by Beau Furlong in sixth. Seventh will go to Taj Bailey. And eighth will be Alexander Tailby on the far side of the course.
Unofficial time for Harrison Braithwaite there in the B final of the Under-19 Men's Single Scull was 8 minutes 31.65. And we move on to the exciting A final of the Under-19 Men's Single Scull, racing for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy. In lane 1, we have Lockie Tyndall from the King's School Parramatta, coached by Julian Huxley and David Geely. In lane 2, Rory Parker from St Augustine's College, New South Wales, coached by Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. In lane 3, from St Virgil's College, Tasmania, Alex Lamprey, coached by Jacob Crow and Lee Gray. In lane 4, Samuel Brudell from Fremantle Rowing Club. In lane 5, Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. In lane 6, Ewan Humphreys from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 7, Floris Elias from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 8, Leighton Scoman from Mossman Rowing Club. All three are coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt.
Sure what the collective down is for a pack of Mossman scullers, Lizzie, but there's certainly one.
It's called a Mossy Posse.
Of course it is. Okay, I knew the answer. So. Mossy Posse on the far side, but they wouldn't be at this stage probably in contention for the medals, with the exception of Ewan Humphreys there, who was second at New South Wales State Championship, sits fourth overall at this stage, the best placed of those three Mossman scullers, but it's certainly a sculler from Queensland, and beside him at a Western Australian, I should say, from the Fremantle Rowing Club, who are our top two in the centre of the course. Samuel Bredel of Fremantle Rowing Club and Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School in lanes 4 and 5. So they've won through as the winners of their semi-finals that were held as part of yesterday morning. And it does look to be Samuel Bredel here who has taken the lead away from Oliver Kent in the third 500 of this race, and quite substantially. So, in fact, as well, about 2 seconds now is his lead as Samuel Bredel goes through in 6:16.13, 1.98 seconds clear of Oliver Kent. And then it will be Alex Lamprey still there in third place for St Virgil's of Tasmania, the Hobart-based school, who sits there, certainly a good chance of a bronze medal. Then it is the scullers from Mossman. Ewan Humphreys would be next in fourth position. Lockie Tyndall from Kings there as well. Leighton Showman of Mossman, lane 8. St Augustine's Rory Parker, and also Floris Elias from the Mossman Rowing Club racing in lane number 7. But continues to be Samuel Brettle from the Fremantle Rowing Club, really building a substantial lead here over Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. So Oliver Kent has won both the Queensland and New South Wales state championship titles already this year. Very tight win at New South Wales States by just half a second. It was ahead of Ewan Humphreys from Mossman, the sculler in lane 6, who still sits in about 4th or 5th place in this particular race. But it is the West Australian Samuel Brettle from the Fremantle Rowing Club, who has come through extremely strongly indeed in the second half of this 2,000 metre race, and has extended now to a clear margin over the Queenslander Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School, and Alex Lamprey still there also for St Virgil's College. Continue to be our top 3. The Mossman Scullers certainly finishing quite strongly there too. Ewan Humphreys over towards the far side of Lake Barrington, but our race leader now has just on 100 metres to go, and he's about 2 lengths clear, maybe more, so this may yet be our biggest final win of the morning so far, as Samuel Brettle from the Fremantle Rowing Club continues to power away from the field here in the closing strokes of the final of the under-19 men's singles scull. The race for the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy becoming interesting, certainly for the bronze medal here behind Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar School. But Samuel Brettle of Fremantle will be the Australian champion in the under-19 men's singles scull. First place, Samuel Brettle wins it by 3 lengths, so a big margin there indeed. Second, Oliver Kent of Brisbane Grammar School. Third, very tight, the Mossman sculler has come home well, and Ewan Humphreys, I think, has secured the bronze medal there with a strong finish over Alex Lamprey from St Virgil's College. It will need a photo to confirm that bronze medal. 5th will go to Lockie Tyndall of the King's School. 6th place then beside him in the dark green of St Augustine's Rory Parker, and Mossman 7th and 8th, Leighton Showman and Floris Elias.
Fantastic finish there for Samuel Brettle of Fremantle Rowing Club, taking out the under-19 men's single scull championship in an unofficial time of 8 minutes 20.27, 7.15 seconds over Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School. The photo finish has now been judged, and Ewan Humphreys, as was called by Richard, did claim the bronze medal just ahead of Alex Lamprey from St Virgil's College, the margin judged to be 0.32. 5th to Lockie Tyndall of Kings, 6th to Rory Parker of St Augustine, 7th to Leighton Skoman of Mossman, and 8th to Floris Elias of Mossman Rowing Club. We now move to the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager, 1992 Barcelona Olympian. 3rd place and bronze medalist, representing Loreto Normanhurst School, Patricia Boland. Second place and silver medalist, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Isabella Henderson. Isabella is coached by Marty Inglis and Sam Fennessy. Gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026, representing the Australian National University, Talia Turnbull. Talia is coached by Nigel Harding. Please join me in congratulating all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Single Scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. So we've concluded our sculling races for the time being. We will now go to the under-19 women's coxless pair, the next event, and the B final on the course just through the halfway mark now of the race as well.
Well, we've got Pembroke School in lane 1, Evie Barras and Mia Chapman, coached by Tom Merrigan, and then a composite of Pembroke School and Seymour College in lane 2, Charlotte Wheaton and Matilda Liu, coached by Tom Merrigan also. We have the University of WA pair of Elena Frank and Sophie Fitzgerald in lane 3, coached by Roland Warren. Then we've got two Scotch Open pairs next to each other, Kaylee Barron and Madison Marshall in lane 4, Emily Atherton and Harriet Woolley in lane 5. We've got Mersey pair of Eloise Fieldwick and Matilda Spalding in lane 6. They're coached by David and Prudence Tippett. And then we have a third Scotch Oakburn pair in lane 7, Emily Naggs and Saffron Dick. And all of those Scotch Oakburn pairs are coached by Abby Butcher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long.
Thanks, Lizzie. At 1,500 metres now, our drone shot just before, as you were going through the start list, just show us some interesting steering from a few of these pairs. Obviously, a pretty tough boat to row and some challenging.
I think Ant was talking about this earlier in the regatta, and what we're seeing here is the wind has picked up. It's now, we did notice the times were slowing down, and now we can actually see the effect of the wind. And in a pair where each of you has one oar and you're trying to control the timing of your blade entry, the timing of your blade finish, the depth of your blade, and then the application of power, there's a lot going on that can affect the steering.
Can indeed. And just on that note, a message from the regatta organisers, please, that as we are expecting some wind later today, and in fact possibly already quite soon, please ensure all your boats are strapped to the racks throughout today. So please take adequate precautions with your equipment. Ensure all boats are strapped to racks throughout today, as there certainly is some wind forecast over the course of today's racing. But yeah, Scotch Oakburn, who've got 4 pairs across these B and A finals. So the entirety of their schoolgirls 8 that had a dominant win here in the Tasmanian head of the river a couple of weeks ago, and they'll be a crew we're looking forward to seeing in the schoolgirls 8 coming up with the heats later on today as well. So 3 of their combinations here in the B final, 1 in the A final to come as well. So we wait to see what Scotch Oakburn can produce here, but it's fairly tight between 2 Scotch Oakburn combinations with 500 to race. Emily Atherton and Harriet Woolley just had it from Charlie Barron and Madison Marshall. And also they're in lane 7, Emily Naggs and Saffron Dick. So we're a good chance here of a Scotch Oakburn trifecta coming up here in the B final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. We've had the Mozzie Posse. I'm not sure what we call a trifecta of Scotch Oakburn crews, but open to suggestions in that regard. 4th place then would be the lane 3 crew, University of Western Australia, Elena Frank and Sophie Fitzgerald, and the Pembroke School and Seymour College in lane 2. Ahead of Mersey and the Pembroke School, with a blue boat there from Scotch Oakburn in lane number 4. Have come through strongly here. Charlie Barron and Madison Marshall, these 3 Scotch crews, all coached by Abby Boucher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long, and they are going to finish 1st, 2nd and 3rd here in the B final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. It is a win to the blue boat there in lane number 4. Scotch Oakburn 1st, Charlie Barron and Madison Marshall. Scotch Oakburn 2nd in lane 5, Emily Atherton and Harriet Woolley. And 3rd to Scotch Oakburn, lane 7, Emily Naggs and Saffron Dick. So what a result there for that local school from Launceston. 4th place will be the lane 3 crew there, University of Western Australia, Frank and Fitzgerald. Followed home by lane 2, the Pembroke School and Seymour College, both schools from Adelaide. 6th will be Mersey in lane number 6, and 7th the Pembroke School in lane number 1.
Well, congratulations to Scotch Oakburn taking out 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the B final of the under-19 women's coxless pair. The provisional time for our B final was 9 minutes, 28.52, so wind definitely strengthening. Let's see how our pairs in the A final cope. In lane 1, we have a composite of Lily Nolan from Canned with Sienna Becker from Commercial, coached by Jacinta Edmonds and Charlie Betts. In lane 2, we have the 4th Scotch Oakburn pair, Ailish Barron and Isabella Wilson, coached by Abby Butcher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long. In lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Piper Hallam and Emma Peel, coached by Will Ackerman and Scott Rowe. In lane 4, Charlotte Hansen-Nahui from Fremantle Rowing Club with Stella Wandle of West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 5, an all-Fremantle pair of Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy, coached by David Van Das. In lane 6, from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Matilda Baxby and Sophia Preston. In lane 7, a composite of Zara Hilton from Cand and Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide University, coached by Charlie Betts and Katie Healy. And in lane 8, a second University of Queensland pair, this one Saskia Josipovic and Genevieve Davies, both University of Queensland pairs coached by John Pettigrew.
Now, the Hansen-Nahoy family took home a lot of silverware and I think goldware specifically from last year's Australian Rowing Championships here at Lake Barrington. They look set to do it again here at this stage because it is Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy of Fremantle and Stella Wandell of the West Australian Rowing Club who led at the 1,000 and lead again after 1,500 metres now in the A final of the Under-19 Women's Coxless pair. 2.89 seconds their margin back on Adelaide University and Cand in second position. That's the combination racing in lane number 7, Zara Hilton of Cand and Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide University. And then third place again there after 1,500 metres was with the Fremantle combination in lane number 5, Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. So the sisters racing in competing pairs here, and they may both get a medal for their troubles here. And it's the West Australians this time who are looking good in this race to claim a couple of spots on the podium. We can there see again from above just the challenges in steering the pairs down the course here at Lake Barrington with that wind certainly picking up pace. And again, we do remind you to please take care of your boats and ensure all equipment is strapped down right over the course of today. But past the yellow marker buoys now with 250 metres to row. It continues to be Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Stella Wandell, the West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle Composite crew who have the race lead. Second West Australian crew coming through quite strongly also in lane 5, Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. So it could be gold and silver yet to the combinations from the West. The Adelaide Uni and Cand composite crew has lost a bit of position back over in lane number 7 and certainly would be probably just third at this point of proceedings. And then back to this side, Scotch Open, their fourth combination across the two finals of this race. Might be just outside the medals, but a great result for them if they can row through up into fourth place. But the lead continues to be with this combination of the two West Australian clubs leading here into the concluding strokes of this race. It is just over a length lead, and the Hansen-Nahoy sisters might be able to go 1 and 2 in this race in their different combinations here. It looks like it'll be gold and silver, both heading back over to the west. It is lane 4, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy and Stella Wandell, who are the Australian champions now in the Under-19 Women's Coxless pair, and second goes to the all-Fremantle combination of Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. Third place, Zara Hilton and Gia Rinaldi in that Queensland South Australian composite crew. Scotch Open in fourth place. We'll finish just outside the medals, but a great row from them. Fifth and sixth is fairly tight. It'll go to Commercial Cand lane 1 in fifth place. Sixth will be the Mercantile crew of Hallam and Peel in lane number 6. Seventh, the far side, Josipovic and Davies from the University of Queensland. And eighth place, also from the University of Queensland, is Baxby and Preston.
Wow, what a race. In tricky conditions as well. Some beautiful rowing and a well-deserved win for Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy of Fremantle, Stella Wandell from West Australian Rowing Club. Awesome row from the Fremantle pair of Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy taking out silver, and bronze to Zara Hilton of Cand with Gia Rinaldi of Adelaide University. Provisional time there for that win, 9 minutes, 2.51 seconds. We move now to the presentation of medals and the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy for the Under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Wayne Diplock, Rowing Australia High Performance Operations Manager and 1992 Barcelona Olympian. In third place and bronze medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club, Ewan Humphreys. Ewan is coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. in second place, and silver medalist representing Brisbane Grammar School, Oliver Kent. Our gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026, representing Fremantle Rowing Club, Samuel Bradell. The Thomas Keller Memorial Trophy will now be presented by Wayne Diplock to Samuel Bradell. Congratulations, Samuel. Congratulations to all our medalists in the Under-19 Men's Single Scull Championship. And we now move to the B final of the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair. In lane 1, we have Will Lloyd and Sydney Tierney representing St Peter's College of South Australia, where they are coached by Lucy Stephan. In lane 2, from Scotch Oakburn, Harry Dennis and Hugh Talbot, coached by Jim Wilson and Andy Dick. In lane 3, we also have a Scotch Oakburn pair of Seaton Brock and Charles Corrigan. In lane 4, from St Joseph's Gregory Terrace, Liam Cummins and Lou Russell, coached by Jack Price. In lane 5, from Mercantile Rowing Club, Thomas Bergelin and Jack Harrington, coached by Anthony Bergelin. In lane 6, from St Peter's College, South Australia, Hugo Maslin and Lockie McKenna, also coached by Lucy Stephan. In lane 7, from Mersey, Rolf de Boer and Lars Brown, coached by David and Prudence Tippett. And in lane 8, from Unley High, William Marriott and Lachlan Twelftree, coached by Mitch Parker and Mark Beaton.
Thank you, Lizzie. We've just seen our top 3 go across the line here. Gregory Terrace, the race winners there, Liam Cummins and Lou Russell. So they'll finish 9th overall in the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair. 2nd to Mercantile, Thomas Bergelin and Jack Harrington. And 3rd to Mersey, Ralph de Boer and Lars Brown. Scotch Oakburn on lane 3 were next across the line. They'll finish in 4th spot. 5th to St Peter's College from South Australia. And still 3 boats to come home here. So our A final also well underway, slightly further back down the course.
So Gregory Terrace taking out our B final of the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair in a time of 8:35. Back onto the course, we have the A final of the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair with Sydney University Boat Club in lane 1. Jack Lampson and Harrison Howard, coached by Simon Huxley and Rob Black. In lane 2, Christian Brothers College, Alex Evans and Lucas Sparapani, coached by Alex Meets and Logan Sargent. In lane 3 and 4, pairs from Canned Rowing Club. In lane 3, Sean Campbell and Murdoch Smith. In lane 4, Will Dawson and Kine Baird, both crews coached by Charlie Betts and Chris Holliday. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy School, Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, coached by Andrew Gannon. In lane 6, from North Esk Rowing Club, Nate Bristol and Isaac Peach, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 7, from Commercial, Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. And in lane 8, from Brisbane Grammar, Benjamin Purcell and Benjamin Davies.
So we're past the 1,000-metre mark in this race, and certainly a great representation of crews here from the Brisbane clubs. 2 crews from Canned, 1 from Commercial, also Brisbane Grammar School in the race here. And it was Will Dawson and Kine Baird for the Canned club who led this from lane number 4. The halfway mark of this race, 2.59 seconds they had on the second Queensland crew Commercial there in lane number 7. Flynn O'Loughlin, the son of Rowing Queensland CEO Anthea O'Loughlin, and with Scott McDonald, coached by Jacinta Edmonds, the very hard-working Jacinta Edmonds, who's been right around the regatta so far over the first few days and has qualified a number of crews through to A finals there at the Commercial Rowing Club. They sit here in second place, and then third looks to be the crew in lane number 5, Kinross Walleroy from New South Wales at this stage. In fact, maybe it's been Canned lane 3, Kinross lane 5. Those two crews fairly close together, but certainly a lead to Canned in lane 4 ahead of Commercial in lane number 7. And very tight race certainly developing here for the silver and bronze medals, it would seem. But as they come through the 1500 metre mark, and you just can't see that bit of chop there on the water too from our camera, right on water level there at the 1500 metre mark. Candid stretched out their lead down to 4.40 seconds over Commercial in second place. So it is still lane 4, leading it from lane 7. Kinross Walleroy have taken a clear third spot now. The combination of Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland, who are coached by Andrew Gannon, were the winners of the New South Wales State Championship title up at Penrith a month or so ago. What is often the best form reference for the national championships. So they're looking to add an Australian title as well to that win at Penrith, but they've got the job to do here to catch certainly these leading couple of combinations from Queensland. It is the Canned Rowing Club, Will Dawson and Kine Baird, coached by Charlie Betts and Christopher Holliday, who are our race leaders here in the centre of the course. Commercial, O'Loughlin and McDonald still there in second place as well on lane 7. Kinross, Walleroy, Searle and Buckland just pushing ahead now, certainly of Canned lane 3, Campbell and Smith, also there coached by Charlie Betts and Christopher Holliday. That second combination from the Canned Rowing Club. We go back then to lane 2, Alex Evans and Lucas Barapini from Christian Brothers College of South Australia. Lane 6 as well, Nate Bristol and Isaac Peach from North Esk. Lane 8 on the far side is Benjamin Purcell and Benjamin Davies from Brisbane Grammar School. And that is the field here in the concluding strokes of this race as they come through now with still the lead with the Canned combination in lane number 4, leading it by just over a length now. It would certainly be really coming home strongly is that white boat for a change of the Kinross Walleroy School in lane number 5. A good battle certainly with the second Canned crew in lane 3 for the bronze medal here ahead still of Christian Brothers and also North Esk, but it is the Canned Rowing Club from Brisbane still clear here by over a length. The combination of Will Dawson and Kine Baird closing in on the finish line here in the Australian Championship final. The under-19 men's coxless pair, a couple of strokes to go for the crew from Cairns, and they'll be across and take the win. So Cairns first on lane 4. It will be a Queensland Cornell with Commercial the far side rowing into second place. Very tight third and fourth as Cairns surge home late, but Kinross Walleroy will hold on lane 5, I think. Then the second crew from Cairns closely behind them too, lane 2, Christian Brothers. It will then go to North Esk, lane 6th in 6th place. 7th will be lane 1, Sydney Uni. 8th place, Brisbane Grammar School, lane 8. A good win there to Cairns, Lizzie, from Commercial, and a photo required again.
Another photo finish. What an exciting morning. But certainly we know that our gold medalists in the A final are the Canned pair of Will Dawson and Kine Baird. So congratulations to Charlie Betts and Chris Holliday on that. Second, our crew from Commercial of Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald. So Anthea O'Loughlin will be very happy with that. Coached by Jacinta Edmonds. Congrats to her. Just waiting for the photo finish for the bronze medal to be judged. Nope, still waiting. Provisional time for that event, 8 minutes, 26.52 of a second.
I've written down Kinross Walleroy, Lizzie, so we're going to go with that for now. And the official results do fortunately agree by 0.16 of a second as we go to our next presentation.
Fantastic, Andrew Gannon. Well done, boys from Kinross Walleroy School, taking out the bronze medal. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Duncan Free OAM, RA General Manager High Performance and 2008 Beijing Olympic gold medalist. In third place, and bronze medalists Adelaide University and Canned Rowing Club. As Gia Rinaldi from Adelaide University. Zara Hilton from Canned Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Charlie Betts and Katie Healy. Second place and silver medalists, Fremantle Rowing Club. Oceane Generat and Olivia Hansen-Nahoy. The crew's coached by David Van Das. Our gold medalists and national champions, the 2026 West Australian Rowing Club and Fremantle. Stella Wandell from West Australian Rowing Club. Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy from Fremantle Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-19 Women's Coxless pair.
Thank you, Lizzie. Well done to our medalists there, the Under-19 Women's Coxless pair. We are ready for a change in commentary up here after the first hour of racing. So thank you to Lizzie for her work, and we will hand over now for the next hour of a great morning here at the Australian Rowing Championships to Ben Homer and Stuart John. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Richard. It is some fantastic rowing going on here. First day of the finals here at the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships as we're at the B final of the women's under-21 single sculls. So you can see on the screen there, Stella Benson in lane number 1 from Corio Bay. Swan River Rowing Club's Lara Connolly, lane 2. Ji Liu from Team Hong Kong, lane 3. Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay in lane 4. Alice McGreedy from Sydney University, lane 5. Swan River Rowing Club's Emma O'Neill in lane 6. Constantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra Rowing Club in lane 7. And Mercantile Rowing Club's Gabrielle Simcox in lane number 8. And it is the sculler from Team Hong Kong, Ji Liu, who has the lead now as they're coming up towards the final 250 metres, and she's sitting ahead of Swan River Rowing Club's Lara Connolly. And as Ben Homer sits down next to me, that head breeze just starting to pick up here down towards the end. And I know, chatting to some of the officials down at the start, it is really quite strong. So it's really a battle of endurance now.
Yeah, as challenging as it gets, and maybe not quite as difficult at the back end of the course, we're hearing. So probably some of the best conditions these scullers are going to get. And yes, that's saying something because it's so challenging. So over 9 minutes already in this B final. And we got those splits through. So as you said, Stuart, Liu in first place was about 9 seconds comfortably ahead of Lara Connolly from Swan River out of WA, and then Stella Benson from Corio Bay in third place. Nadia Smith from Sandy Bay in Tasmania in fourth. So this is going to be their toughest row so far this week because we've had pretty nice tail conditions for majority of the start to the Australian Rowing Championships. We've had a little bit of rain around as well. The rain clears out and then we get the breeze. So you can't quite have it all, can you?
No, well, this is the fun of an outdoor sport, isn't it? So it is very much the equivalent of a rowing sticky wicket, I guess. It's making things tricky, but certainly not particularly... So Ji Liu from Team Hong Kong, you can see there on the screen, she's out in front. She's opened up a very much a clear water lead. Rowing quite nicely. You can see there the waves that are really starting to pick up towards the gunnel of the boat. So, and even going over the stern there as she's taking a few strokes. So, Liu from Team Hong Kong will go through and take the win in the women's under-21 single sculls in the B final. Second place will go to Lara Connolly from Swan River Rowing Club. As you see Lara just coming up towards the line in the distinctive red hull. And then third place looks to be Stella Benson from Corio Bay Rowing Club. And you can really just see as they're coming over the line there, it looks a bit like trying to row through honey at the moment with these headwind conditions.
Yeah, it is not easy. It is not easy. Lara Connolly there in second. Stella Benson in third place. And these margins as well are just going to blow out a little bit further because of the fact that we've got such a gap between all the rowers caused by this headwind. Nadia Smith comes through in fourth place. Fifth place is going to go to Emma O'Neill from Swan River. Over on that far side of the course is Constantina Kafasis out of Yarra Yarra. And Alice McCready is just about to get her bow ball over the line, gets it there and finishes in seventh place. And then over on the far side will be Gabrielle Simcox from Mercantile finishing in eighth.
As we move on to the A final of the Under-21 women's singles sculls. So they're on the screen at the moment. Lane 1 from Tasmania University, Lily Barker. Lane 2 from Adelaide University, Felicity Cox. Lane 3, Lucy Yabsley from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. Lane 5, Toowong Rowing Club's Hannah Johansson. Lane 6, Sina Metzger from Swan River Rowing Club. Lane 7, Ella Welsh from the University of Queensland. And Lane 8, Emma Johnson from the Tamar Rowing Club. So just having a look on the screen at the moment through the 1500 metre timing point, it is Lucy Yabsley from Sydney Rowing Club leading out Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise, and Hannah Johansson, the Queensland and New South Wales Under-21 women's champion, 9 seconds back at the moment in third place. Then Lily Barker, Sina Metzger, Ella Welsh, and then back a little bit further to the final couple of scullers. So Emma Johnson from the Tamar Rowing Club towards the back there. So just having a look out at the front here, Ben, and again, these conditions really, really tough. Lucy Yabsley leading out from Surfers Paradise. Courtney Davis. Making a sprint in this is going to be really tough, isn't it?
Well, unlike yesterday where it was a little bit easier to mount the sprint, I just thought that angle gave the indication that maybe Courtney Davis from Surfers Paradise was just starting to pull back on Lucy Yabsley. We're into the last 250 metres, but it is the New South Wales sculler who is in front, but it's still a very long way to go, and you can see she's giving it absolutely everything. Courtney Davis, Hannah Johansson from Toowong back in lane 5, looks to pretty much have that bronze medal under wraps at the moment. Lily Barker over in lane 1 is closest to her, but is going to be a long way back from there. But you can see here it's more than a boat length, at least a couple for Lucy Yabsley as they come now into the dark red boys. And there is a push coming. There is no doubt there is a push coming here from Surfers Paradise. Courtney Davis is giving it absolutely everything at the back end, but it takes a lot of energy to try and pull back that kind of distance in a single scull, and she's going to make it pretty tight. Lucy Yabsley just trying to get both of those oars cleanly in the water, because it is easier said than done in these conditions, and it will be Lucy Yabsley who is going to claim the national title in the Under-21 women's single scull in just over 10 minutes. That's how difficult it is today. Courtney Davis, just under 3 seconds the gap between gold and silver, and then the bronze medal is going to go the way of Hannah Johansson from Toowong Rowing Club. I feel like conditions are getting even more difficult here this morning. So gold, silver and bronze, Yabsley, Davis and Johansson in the Under-21 women's single scull A final. Barker will finish in 4th place.
So our final few rowers just coming up towards the line now. Having a look out on the course, it is Sina Metzger from Swan River Rowing Club who'll be the next to cross over the line, and she'll finish in 5th place ahead of Ella Welsh from the University of Queensland. Our rowers, as they cross over the line, they're still having to take a few strokes to try and stop from going over the finish line multiple times. It's extremely tough conditions out there. Ella Welsh finishing in 6th place, and then our final couple of rowers just coming up now. So we've got Felicity Cox from Adelaide University who will finish in 7th, and she'll finish ahead of Emma Johnson from the Tamar Rowing Club back in 8th spot. So a win for Lucy Yabsley, second to Courtney Davis, and third to Hannah Johansson. As we move. Presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Duncan Free, OAM, Rowing Australia General Manager High Performance and 2008 Beijing Olympic gold medalist. In third place, and bronze medalists, Kinross Wallaroy. Kinross are represented by Hamish Searle and Toby Buckland. Coached by Andrew Gannon. Second place and silver medalists, Commercial Rowing Club. Commercial are represented by Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald. They're coached by Jacinta Edmonds. And our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 Canned Rowing Club. Canned are represented by Will Dawson and Kine Baird. They're coached by Charlie Betts and Christopher Holliday. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
Okay, so under 21 men's single scull B final. Lane 1, Dylan Outram from Canberra, Mark Kwiatkowski and Jeffrey Brown, his coaches. Same for Ben Haywood from Canberra in lane 2. Corio Bay's Ned Joyce in lane 3, coached by Dick Garrard. Lane 4, it's Melbourne University's Charlie White, coached by James Rook and Liam O'Leary. UTS Haberfield, Zach Neal in 5, Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves, his coaches. Uni of Queensland in 6, Tom Stevens, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Leichhardt's Dylan Lee in lane 7, coached by Isaac Shepherd. And in lane 8 is Alex Lee, coached by Katie Healy from Adelaide Rowing Club. And we're just riding with Thomas Stevens from the Uni of Queensland, who is in front in this race, nearing the last 250 metres. And as you can see here, once again, this race ticking over 9 minutes now. You would, oh, hang on a second.
I think Stevens has had a bit of a crab and it's turned him about 45 degrees. So he's back up and rowing now. He's still sitting about a boat length ahead there of, it looks to be Ned Joyce from Corio Bay.
Yeah, and I think Ned Joyce even had a little bit of an issue there. I reckon Tom Stevens, there's a lot of spray coming from Ned Joyce's boat over here in lane 3. So I reckon he's finding the going a little bit tough. So I reckon that's going to mean that Tom Stevens will probably hold on to first place in this B final. He will. Ned Joyce is absolutely going for it at the back end. And credit to him, it is not easy to go helter-skelter in these final 200 metres. Canberra Rowing Club's Dylan Outram will finish in 3rd place, just edging out Leichhardt's Dylan Lee on the far side of the course. So he will finish in 4th place. And then middle of the course is Melbourne Uni's Charlie White. He will come through in 5th place. 6th here between Ben Haywood and Alex Lee. It looks as though Alex Lee is just in front here as they near the last few strokes. So it will be Alex Lee from Adelaide in 6th place. Ben Haywood from Canberra in 7th place. Now, missing something here?
There was a scratching in lane 4, so we've got the 7 rowers. So Thomas Stevens with the win in the B final, Ned Joyce in second, and Dylan Outram in third. As we move back down the course for the A final of the under-21 men's single sculls. So lane 1, Harry Coddington from Mossman Rowing Club. Lane 2, Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland. Lane 3, Lucas Kadachi from West Australian Rowing Club. Lane 4, Mercantile's Joe Lee Conway. Lane 5, Igor Zarubin from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 6, Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield. Lane 7, Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club. And lane 8, Tom Jones from the West Australian Rowing Club. And it looks to be, Ben, fairly even across the top. Through the 1,000, it was Igor Zarubin who had the lead ahead of Lucas Kadachi. And I'd suggest that those two rowers are just extending that lead right out. In behind them, though, it's a nice even battle. You can see Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland. Second from the bottom on the screen, he's ahead of Harry Coddington from Mossman. And then back down the course, you've got Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile, Robert Olivier from UTS, Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club, and Tom Jones from the West Australian Rowing Club. And those times definitely showing that conditions are extremely tough as they come up towards the 1,500 metre timing point. That gap, though, closing between Kadachi and Zarubin.
Well, you're riding off Tom Jones for a spot on the podium, Stuart, after that fight back yesterday. It's not going to be as easy to execute that sprint finish as he did so superbly yesterday. He's currently sitting there at the back of the field. But Igor Zarubin, I was actually having a look at last year's results, and the only name that stood out to me, he actually came 7th in the B final last year, of course. That's his first year in under-21, so you often see quite a shift in names in these events as they come through into their senior year. And Igor Zarubin is sitting there in 6:53.02. And that was time we may well have seen for singles across the 2Ks over the last
I think the men's
days.
Opens wasn't all that far off, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. But it's a really great view here at the 1,500 metre timing point of how much those waves are rising up. We're seeing a few white caps starting to form, so it's really important. Keep those blades off the water. But also, too, you're trying to do that while you're also getting pushed back down the course every time your blades square up. So it really is some of the trickiest conditions that you can hope for, and you can see it just looks like hard work at the moment.
Yeah, it does look like a lot of hard work, and obviously this is rewarding those rowers that are technically excellent, able to keep their boat moving despite the headwind conditions. And Igor Zarubin is rowing so well here out there in first place from Lucas Kadachi from WA Rowing Club in second.
So we're just having a look there with Igor Zarubin from the Adelaide Rowing Club, and you can see there, even though he's leading, just some rough strokes. You can see the blade just tapping along the water. He's still managing to get plenty of pressure from each stroke, keeping himself out in front. It's well over a boat length between him and Lucas Kadachi from the West Australian Rowing Club. It is Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland sitting in third place. He's a boat length ahead of Harry Coddington from Mossman Rowing Club, and then Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club also starting to make a little bit of a move. Our top three looking reasonably settled, but as we saw in that B final, just one rough stroke, one rogue wave can throw the run of the boat and give the other rowers the opportunity to be able to go through to the finish. So we're coming up now towards the finish line. It has been a very tough row in every sense of the word, but Igor Zarubin from the Adelaide Rowing Club is going to go through and take the win in the under-21 men's single sculls. He'll take gold and is the new Australian champion, finishing ahead of Lucas Kadachi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Punches the air with absolute delight, and I guess not a little bit of relief that he's through it. Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland will finish in third place, and then it's a nice little battle going on here for fourth and fifth. It is going to be, it looks to be just, it's going to be a photo there for the finish, I suspect. Harry Coddington from the Mossman Rowing Club, maybe just ahead of Angus Scott from Canberra Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, Tom Jones from West Australian Rowing Club and Robert Olivier from UTS Haberfield. Joe Lee Conway finishing in fifth place. So a great row there. The winning time we'll wait for the timings to come up on our screen, but certainly it was Igor Zarubin from Adelaide Rowing Club in first, Lucas Kadachi from the West Australian Rowing Club in second, and Frederick Atkins from the University of Queensland in third. Presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Duncan Free, OAM, Rowing Australia General Manager High Performance and 2008 Beijing Olympic gold medalist. Third place and bronze medalist representing Toowong Rowing Club, Hannah Johansson. Hannah is coached by Alex Fields. Second place and silver medalists representing Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Courtney Davis. Courtney is coached by Gus Rodero. And our gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy Yapsley. Lucy is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists. We're underway in the Under-21 women's coxless pairs. It's the B finals on the screen, and you can see them coming up now to the 1500 metre timing point. In lane 2 from Toowong, Georgia McKay and Robin Matthews. They're coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. Lane 3 from Sydney University and UTS Haberfield, Grace McKinlay and Hannah Alexander, and they're coached by Sam Fennessy and Alan Bennett. Lane 4 from Mercantile, Ruby Ivers and Eve Sadler, coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. Lane 5, also from Mercantile, Elizabeth Robson and Sophie Carter, again coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. Lane 6 from Toowong, Kate Ward and Danielle Watt, coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. And lane 7 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Sophia Norris and Juliana Rodriguez. And again, you can see there the conditions just a little bit brutal, but it is Mercantile, Ivers and Sadler with a very nice lead at the moment, making 27 seconds through the 1500. Wow. They're sitting ahead of Mackay and Matthews in second place, and then McKinlay and Alexander in third. And it is looking, I mean, in the single would be interesting. At least you've got the smaller blades every time you square up. The pair with those bigger blades and the longer oars would be brutal right now.
Yeah, and the steering you can see is an issue as well for some of these crews. So 7:53.45, 27.5 seconds back to Toowong. And Mercantile, they are dominating the sweep events, aren't they? They are performing superbly under Scott Rowe, head coach there. Rhett Spiller as well, coaching Ruby and Eve, who are leading this B final, Under-21 women's coxless pair. They've also got a couple of pairs in the A final as well. So that is going to be one to watch coming up next. Melbourne Uni, Mercantile, UTS, Swan River, Sydney, Uni of WA, all featuring in the Under-21 women's coxless pair. And here they come into the last 250 metres. It's going to feel like the longest 250 metres I've probably rowed, because you can see the ticker again here. Almost 10 minutes now. And we saw the the women's single that came down a few moments ago. What was that? Under 21 women's single. That was just over 10 minutes. So you wonder whether conditions are even more challenging now than they were even 20 minutes ago, which, yeah, doesn't bode well for what's to come. But it really, as we said, rewards those technical sweep rowers in this sweep event. And you can see Mercantile, they are making the most of it. And this will give them a lot of confidence, the way they've performed in these conditions. It's one thing to do it in the flat water, but to do it in the bumpy headwind conditions really shows your quality. So Ruby Iverson, Eve Sadler taking the B final in the under-21 women's coxless pair. Quite dominant in that race, and the clock continues to tick. It was about 30 seconds at the 500. It may well be even more. Back to Toowong in lane 2, Georgia Mackay and Robin Matthews, coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney.
You could see there when they crossed over the line, that winning Mercantile crew, just how much it meant to them and how relieved, I guess, they were to get towards the end there.
Yeah, it's, if you are just tuning in maybe for the first time, you're saying 10 minutes, you think, well, in another sport, 10-minute run or something like that. Oh, it's not too bad. Well, in rowing, 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes, especially for a pair, that is a long way. It's a lot longer than you would be anticipating in a national final. Toowong, 43 seconds almost in second. UTS Haberfield, Sydney Uni. I can tell you it is blustering even more up here in the commentary box, probably as gusty as we've had thus far. So fourth place is Toowong Rowing Club. Over there in lane 6, that is Kate Ward and Danielle Watt, coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. And then Mercantile in 5th place as well. That's Elizabeth Robson and Sophie Carter. And we've got the one boat still to finish, and that's WA Rowing Club. Sophia Norris and Juliana Rodrigues. And they're inside the last 200 metres. So just confirming, Mercantile winning the B final of the under-21 women's coxless pair. And this is the A final now, under-21 women's coxless pair. Uni of WA in lane 1, Sophie Strickland and Grace Olmedo, coached by Roland Warren. Melbourne Uni in 2, Ella Bailey and Frankie Diva, coached by Emma Dyke. Melbourne Uni also in 3, Amy Cruff and Emily Anthony, daughter of 1992 gold medalist Peter, coached by Emma Dyke. Swan River in 4, Olivia Youngson and Hannah Bergerson, coached by Mark Beer, Neville Kempton, Olivia Jones. Lane 5 is UTS, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. Just having a little look there. A boat may be having an issue, and it is the boat nearest to this side of the course. That is the Uni of WA crew. Yeah, they were winning this race, and they almost hit that distance marker over there on the near side of this course. So that's Strickland and Olmedo, and they are still in first place. I'll keep running through the starting list. Eva Thompson and Mika Nato from Sydney in lane 6, coached by Lockie Carter and Florence Griffiths. Mercantile in 7, Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. And Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe also coaching the Mercantile crew in lane 8. Sophia Purton and Gabby Price. I tell you what, Stuart, you do not need that in a national final. Have a look at this. Look what the wind is doing to these competitors, because there's also an issue for Sydney Rowing Club over there in lane 6. They are being blown to, all of the crews here are being blown to their bow side. It is absolute chaos out there on the water. This is as tough as it gets.
This is some of the trickiest conditions that you could have here, and particularly in the pairs race. So you can see there, we're getting a bit of a view here from the 1500 metre timing point. It is Sophie Strickland and Grace Oldmeadow from the University of Western Australia. They're making the most of that lane number 1, so they're out in front at the moment. Melbourne University and that is the crew of Amy Crow and Emily Anthony, who are sitting in second place. Third place is UTS Haberfield. That is Madeline Squared, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. Eva Thompson and Mika Nato from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in third place. Over on the far side of the course, Sophia Pertson and Gabby Price. Ella Bailey from Merckx, Melbourne University's Ella Bailey and Frankie Diva in sixth place. And then it is back a little bit further to our final few crews. So Swan River, Olivia Youngson and Hannah Bergerson, and then Mercantile as Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh back in eighth spot. So conditions really starting to blow up here at the moment. It does look like lane one, Sophie Strickland and Grace Oldmeadow, that are looking quite nice at the moment, and they're sitting a little bit over a boat length ahead of that crew in lane number 3, Melbourne University's Amy Crow and Emily Anthony. So it'll be a big push over the final 250 metres if that Melbourne University crew are able to go through and take the win here in the A final. But it's realistically going to come down to the final stages and who is able to keep the cleanest run, but also keep the steering while the wind is trying to push them either way. As you come down towards the finish, it is a little bit narrower. There's less distance for the wind to travel, so it does mean that the conditions do ease up a little bit as they get into that last 250 metres. But certainly this University of WA crew are looking very good for the W.
Well, Sophie Strickland and Grace Oldmeadow, they had to do it the hard way, especially at the midway point of this race where they went off course a little bit. But they are streaking away towards the victory here, towards the national title. Emily Cruff and Emily Anthony sitting there in second place. And third place is UTS Haberfield, Sydney University, that composite crew. And I should say UTS Haberfield, Swain and Mannins in the bronze medal position. So here we go, Uni of WA. It's been a long trip here down to Tasmania. It's one of the longest trips to a regatta across the country. But Uni of WA, they are going to take a national title back home. Sophie Strickland and Grace Oldmeadow winning the national title in the under-21 women's coxless pair. What a that is. And it will be Melbourne University, Amy Cruff and Emily Anthony, who will claim silver and bronze to the Sydney siders out of UTS Haberfield, Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannins. Melbourne University missing out for fourth place, Ella Bailey and Frankie Diva. Sydney Rowing Club in fifth, Eva Thompson and Mika Nato. Sixth place is Mercantile, over there on that far side of the course, which is Sophia Perton and Gabby Price. Then in seventh place is Swan River, Olivia Youngson and Hannah Bergerson. And Mercantile's other crew over there on that far side is Catherine Ross and Mackenzie Pugh, and they come through in the final spot in this under-21 women's coxless pair A final.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Tina Marr, Chair of Rowing Tasmania. In third place and bronze medalist representing the University of Queensland, Frederick Atkins. Frederick is coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Second place and silver medalist representing the West Australian Rowing Club, Lucas Kadachi. And gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026, representing Adelaide Rowing Club, Igor Zarubin. Igor is coached by Katie Healy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists. So we move back down the course now for the under-21 men's coxless pairs. This is the B final. Lane 1 from Adelaide University in Adelaide, Ren Anderson and Patrick Keenan. Lane 2 from Nudgee College and the University of Queensland, Dash Withnell and Oliver Wright. Lane 3 from Mercantile, Eric Wiseman and Luke Vallely. Lane 4 from Mercantile, Joe Collingwood and Harry Pollock. Lane 5 from Sydney, Henry Pursehouse and James Bell. Lane 6 from Rockhampton, Fitzroy, Nicholas Thompson and Harry Brandt. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Jez Peeney and Thomas Riddell. And Lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Harrison Thomas and Conrad Scott. And they are only through the early stages of this race. So you can see the crew there in lane number 1. So that's Ren Anderson from Adelaide Rowing Club in the bow seat and Patrick Keenan from Adelaide University in the stroke seats. The leaders through 500 metres were the University of Queensland over in lane number 7, Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd, and then Mercantile back in 3rd. So our two leading crews, Sydney and the University of Queensland, just putting a little bit of separation in here as they come up towards the 1,000 metres. And again, those conditions still looking tricky, but they are harder at the start than what they are at the finish, Ben.
I was looking at those pictures there. If you're going out on the course, you do not need to see those, do you? From the the low.
I am very thankful I'm not in the Paris single scull in about an hour's time.
Yeah, it is. It is quite treacherous conditions. But you know what? This is what you train for, isn't it? You don't know what you're going to get in the national championships, and I know a lot of people would have been saying when they were heading out in the wind, we've got to prepare for Lake Barrington. You never know what you're going to get. So Mercantile there in the B final. They are leading the way through the opening 1K, Eric Wiseman and Luke Vallely. Second place, Jez Peeney and Thomas Ruddle, and Dash Withnell and Oliver Wright from Uni of Queensland, St Joseph's Nudgee in 3rd place. So really good opportunity for these guys to test themselves in challenging conditions and see where they place in this event in the B final. Pursehouse and Bell from Sydney, a little bit further back. They're sitting in 5th place. You often wonder sometimes in these B finals where when you've got a crew that was so close you can see them there, Pursehouse and Bell, they absolutely gave it the kitchen sink yesterday in the semi-final, trying to get through, and they just narrowly missed out. You wonder when you don't make it through and you've expended so much energy, how it affects you when you come into a B final. And they're just sitting back in 5th place. So too Collingwood and Pollock, who were also the fastest of the highest seeded of the qualifying crews in the middle of the course. So it's Wiseman and Vallely in lane 3 from Peeney and Riddell. So still looks to be a decent gap across the course. 3rd place, Withell and Wright. That was at the early stages of this one. I reckon they've slipped back a little bit further. I reckon that's Mercantile now. Collingwood and Pollock, who have jumped up now into 3rd place. But Pursehouse and Bell still a little bit further back, the Sydney boys.
Yeah, and I think you might find that it'll be a Mercantile 1 and 2 as they get into the final stages. We'll get a bit of an idea as they come through the 1,500 metre timing point. It's certainly the crew of Wiseman and Vallely who are keeping that lead at the moment, but we're just starting to see Collingwood and Pollock make their way up towards that University of Queensland crew, Peeney and Riddell, over on the far side of the course. So through the 1,500, it's still Peeney and Riddell from the University of Queensland holding on to 2nd place, 0.61 of a second, back then to 3rd. Nudgee College and the University of Queensland in 4th place. University of Queensland, Thomas and Scott. Some good first name, surnames involved in that one. It's in 5th place. Sydney Rowing Club in 6th. Adelaide University in Adelaide in 7th. And then Rockhampton Fitzroy back in 8th spot. So when we can just see on the screen here that second Mercantile crew of Collingwood and Pollock have moved ahead of the University of Queensland. So they had a bit of energy. And in the pairs, one thing that I have noticed is that you can, if you get off to a rough start, you can still build it back up. And once you get into a good rhythm in a pair, the boat does tend to flow. So whether or not over the first 500 metres, it's, you know, getting used to the conditions, getting used to the headwind that's really pushing up against you, and now really able to try and get that good push through, as we just see here. Lane number 7, Pinney and Riddell from the University of Queensland leading out their clubmates, so they've got those bragging rights down pat. But will they be able to hold on for a 3rd place in the B final? It does look like it's Mercantile 1 and 2 as they come into the final 200 metres.
Well, it's a great point you make there, Stuart, about the sweep boat, because there is something about the sweep boat. If you can just sit it up and just get the momentum, I reckon that's what Collingwood and Pollock have done here. I thought for a moment there with about 500 to go, they may even be able to pull back and claw back and claim 1st place, because their boat was no doubt the fastest moving on the water. And I reckon if they had a little bit more time, they probably would have, because they've found their rhythm. But it's just not going to be enough to claim the victory in this B final. They're going to have to concede to their clubmates Wiseman and Vallely. So it will be a Victorian 1-2. So Wiseman and Vallely claiming the B final in the under-21 men's coxless pair. Then Collingwood and Pollock, but a really impressive finish from those two boys. They got that boat sitting up and moving beautifully. Uni of Queensland in 3rd place, and that is Pinney and Riddell. Then the Uni of Queensland St Joseph's Nudgee Composite, Withnell and Wright. Adelaide Uni, Adelaide Composite finishing in 5th place, Anderson and Keenan. Then the Uni of Queensland, Thomas and Scott in 6th. Sydney Rowing Club, Pursehouse and Bell in 7th. They had a rough time out there, especially with some steering. And then Rockhampton Fitzroy in 8th place, Thompson and Grant. As we head back down to the final here, under-21 men's coxless pair. So Sydney Uni in lane 1, Finlay Mitchell and Sam Basher. Max Mason and Oliver Edwards from Sydney in 2. Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher Douglas in 3. From Mercantile, Sydney Uni's Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett in 4. Sydney's Ferdinand Handley and Edward Leckie in 5. Fremantle's Liam Davis and Blair Parnell from Swan River in 6. Sydney Uni's Matt Coleman and Henry Slatter in 7. And Monty Salabank and Samuel Stewart from Sydney Uni in lane number 8. And it is spread all the way across the course in this one. Garnett and Corbett from Sydney Uni in lane number 4. They are leading it out, but Mitchell and Basher are sitting there in 2nd place in lane 1. Parnell and Davis from Fremantle and Swan River in 3rd place. So there is not much separating our top 3. They've probably secured the medals, you would think, at this point. But which colour? That's anyone's guess heading into the last 250.
Yeah, the wind now just starting. It looks like it's slightly easing up, but then we'll hear the gusts whistling past us here at the finish tower. So it is still anyone's guess as to who's going to take this one away. So it is Garnett and Corbett, and then Mitchell and Basher. 2 of the crews from Sydney University. You can see there in lane number 1, Finlay Mitchell and Samuel Basher, just about level now with Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett. So it looks like it's going to be a Sydney University 1 and 2. Fremantle and Swan River Composite, Parnell and Davis sitting in 3rd place at the moment. So they're looking good for the bronze medal. We're coming into the final stages now. There's been the push from Garnett and Corbett. They've looked out to the right-hand side, realised that their clubmates are really starting to make that boat sit up nicely and push on through. And you can see there the splash as they get the oars in the water. It's some nice clean rowing though here from Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett from Sydney University, and they are going to be the under-21 men's champions, pairs champions of Australia for for 2026. Sydney University's Finlay Mitchell and Samuel Basher will take the silver medal. Third place will go to the crew on the far side of the course. So that is Blair Parnell from Swan River and Liam Davis from Fremantle Rowing Club. Coming through in fourth place will be another crew on the far side of the course. So that will be lane number 8, Monty Salabank and Samuel Stewart. And then in behind them, we have the crews from Sydney Rowing Club. In fifth place, that's Max Mason, Oliver Edwards. Sydney Rowing Club, Ferdinand Hanlieb and Edward Leckie back in sixth place. Seventh place will go to the crew, another crew on the far side of the course. So that is Sydney University's Matthew Coleman and Henry Slatter ahead of Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Coxless Pairs Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Rachel Kinnemeth, Director Rowing Australia and Sydney Olympian. In third place and bronze medalist, UTS Haberfields. UTS are represented by Madeline Swain and Madeline Mannons. They're coached by Sam Fennessy. Second place and silver medalists, Melbourne University. Melbourne University are represented by Amy Cruff and Emily Anthony. They're coached by Emma Dyke. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, the University of Western Australia. Their crew, Sophie Strickland and Grace Oldmeadow. They're coached by Roland Warren. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists. As we head back on the course, it is the B final of the Under-23 Women's Singles Sculls. In lane number 1 from the Australian National University, Brooklyn Leslie, coached by Nigel Harding. Lane 2 from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Gemma Jansen Van Buren, coached by Gus Rodero. Lane 3 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Imogen Hubbard, coached by Jack O'Dea and John Gearing. Lane 4 from Buckingham Rowing Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Alana Edwards. Lane 5, also supported by the Tasmania Institute of Sport, Olivia Yates from Tasmania University. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Jacinta Caruso. Lane 7 from Pine Rivers Rowing Club, Ella Smith, coached by Glenn Smith. And Lane 8 from Tamar Rowing Club, Ashley Cherry, and she's coached by Andrew Hull. And it is lane number 5, Olivia Yates, who has the lead as they come up towards the 1,500 metres. So still 750 metres left to go. I put the mockers on it. I said the wind was starting to die down, and then all of a sudden it's gusting back up again, and we can hear it whistling past us here in the comm tower. So we can see here the conditions still pretty tough here the B final of the under-23 women's single sculls. Olivia Yates from Tasmania University, though, keeping her bow ball out in front. As they come up towards the 1,500 metre timing point, it will be a commanding lead for the local. She'll be used to the conditions here. It's generally a headwind or a tailwind. We've been blessed with some tailwinds, but now here on finals day, it is the headwinds that are really starting to make life difficult. So this is the B final. The A final is not too far away. We're keeping an eye on that for the keeping an eye on how that race is progressing. Olivia Yates here in the B final, leading out though. She is ahead of Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club, back in second place. 10 seconds between first and second, and that little bit of local knowledge really helping out.
Stuart, just a quick update on that A final, because literally they've started about 2 to 3 minutes apart. Eliza Bridgefoot is leading the A final, Liesl Page in second, Sarah Burke in third, and then it's a 5-second gap back to Sophie Malcolm in fourth. That was at the 500, so Bridgefoot, Page and Burke, we're expecting that one to be a close-fought contest, so we'll keep you updated, because we're about to get the time checks for the 1K for that A final. But here in the B final, Olivia Yates leading the way, and quite comfortably so, from Imogen Hubbard.
So Yates from Tasmania University keeping that boat moving nicely. Lane number 3, Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club. You can see her just coming onto the screen at the moment, and you really get that idea from this drone footage as to how much that wind is, how much that headwind is really pushing up against the rowers. So they're really having to keep the arms out straight as possible for as long as possible throughout the stroke. Really put those legs down, get the pressure on with every stroke, and try and keep the boat moving as much as possible. It is a bit of a gap back then to Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club. Gemma Jansen van Buren from the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club sitting in third place at the moment, as we just see here, lane number 5. Olivia Yates, she is our race leader. She'll have been very happy to see the boys that match her Zooty colour, and the red boys marking the last 250 metres. It's a nice push coming here, though, from Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club. She's now, as they come in, as we say, coming into that final stages, it does mean that the boat gets to move just that little bit quicker, a little bit less wind. The waves have had less distance to travel, so it does mean that the conditions are just a touch nicer, although we are talking things relative. Gemma Jansen van Buren from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club still keeping a couple of boat lengths ahead of Buckingham's Alana Edwards, and then looking across from her, we've got Jacinta Caruso from Melbourne University, Ella Smith from Pine Rivers, Ashley Cherry from Tamar Rowing Club, and then Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University. We'll go through very quickly now the final stages here of the B final of the women's under-23s. It is going to be a win for Olivia Yates from Tasmania University. She'll cross the line in first place, and never can the buzzer have been quite so blessed as what it would be right about now. Second place will go to Imogen Hubbard from the West Australian Rowing Club, and it looks like it's going to be Gemma Jansen van Buren from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, who is going to come through in third place. She'll finish about a boat length ahead of Alana Edwards from Buckingham Rowing Club, and then back to Jacinta Caruso from Melbourne University, Ella Smith from Pine Rivers, Ashley Cherry from Tamar, and then Brooklyn Leslie from the Australian National University.
Alrighty, so under 23 women's single scull. Now, it's pretty similar to what we saw at the 500. The 1K splits have come through. I don't know whether you're getting them online, but there's a slight miscalculation there. So it's definitely Eliza Bridgefoot who is in front, and second place is Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, but it's all of a sudden getting very, very tight. Sarah Burke from Uni of Queensland was in third at the 500. She will have potentially moved closer to that silver medal position. So too Centenary Sophie Malcolm out of the Queensland Academy of Sport. Well, Stuart was talking about it yesterday. Page, Malcolm, Bridgefoot, Burke. Who is it going to be? Carolyn McNally from Adelaide University has slipped off the pace in this one, because we remember, this is why it does look a little bit awkward to you, because a lot of the fastest competitors were in exactly the same race yesterday. So that means that they are spread out across the course.
And Sarah Burke, she's actually rowing in the boat that Kim Brennan rowed in 2016 when she won the gold at Rio de Janeiro. So let's see if that's able to get her over the line in again what's some very tough conditions. Same way it was at Rio. You can see that yellow M packer. She's in with a shot of a medal here.
Well, it knows exactly what to do in these conditions, that yellow M packer. And you can still see out in front, it is the Uni of Queensland Zudi, Eliza Bridgefoot, but there is 3 here fighting it out for the final 2 medals on the podium. Who can get themselves there? You can see in the background Sophie Malcolm moving up there on Bridgefoot. Bridgefoot shouldn't have an issue here with 100 metres to go. It's 2nd and 3rd though. Who is going to finish in the dreaded 4th position, and who is going to claim a silver or a bronze medal? There's some movement coming from Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. At the moment, it's probably Page who's sitting in 4th place right now. Centenary's Sophie Malcolm has moved up into the silver medal position. Sarah Burke in Kim Brennan's boat from 2016 Olympics may well be slipping away from bronze, but then a missed stroke from Page. So it's Bridgefoot who claims the national title in the under-23 women's single. And I reckon Liesl Page, she just had a messy stroke there. It's going to be very tight on the line. I reckon that will require a photo finish. It's silver to Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, and that is way too close to call in that final of the under-23 women's single for the bronze medal. And you've got to feel for them, because one of them is going to be on the podium, the other one's going to finish in 4th place, and there's not much going to be between them. Zoe Bond from Mossman will finish in 5th place. 6th will go the way of Mercantile's Georgia Campbell over there on the far side of the course. And then Zara Kafuri from Mercantile come home before Carolyn McNally rounds out this field in the A final of the under-23 women's single. Now, Stuart, the B final of the under-23 men's single is just about to finish as well. It's all happening here. Despite the win, these scullers are going to have to get themselves off the course pretty quickly, because the men's single is about 150 or 200 metres away from finishing up here, and it's Jack Power from UTS Haberfield who is in front at the moment from his clubmate Oscar Baragi. You can see over on this near side of the course looks to be Uni of Queensland sitting there in 3rd place. That's lane 3, Mitchell Owen. But, I should say over on this near side, just sneaking away, Jude Shermer. He's just hiding, and he may well be pushing up here on Jack Power. And I reckon Jude Shermer, he's going to make things pretty tight for the UTS sculler. Shermer in lane 1. Now, how desperate here is Jack Power to claim the win? Well, it got a little bit difficult there at the back end, so it is Jude Shermer who claims it from Jack Power. Oscar Baragi in 3rd place, 4th place to Mitchell Owen in this B final. 5th should go to Mitch McGeever, and then Oscar Shielgamborg from Mossman, followed in by the fast finishing Joshua Hankey from WA.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-21 men's coxless pairs Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Tina Ma, Chair of Rowing Tasmania. Third place and bronze medalists representing Fremantle Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club, Blair Parnell and Liam Davis. They're coached by Mark Beer, David Vandis and Neville Kempton. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney University. Their crew of Finlay Mitchell and Samuel Basher. They're coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, Sydney University. The crew of Max Garnett and Raphael Corbett. They're coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
Alrighty, and in the background, it's the A final of the under-23 men's single scull, and it's Max Curry from Hawthorn, who is in the gold medal position at the moment. Adam Holland from Sydney University in silver, and Oliver Evanswood, the South Australian champion. He is there in third place in the bronze medal as they come into the last 100 metres. So they've just got to keep their boats moving nice and clean here at the back end, and Adam Holland should hang on to this silver medal. Evanswood is trying to come for it right at the end, but it's going to be Hawthorn who are going to claim the under-23 men's single scull championship of Australia. It is Max Curry, and coming at him on the line, Oliver Evanswood, but it's Adam Holland who's just going to hold on for the silver medal. Evanswood with the bronze. Mossman Rowing Club's Tobias Elias in fourth place. Fifth place to Jasper Boyce from Adelaide Uni. Darcy James in sixth. Alexander Williams from Adelaide University in seventh place. And then Lachlan Brown from WA Rowing Club will round out this field in the under-23 men's single.
So just a reminder, with the wind about, please ensure all boats are strapped to the racks. So with the wind about at the moment and throughout today, please ensure that all boats are strapped to the racks.
Alrighty, Stuart. Well, we're going to have a change in commentary. Chris McCarthy and Lizzie Chapman are jumping in, and we'll go and try and find somewhere warm, I reckon.
The one thing I can tell you as you walk down the course, you're going to get blown down there with a ferocious tailwind. And yeah, that wind really has picked up. So just another call out to athletes and coaches to please make sure that your boats are firmly secured onto the racks. And for those who are coming down the course, as you come past the finish line, please make sure you go right down to the end of the yellow buoys or further, because you're being blown back really quickly. Okay, so we've got a fine race on the ahead in front of us here, with the under-23 women's coxless pairs, A final.
The B final is on the course, but we're riding with the A final here, and a stacked field ahead of us, Lizzie Chapman.
We do. We have the University of Queensland Boat Club in lane 1, Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan. Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport pair of Emma Pittman and Greta Spencer in lane 2. In lane 3 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. In lane 4 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. In lane 6 from Sydney University Boat Club, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. In lane 7 from Mercantile, Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adem. And in lane 8 from Sydney University Boat Club, Alice McCready with Alice Reedy.
Thank you, Lizzie. And it is those on the extremities of the course, that crew that you just mentioned there, of Alice McCready and Alice Reedy running in second. And the University of Queensland's Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan leading the charge now as they approach the 1,000 metre mark here of the A final of the under-23 women's coxless pair. And so what we're seeing with this this wind, it's almost a bit of an equaliser, isn't it, Lizzie? That even though our higher seeded crews through heats and semi-finals and repecharges and all the rest of it should be in the centre of the course, this wind presenting its own unique challenges here on the first day of finals, the Thursday, day 4
of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. The crews in the centre of the course starting to come back into it now, so you can see second over from the far side, Sydney University's Alex O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers there, sort of third from the top of the picture, battling in for the medals. They're still a length down, and they're doing battle with Melbourne University's Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins, who were the quickest qualifiers in the heats. Second quickest qualifier in the heats, Tamara Bates and Grace Barrera. Well, they're a long way off the back of the field, and this would be a bit of an upset result. They were the New South Wales champions in the 21 pair, the junior champions last year, and at the moment don't look like they're in a position to challenge for a medal here in the under-23 coxless pair. Through the 1500 metre mark they come, and over on the far side of the course there, Alice McCready and Alice Reedy, coached by Philip Bergeron and Alan Bennett, are leading by just half a boat length from the crew on the near side of the course from the University of Queensland, Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan. So from the extremities of the course and doing it well are those two combinations on either side of the course. We're not having any timing coming up here, so I can't quite get you the margins, but Alice McCready from hailing originally from Newcastle, I believe, Lizzie Chapman, and Alice Reedy from moving down from Queensland in the last year, and they are still leading this race. Melbourne University coming back into it now are Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. As I said, the quickest qualifier, we'll see both of them line up for Victoria on Sunday in the Queen's Cup for the under-23s, making the move up into the Open 8 for that event. This is certainly not over yet. This will be one of the quickest, one of the quickest, but one of the closest, certainly one of the closest finals we've had so far this morning, Lizzie. And look at that, 3 crews going stroke for stroke. Melbourne University Boat Club, you can see there in the centre of your picture, leading the Sydney Rowing Club crew to their left-hand side of Nicole Vance and Amelia Carpenter. Nicole Vance, the lightweight from New Zealand, who's rowing in the Victoria Cup on the weekend, and Amelia Carpenter here from the UK, from Oxford Brooks. But they're currently running in 4th. Still a shot at a medal if they can overcome the University of Queensland crew on the near side of the course. But the race is going to be between Sydney University in lane 8 on the right-hand side of your picture, as we enjoy beautiful drone footage here. We were out of action with the drone with the rain yesterday, but in the wind, no problems whatsoever for our skillful drone pilot. And then in the centre of the course, here comes the Melbourne University crew of Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins. Beth Ross, the coach there, and they are timing their run to the line to perfection. They'll just have to avoid the boys there. It is tricky in these windy conditions. Very small little lane markers here at Lake Barrington, and hard to tell where you are, but I think they've hit the lead, have Melbourne University Boat Club. Melbourne University from Sydney University, from the University of Queensland. So the tertiary education institutions doing well here in the under-23 women's coxless pair. What a run here from Melbourne University. They look down and out at the 1,000 metre mark, but they have timed this run to perfection. And in a couple of big strokes, it looks like they will take the national championship. And from the University of Queensland, it's Mercantile on the far side of the course, rather. Lucy Gillen and Eloise Adam, and I've called incorrectly there, that will take the bronze. University of Queensland, hold on for the silver. Mercantile for the bronze medal here. So Melbourne University, your national champions in the under-23 women's coxless pair. Lizzie, that was quite a tight race for the headwind. We're missing a little bit of timing up here, so we'll bring you the official results as soon as we can. But look at what it means there to the Melbourne University pair. Lying back, big hugs all around. What a hard-fought victory.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Murray Doust, Under-23 Single Sculler in 1984 at Lake Barrington, gold medalist in the double scull at the 1981 Match to Seniors in Essen, West Germany. Third and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page. Liesl is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Second and silver medalist, representing Centenary Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm. And our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, representing the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Eliza Bridgefoot. Eliza is coached by Don McLaughlin. Congratulations to all our medalists in the under-23 women's single scull. And on the course now, we have the B final of the under-23 men's coxless pair. We have the University of Queensland in lane 2, Emmanuel Koger and Joe Tyne. We have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Swan River in lane 4, Fergus McNamara and Quinton Marketos. In lane 5, Sydney University Boat Club, Jack Cullen and Gus Chizolka. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Miles Leyburn and Joshua Felderhoff. And in lane 7, Mercantile, James Simpson and Sam Chin.
Thank you, Lizzie. And just trying to pick out who that is who is leading the race, because a little bit of steering going on there. I did mention we get a good shot of it here. The boys, the lane markers here at Lake Barrington, are quite small and they sit a little bit lower in the water than at some other courses. So when we get this chop, actually quite difficult to see them. So sometimes we see a bit of steering, and it's not because really they're being blown all over the place. It is a straight up head and tail wind, but it is because it sometimes can be a little bit difficult to quite gauge where you are in that race or within your own lane. So I think it is that Swan River crew that we're seeing on the course there. We can see on the right-hand side of your picture Fergus McNamara and Quinton Marketos, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. It is who are leading this race quite comfortably, in fact. And back then to a close race for the minor positions with the Sydney crew of Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney and Emmanuel Koger and Joe Tyne from University of Queensland. And then over the right-hand side of the picture there, Sydney Uni's Jack Cullen and Gus Chizolka, all in for a shot and a top 3 finish here. And you can see maybe Swan Rivers just thought, hey, it's going to be easier if we just follow the boy line, and running along the boys there. The Swan River pair rowing I saw in the David Watts, the proud member, the proud West Australian who represented Australia at the Rio Olympic Games in the double scull. And there we go. They are back in their lane now, and moving clear are the West Australians from Swan River Rowing Club, leading quite comfortably here. Or I dare say, Lizzie, not too much on the course would be particularly comfortable here. It is. I would hazard a guess. It's maybe just eased ever so slightly as to what we had half an hour ago. Having a look at some of the times, just ever so slightly.
Well, I've just walked up the course and nearly got blown away. And certainly, coaches are saying crews aren't to go training. Yep. They're making that decision for them. So, yep, everybody being careful. I would not like to row a coxless pair in this.
I wouldn't like to row anything in this, Lizzie. I'm quite liking it up here in the commentary box. Commentary box is actually quite warm. We get a little bit of a greenhouse going on up here when the sun's shining, no matter how it feels outside. But it does sway a little bit in the wind, which is a bit disconcerting.
True.
So a good battle for third place at the moment between Jackson Gersoy and Maxim Maloney. Jackson Gersoy actually spent most of the season out with a forearm injury, and so I think he was pretty happy to be just back in the boat. Was a little bit disappointed missing out on the A final. I spoke to him earlier, but I think happy to be here. And Maxim Maloney, I think these two rode a double scull back in under-17s together back here at their first Nationals in 2021. And I actually rode a sprint quad with them at Nationals in 2021, our first time here at Lake Barrington. It didn't go very well, but either way, that's my connection to the race on the water. You can see the Sydney University pair there of Jack Cullen and Gus Chizolka. Gus Chizolka having rode for Australia on the junior team last year. St Joseph's College old boy won the GPS Head of the River a couple of years ago. But it's all about the pair from Swan River Rowing Club from over west. It is a long journey here to Tasmania from Perth. And Fergus McNamara and Quinton Marquetos are going to get the best value out of that journey that they possibly can in this race, and will go on to win the B final of the under-23 men's coxless pair, barring disaster. They're still leading by a neat boat length from the University of Queensland. It's going to be tight for third place between the Sydney crew and the Sydney University crew. They have been exchanging the lead the entire way down the course. It will be Swan River by just 3/4 of a length in the end from the University of Queensland. Very tight for third place here in this B final, the under-23 men's pair. Very tight indeed. It'll just be Sydney over Sydney University. So Sydney Rowing Club in third, Sydney University in fourth place. Then back to the two mercantile pairs on the far side of the course, and the combination of Miles LeBurn and Joshua Felderhoff currently leading their club mates James Simpson and Sam Chin for fifth and sixth place in the B final of the under-23 men's pair.
Moving on to the A final of the under-23 men's coxless pair, we have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Hugh Harold and Will Clubb. In lane 2, a composite of Tom Foley from Melbourne University Boat Club and Samuel Forbes from the University of Queensland Boat Club and the QAS. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Thomas and Matthias Maloney. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin and Monty Martin. In lane 5, a composite of Joshua Wilson from UTS Haberfield and Winston Hooper from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 6, a third Sydney Rowing Club crew, Ben Muffet and MacArthur Bucknell, all three crews coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In lane 7, a composite of Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland Boat Club and Henry Belcher from Adelaide Uni and the South Australian Sports Institute. And in lane 8, a composite of Lex Tucker from the University of Queensland Boat Club with Will Rogers of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. The presentation of medals for the Merv Wood Trophy for the Under-23 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Murray Doust, Under-23 Single Sculls in 1984 at Lake Barrington, gold medalist in the double scull at the 1981 Match to Seniors in Essen, West Germany. In third place, and our bronze medalist, representing Adelaide University, Oliver Evans-Wood. In second place, and silver medalist, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Adam Holland. Adam is coached by Tom Lorridge. And our gold medalist and our national championship 2026, representing Hawthorn Rowing Club, Max Curry. Max is coached by Tristan Kriskevsky and Jamie Forward.
Well, thank you, Lizzie. And over on the course, the A final of the under-23 men's coxless pair coming to a rapid conclusion. And as it has been all the way down the course and extending their lead, the Sydney and University of Queensland composite crew of Alec Hoskin from Sydney, Monty Martin from the University of Queensland. They were the silver medalists in this event in 2025. And in 2026, they'll be national champions in the under-23 men's coxless pair. Back to the second UQ composite, Tom Foley from Melbourne Uni, Sam Forbes from the University of Queensland. They will be the silver medalists. Bronze will go the way of Sydney's Maloney brothers, Thomas and Matthias there in third place, edging out their club mates in lane 1. The Sydney crew there of Hugh Harold and Will Clubb. Third place will go to the combination over in Station 5, the Melbourne Uni and UTS crew. Josh Wilson from UTS, Winston Hooper from Melbourne University Boat Club. Then back over to in sixth place, Drew Waitman and Henry Belcher from UQ and Adelaide Uni, with Lex Tucker and William Rogers from UQ and Sydney Uni, and then Ben Muffet and MacArthur Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club in 8th place.
Provisional time for that A final in the under-23 men's coxless pair, 7 minutes 50.76. Congratulations to Alec Hoskin and Monty Martin. The presentation of medals for the under-23 women's coxless pair championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Murray Doust, under-23 single sculler in 84 at Lake Barrington, gold medalist in the double scull at the 81 match to seniors in Essen, West Germany. Third and bronze medalists, Mercantile Rowing Club. Eloise Adem. And Lucy Gillen. The crew is coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. Second and silver medalists, the University of Queensland Boat Club. Apologies, the crew was coached by Lachlan Johnston and Randall Martin. So that's Tyler Hutter and Gabrielle Ryan. And our gold medalists and our national champions for 2026, Melbourne University Boat Club. Chloe Nevins in the stroke seat and Meg Dumbrell in the bow seat. The crew is coached by Beth Ross. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-23 women's coxless pair.
Thank you, Lizzie. And we have a C final on the course, moving up to the open categories, and the open women's single scull making their way down through the headwind here on Lake Barrington.
We do. In lane 3, we have Jacinta Essam. She represents the Australian National University and is coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4, we have Denise Trammell from Barwon Rowing Club. In lane 5, Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club. She's coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. And in lane 6 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Isabel Townsend, who's coached by Ron Mobbs and Darren Potts.
Thank you, Lizzie. And so they're through the, or just approaching the 1,000 metre mark now. And now timing at the 500, we had Denise Tremul from Barwon Rowing Club, who we can see on the left-hand side of your picture there in station number 4, who was leading by 7 seconds at that first timing point, and I would say has only extended that margin quite comfortably over the scullers on the far side of the course. So Toowong's Jemima Powell, and then Adelaide Rowing Club's Isabel Townsend, and Jacinta Essam from the Australian National University. You can just see up in the top right-hand corner of your picture. It is certainly a challenge to even just make the way down the course here. And so the margins there just extending out in the second 500. There's a good onboard of Denise Tremul from Barwon Rowing Club in the stripes, and she has made it her case well clear for a win here in the C final. 13.5, almost 14 seconds there, back to Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club and Isabel Townsend from Adelaide Rowing Club, who they're not quite, they're still locked in a good little battle here for second and third place. And we go all the way back then, some margin. There's Jacinta Essam from ANU just coming through the 1,000-metre mark there, that red buoy. As the boys change colours, that is the 1,000 metres, so we'll get some timing pop up there and some way back in the field. Just a chance to catch our breath here, Lizzie, on the waters of Lake Barrington. I think I'll take back what I said earlier about the wind maybe looking a little bit better. There was a couple of races there where I thought it might just be looking a little bit, I don't want to say the words easier, but I thought it might just be starting to subdue. We almost will certainly see the wind start to die down later in the day. It's what we do normally see here at Lake Barrington, and with any luck, it might even swap around I know last year it was calm in the early morning and then headwinds through the morning session and tailwinds for the afternoon. So I'm sure that's what we can only hope for with the Schools Championship officially getting underway this afternoon with schoolgirl and schoolboy single sculls, and then the quads and the eights right at the close of the day's racing all the way through to about 6 p.m. This afternoon, or this evening rather. Tell you who this wind is not bothering. It is Denise Tremul from Barwon Rowing Club in the striped zooty there in the grey shell, and she looks like she's just out for a training row, just cruising over through the 1,500 metre mark now. Tell you what, I'll spare a thought for our timing staff in the 1,500 metre hut. So where the camera is there, the little hut that the camera is placed on, that's where our timing gets done from, and I'm sure it's a lovely place to be on a beautiful, calm day. But I think today, I'd be hoping that they've had their seasickness tablets down there in those huts, and likewise for our boat race officials. You can see them there trailing the field and making sure that everyone's safe and well. I know you might have missed it, Lizzie, but we did have another capsize this morning. One of our medalists in the under-23 single scull after the finish line, just below us here in the commentary tower, went for a bit of a swim. I certainly would not want to be in the water
poor
here.
Thing. And the poor officials down there were trying to get everybody who was coming across the finish line to back it down. But of course, for them, it's a roaring tailwind once they've turned around.
Exactly.
You've not really got much control.
Exactly. And we're seeing it. I think the best illustration of it is when people cross the line and they're understandably pretty spent and want to have a rest, and they stop across the line, and about 5 seconds later you see the boat just start accelerating back the other way, about the same speed as they came across the line. And you do need to keep rowing through the finish line here, otherwise you're at danger of being blown back down to the start line. And I think after rowing 2,000 metres, the last thing you're going to want to do is have another crack at it a couple of minutes later, thanks to the wind. So Denise Tremul from Barwon Rowing Club through the 1,500 metre mark now, and we've got a great show of how to deal with these conditions. She's squaring up nice and early and getting in nice and cleanly, and getting as much length around the back turn as possible, and that's certainly helping her get value for money out there in these tricky conditions. And we'll have a look at that margin as the drone zooms out. Back now to battle for second place, which still remain fairly tight over the middle 1,000 metres of this race. Toowong's Jemima Powell leading Adelaide's Isabel Townsend. Jacinta Essam some way back now in fourth place on the near side of the course. Is halfway between the 1500 and the 1750 at the moment. So just about 200 metres left to row for our leading sculler from the Barwon Rowing Club. A Victorian victory here, barring disaster. Queenslander of Jemima Powell will run second. Isabel Townsend from Adelaide currently running third. I'd say, honestly, in these conditions, Lizzie, 5 seconds is doable with a little sprint finish. But whether they've got it in the legs, because boy, hard work here to get these ones, get the strokes in on the waters of Lake Barrington here. Be feeling very, very heavy. What do you think the coaches are doing down there to react to any crews that are about to get on the water? How much changing, frantic, searching for a Phillips head and a T25 for concept doors?
And a tape measure.
And a tape measure to change the rigging you think's going on, Lizzie?
Yeah, and I'm not one for changing gearing. I just think you change the way you row. But this is definitely a day for considering it, isn't it? No, I think you're right. Busy in the boat park, certainly busy keeping everything strapped down and just making sure people have got a bit of a plan for when they get out there.
There is Denise
That's an impressive
Trimmel.
win for Denise. Well done.
Yeah. Sure.
11:26.
Yeah, it's probably not the quickest time she's ever done over 2Ks, but I'm sure it's probably one of the biggest margins. I'd say most athletes have not won by a margin this big. It's going to be over 30 seconds. Well and truly back to the Queensland sculler, Jemima Powell from Toowong Rowing Club. No charge coming from the Adelaide Rowing Club's Isabel Townsend. There is the Toowong sculler, 32 seconds in the end, the margin to second place. She can hardly believe it. Sore forearms there.
Oh, yeah. Poor thing.
And Isabel Townsend from Adelaide Rowing Club. And then we'll be a little bit further back to Jacinta Essam from the Australian National University. What a good boat name there, Lizzie. The Bronze Serpent for the Adelaide Rowing Club boat.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Murray Doust, Under-23 single sculler in the 1984 Lake Barrington and gold medalist in the double scull at the 1981 Match to Seniors in Essen, West Germany. Third place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club. Matthias Maloney and Thomas Maloney. The crew is coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. Second and silver medalists representing the University of Queensland Boat Club, Melbourne University Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sam Forbes from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Tom Foley from Melbourne University Boat Club. The crew's coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Our gold medalists and national champions for 2026. The University of Queensland Boat Club and Sydney Rowing Club. Monty Martin from the University of Queensland Boat Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. The crew is coached by Randall Martin and Shane Mulvaney. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the under-23 men's coxless pair.
Thank you, Lizzie. B final of the single coming to a close. Annika Reardon from ANU taking the win there over Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River and Brianna Murray from ANU back in third place. But the A final of the Open Women's Single Scull is underway and just approaching the 1,500 metre mark. And we are riding on board or just from above here. And Lizzie, we have a battle for the ages on our hands here between two of the top scullers in the country.
In lane 1, we have Catherine Kahn of the ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 2, Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. In lane 3, Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 4, Tara Rigney from Mossman Rowing Club, the New South Wales Institute of Sport, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 5, Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 6, Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport. In lane 7, Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. She's coached by Sam Fennessy. And in lane 8, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah De Ure.
Well, Lizzie, it is a battle of youth versus experience out here on these choppy, difficult conditions. Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield, who was the national champion in the under-23 single scull last year, has led this race pretty much through to the 1,500 metre mark. And then it's Tara Rigney. She's been knocking on the door the entire way down the course in the Mossman colours this year, following her coach. She has such a great relationship with Alfie Young, and she's just been biding her time. We haven't seen a whole lot of her yet this season, but she's just been biding her time throughout this race. She was fourth at the Paris Olympic Games, so she's got the experience. She's certainly the inform or the premier single sculler in the country, and she's just moved through in the final 500 metres here. Has Tara Rigney. You can see her in the M-package shell on the left-hand side of your picture. Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield, the Tara old girl who has been in the under-23 quad for the last couple of years, and a great crack to come out and really take this race to the more experienced sculler there in the early stages. There's Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club in lane 5, who is running in the bronze medal position. Not traditionally a sculler, but the Gippsland Grammar graduate who loves seeing the Gippy Grammar girls out on the water here, running in third place at the moment. Tara Rigney has timed this race to perfection. It was Sarah Fard early on, but Tara Rigney in the Mossman Rowing Club colours, the fourth place sculler at the Paris Olympic Games, will be the national champion in the Women's Open Single Scull. Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield will have the silver medal, and Paige Barr from Mercantile Rowing Club will secure herself the bronze medal here in the Open Women's Single Scull. Fairly bit more spread out for the minor placings, but Sarah De Ure over on the far side of the course for Melbourne University Boat Club. She'll run in fourth place. And it'll be back to the Sydney University sculler in lane 2. Pymble Ladies College. I think we'll just ignore the times on the screen there. 6:53 would 6:53 be a world's best time, Lizzie? I think in the women's single it'd be very close if not. So I don't think it's 6:53, but Sarah De Ure fourth there. Emily Shepherd from Sydney University running fifth. Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club in sixth place, and then in seventh, I think it'll be here on the near side of the course. Romy Cantwell, rather, from Melbourne Uni, maybe just stopped a little bit before the line and struggled to get over the finish line. And then Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University Boat Club. She was telling me yesterday that the heat race that she had here was her first 2K race in over a year, because she's been rowing beach sprints. And, well, this would have felt pretty long, I'd say, as Catherine Kahn comes across the line.
Yes, so we're pretty sure it wasn't a finish time of 6:53, but it definitely was a win for Tara Rigney of Mossman and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. The silver's going to go to Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield, New South Wales Institute of Sport, and the bronze medal to Paige Barr of Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport. And moving on to the C final of the Open Men's Single Scull. On the water now, Jordan Roberts from Mercantile in lane 1, Jake Polkinghorn of Mercantile in lane 2, Hamish Allen of Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 3, James Meads of Banks Rowing Club in lane 4, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club in lane 5, Chi Fung Chan from Team Hong Kong in lane 6. Ben Horsnell of Surfers Paradise Rowing Club in lane 7, Joshua Lascock of Adelaide Rowing Club in lane 8.
Yeah, so C finals in these singles owing to the new progression system, which I'm glad we had better win than this for the new progression system. Otherwise, there'd be all sorts of questions and it would all be a little bit up in the air, I think. But in the C final of the Open men's singles scull, that's the Surfers Paradise sculler of Ben Horsnell we're seeing on the screen. He's running second to Jordan Roberts from Mercantile on the near side of the course here in station number 1. Jordan Roberts, the former lightweight, won the Penrith Cup last year, I believe, and here in the C final, the Open men's single, and will take a victory here as well. And there, Jordan Roberts crossing the line. And then back to Griffith University Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, of Ben Horsnell in second place, and then back in third place in the blue shell of the National Training Centre. Not at the National Training Centre full-time just yet, but Olympic bronze medalist there. Jack Cleary in third place. Banks Rowing Club will run fourth. Their representative James Meads there, shaking his head, clearly not impressed with the conditions there. But Joshua Lascock runs in fifth place. Sixth will go the way of Mercantile's Jake Polkinghorne. That does round out the C final, I believe, here of the Open men's single scull.
And the B finals now in progress. We've got Tom Anderson of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 1, coached by Tom Lorridge. Alexander Wolf of Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme in lane 2, coached by Tom Westgarth. We have Sam Green from UTS Haberfield in lane 3. He's coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. Johnson Daubney of Swan River Rowing Club and the National Rowing Training Centre in lane 4. Patrick Rochek of Melbourne University Boat Club in 5, Hamish Harding of the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme in 6. He's coached by Tom Westgarth and his dad, Nigel Harding. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Pasha Bevan, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And in lane 8, Ben Clayton of the University of WA.
Thank you, Lizzie. A little bit tighter here in the B final. Johnson Daubney from the National Training Centre, Swan River Rowing Club colours. Currently leading this race, just over a boat length from the sculler on the far side. That's Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club, who was in the B final of this event last year, and I think a second place would possibly be an improvement on that result. I'll just double check if I can get it up in front of me. But Pasha Bevan, after a few years away from the sport, after representing Australia at the Junior World Championships in 2017, he was third last year in the Open men's single scull B final, ran behind his clubmate Nick Miro. But now he's got to look out for Sam Green from UTS on the left-hand side of your picture. And the UTS scullers had a great season so far and has had some tight finishes already. Cormac Kennedy Leverett came at him like a freight train at the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. What a great finish that was, and he managed to hold it off. But both these scullers actually challenging Johnson Daubney there. We can see in the blue shell in Station 4, and who has led quite comfortably the whole way, or at least for the last 1,000 metres or so of this race. But here come Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club and Sam Green from UTS Haberfield. Can the up-and-comers from those two Sydney clubs make inroads on our early race leader? Pasha Bevan in the sky blue on the right-hand side of your picture. There's Sam Green in the Empaka shell, the Nudgee College graduate, moved down from Queensland to UTS Haberfield, and now challenging for a win here in the B final of the Open men's single scull. Pasha Bevan on the far side of the course there, not out of it either. It will come right down to the line. Johnson Daubney still leading here. It's the Swan River sculler, the West Australian. A win for the taking here in the B final. I think Sam Green might have just moved ahead, but it is very close between Sam Green and Pasha Bevan. Pasha Bevan third last year. Can he make it a second? Johnson Daubney will take the win. Second place goes to Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club, and third back to Sam Green from UTS Haberfield. And the A final for the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy, Lizzie, is coming at us now, and these are some of the best athletes in the country on the course.
Indeed they are. We've got Dom Frederico from Mercantile and the Victorian Institute of Sport in Lane 1. He's coached by Scott Rowe. We have Nick Blackman from Adelaide University Boat Club and the National Training Centre in Lane 2. Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club and the National Training Centre in Lane 3. Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme in Lane 4. Marcus Della Marta from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre in Lane 5. Jackson Free from Cand and the National Training Centre in 6. Hamish Danks from Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in 7. And Mitchell Reinhardt of Adelaide Rowing Club and the National Training Centre in 8.
Thank you, Lizzie. This is going to be a cracking race. Have a look at Marcus Delamata on the screen there. He led this race at the 500-metre mark last year, but in the end wasn't enough and finished in 8th place. This year, he was not leading at the 500-metre mark. It was Cormac Kennedy Leverett who was in the lead, and Marcus Delamata was back in a couple seconds back in second, but has moved through in the middle of this race and is currently leading the race for the Open Men's Single Scull by 3 seconds from Jackson Free from Cand in the National Training Centre. Cormac Kennedy Leverett rowing in the Sydney Rowing Club colours, the Queenslander who's won 8 national titles in the single but never in the Opens category, currently running in 3rd place. You can see Cormac there really battling the conditions, and in the foreground is Nick Blackman from the Adelaide University Boat Club. Hamish Danks from Sydney Uni is in 3rd place and actually still in with a shot of landing on the podium. Could it be 2 Sydney University scullers on the podium here? But for Marcus Delamata, this would be a statement victory if he can go on and convert this form here at the National Championships. Jackson Free this year sealed his 8th Queensland State Championship in the single scull and would love to go on and convert that to a national title for the very special Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy. He was obviously the team doctor for a number of years here in Australia and served with the Australian rowing team for such a long time and is memorialised with the trophy that bears his name. But there we can see Cormac Kennedy Leverett. A few more tidy strokes, but it is close as they come into the 1,500 metre mark. So we'll get an update on timing. That is still Marcus Delamata in the lead here at the 1,500 metre mark. They'll take a couple more strokes and cross that timing point from Jackson Free, who is bearing down on him. And Cormac Kennedy Leverett on the near side has recovered well and is still in this race. This is going to be the race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, in the Open Men's Single Scull. Top 3 scullers in the country. They're all great, not only in the small boat, in the single scull, but can contribute to the bigger boat as well. Have all represented Australia at various points in their careers. Some more recently, some coming back. Cormac Kennedy Leverett at the junior and under 23 level a number of years ago in the Youth Olympic Games even. And on a comeback charge this year, having won the New South Wales State Championships. I think what's important to note here, Lizzie, that New South Wales Small Boats Regatta, the first regatta of the season, he was a good 6 seconds down at the 1,500 metre mark and absolutely came home like a freight train to take the win at that event. So could we see a sprint here from Kennedy Leverett and add to his 8 national titles in the smaller boats or in the younger age categories and add one in the open category? Could we see a sprint from Jackson Free, a first national title in the single scull? Could we see Marcus Delamata here hold on to that lead that he's worked so hard for in the middle of the race? Delamata and Free only separated by less than half a boat length now. They're into the last 250 metre mark. We've got 2 Queenslanders and 1 from Sydney. Marcus Delamata, the Newington College old boy who won a couple of $1,000s in New South Wales at the Sprint Eliminator and in fact does some work for Rowing New South Wales as well and is currently leading this race. A response from Delamata there. He's moved out another foot or so. I think that's too much work for Cormac Kennedy Leverett here in the late stages of this race, but looks destined for a bronze medal. Hamish Danks over on the far side of the course is not quite out of it either, but certainly I don't think will challenge for a medal. Marcus Delamata, I think he's going to hold on here. Jackson Free just finding it a little bit tough here in the closing strokes of the race. It is going to be a famous victory here for Marcus Delamata. He was the reserve on the senior team last year at the World Championships in Shanghai, and he has come back and put down some great performances at the local level. We saw him win over 250 metres, but he's going to win over 2,000 metres here. Marcus Delamato will hold the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy, win the Open Men's Single Scull. Jackson Free will seal a silver medal after a gutsy row, and Cormac Kennedy Leverett completes the podium in bronze. It'll be Hamish Danks, who graduating from the under-23 level, who runs fourth. Then on the near side of the course in lane one, we haven't mentioned him too much, but a great row there from Dom Frederico, the former lightweight, to run in fifth place. And then back a little while to Nick Blackman from the Adelaide University Boat Club, who will run fifth, and Mitch Reinhard from Adelaide in sixth place. And then in the centre of the course from the West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi will run in seventh place here in the Open Men's Single Scull. Eighth place, rather.
And as our final contestant crosses the line, we confirm that in the A final of the Open Men's Single Scull, the win was taken by Marcus Delamato of Sydney University Boat Club, the silver by Jackson Free of Cand, and the bronze medal by Cormac Kennedy Leverett of Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth, Hamish Danks, Sydney University. Fifth, Dom Frederico, Mercantile. Sixth, Nick Blackman, Adelaide University. Seventh, Mitchell Reinhardt, Adelaide. 8th, Alex Rossi, West Australian Rowing Club. Winning time, 8 minutes, 51.45. We'll now move to another presentation of medals. The presentation of medals and the Kim Brennan Cup for the Open Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Lyle McCarthy, OAM, Olympic gold medalist coach for Australia. Third and bronze medalist, Mercantile Rowing Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, represented by Paige Barr. Second and silver medalist, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Sarah Fard. Sarah is coached by Sam Fennessy. And our gold medalist for 2026 and our Australian national champion, Tara Rigney. Tara is representing Mossman Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, and she is coached by Alfie Young. The Kim Brennan Cup will now be presented to Tara by Lyle McCarthy, OAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and our medalists in the Open Women's Single Scull.
Well, B final underway now for the Open Women's Coxless pair, Lizzie, and things starting to build as we're seeing our national team representatives out on the water.
In the B final, we have Team Hong Kong in lane 2, Shung Yi Wong and King Wang Lung. In lane 3, Sydney University Boat Club, Tiffany Botha and Olivia Natty, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 4, a composite of Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club and the Victorian Institute of Sport, and Camille Kralikaite from the Australian National University, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 5, from Canned Rowing Club, Ella Mackenzie and Laura Chancellor. And in lane 6, a composite of the lady we call Geo. Ruby she's Aphrodite Geolakis and Stephanie Preller from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge.
Thank you, Lizzie. And perhaps a slightly left of field combination leading this race, the ANU Melbourne Uni combination. Lucy Steffen, Olympic gold medalist for Australia, and back in the boat, and teaming up with Camille Kralikaite wearing the ANU colours, but maybe better known for her exploits in the Lithuanian colours, when she was 4th at the Olympic Games in the pair in Paris. There's also, I believe, an under-23 world champion in the pair from the year before. And
what a nice pairs partner to have in water like this.
I know, it's certainly...
If Lucy can't have Cat Wary, she might as well have him.
Yeah, exactly. And so a very, very, very experienced combination here, and they are leading this race. That's the canned crew on the screen, Ella Mackenzie and Laura Chancellor. Ella Mackenzie coming back from university in the US. Laura Chancellor on a bit of a comeback charge this year as well. Won the Queensland Championships. In fact, won a number of gold medals at the Queensland Championships that JRN did not predict, and we were told as such from some of the girls from the Canned Rowing Club. A great performance at that regatta from those girls. It'll be a second in the B final, but first place in the B final for the Melbourne Uni ANU composite crew. And second to Canned. Third will be the crew on the far side of the course there, the Sydney Uni and Mercantile composite crew, and the All Sydney Uni crew on the near side of the course for 4th and 5th place will go the way of Team Hong Kong in lane 2. And Lizzie, the A final is bearing down on us thick and fast.
So exciting. Well, in lane 1, we've got Bella Scammell and Caitlin McManus Barrett representing Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT and New South Wales High Performance Programs. In lane 2, a composite, Lily Alton from University of Queensland Boat Club with Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club. Both of them are NTC athletes. In lane 3, Jamie Ford from Sydney Uni and the National Training Centre with Katie Easton from Melbourne Uni Boat Club. In lane 4, Bronnie Cox from University of WA and the NTC, and Georgie Rowe from UTS and the NTC. In lane 5, Jackie Swick from Swan River and Georgia Patton from West Australian, both NTC athletes. In lane 6, Emmy Frederico from Mercantile and Laura Gorley from UTS, both NTC athletes. In lane 7, Zara Collison and Taylor Cordwell, both Sydney University Boat Club and NTC athletes. And Gabby and Samantha Morton from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8.
Yeah, Lizzie, so for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, Sarah Tate, Olympic silver medalist in this boat class in London, a world champion in the 8 a couple of years prior, and taken from us too soon at the hands of cancer in 2016. A very special trophy for these women in the open women's coxless pair, and boy does it look like we can almost, we don't want to call anything too early, Lizzie, but Bronwyn Cox and Georgie Rowe leading this field by a couple of postcodes as they come across into the 1750 metre mark. Bronwyn Cox from the University of West Australia, Georgie Rowe from UTS Haberfield, both two-time Olympic representatives in the women's 8. Georgie Rowe, once again, the 5 kilometre ergo world record holder as of a couple of years ago. They have streaked out to a clear lead in this field, and it is very, very tight either side of them for the minor medals. 4 crews in contention for those minor medals at the moment. The crew in lane number 3, Jamie Ford and Katie Easton, or rather Lily Alton and Emma Bramwell in lane 2, who are right there doing battle with the crew in lane 5, the West Australian Swan River composite of Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton, who just take, there's maybe a dodgy little stroke there or a rogue wave crossing over the bow. That's our leading combination here, Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox, who are almost certainly going to hold the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy high. Here comes in on the action on the far side of the course, Emmy Frederico and Laura Goulet. Laura Goulet won the single last year here at the National Championships, and here for a chance at a medal in the pair. The Open Women's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia for the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy will go to Bronwyn Cox and Georgia Patton in 2026. The minor medals are anyone's guess, but it is going to be the West Australians for the silver. The West Australians for the silver, and then it'll just be Frederico and Goulet for the bronze medal Alton and Bramwell just edged out in the closing strokes there for 4th. 5th place will go the way of Jamie Ford and Katie Easton. Sydney's Morton sisters in lane 1, or rather, sorry, Scammell and McManus Barrett in lane 1 will run in 6th place. Zara Collison and Taylor Caudle from Sydney University in the NTC in 7th, and then Gabby Morton and Samantha Morton from Sydney Rowing Club in 8th place. What a race, Lizzie, fitting of the importance of this trophy at these championships.
Absolutely. 8:45.82 the time, so it'll probably be one of the slowest times we've ever had for this event. But congratulations to Bronnie Cox and Georgie Rowe taking out the title there in the women's coxless pair and claiming the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy, which I know they'll be absolutely delighted about.
All right, Lizzie, B final underway now for the Open men's coxless pair. We'll once again see some of the best athletes in the country in the next race in the A final for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy, but looks like maybe just 3 crews out. Oh, no, we do have all 4 crews out on the water in the B final race 311.
Looks like they've got a slight lull in the wind for this B final of the Open men's coxless pair. We've got Mercantile in 3, Hong Kong in 4, and 2 North S crews in lane 5 and 6. The Mercantile crew is Charlie McIntosh and Matt Fielding, coached by Scott Rowe. The Team Hong Kong crew is Sam Tung Lam and Pak Hong Chen. The North Esk crews are in lane 5, Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett, and in lane 6, Carl Breyer and Oggy Sullivan Arkless. They're both coached by Robert Ojeda and Trevor Barrett. Now, our North Esk Rowing Club, we've seen them so well represented across this whole regatta. I've noticed that Eskies is what they call themselves. They are the Eskies.
Oh, I love that. Not the chili bins.
That's from across the Dutch.
Across the Dutch, the chili buns. But yeah, that is the crew there in lane 3. It was at the 1500 metre mark, Charlie McIntosh and Matt Fielding from Mercantile who were leading. But it does look at the moment. But it does look like the locals mounting a bit of a charge there in lane 5. The Blue Decks, for the Eskies of Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. Jack Barrett, who I think his brother does a bit of coaching as well. And but Matt Dickenberg, who won every single event here at the every single Open event at the Tasmanian Championships a couple of weeks ago, but looks like he may have to settle for a silver medal in this one. Charlie McIntosh and Matt Fielding from Mercantile responding now in the last 150 metres of this race, and look destined for a win here in the B final of the Open men's coxless pair. And then over on the far side of the course, the Eskies, North Esk, will run second. Team Hong Kong running in 3rd place. There's a second North Esk crew of Breyer and Sullivan Arkless over on the far side of the course, who are somewhat out of this race for the top 3. It will be, barring disaster here, last few strokes across the line, Mercantile, who will take the win here in the B final. North Esk over in station number 5, and then Team Hong Kong for 3rd place, and second North Esk crew in 4th place. And the A final, Lizzie, is bearing down on us thick and fast. I mean, the conditions aren't fast, but the races are coming at us quickly, aren't they?
Yep, and they're here fighting for the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy. Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1, Miles Harold and George Robert Benjabel. In lane 2, UTS Haberfield, Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. In lane 3, a composite, Jack Robertson from Mercantile and Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, Angus Dawson and Alex Hill from Adelaide Rowing Club. In lane 5, Austin Reiner from Mercantile and Darcy Water from Cand. In lane 6, Rowan Lavery from Melbourne Uni, back with his old pairs partner, Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield. In lane 7, Nick Smith from Melbourne Uni and Lachlan Doust from UTS Haberfield. And then our final crew has had to scratch, which is such a shame. Nick Pender and Jackson Kench.
Yeah, that is a shame. I actually didn't know that Jackson was here at the championship, so I had a look at the draw yesterday. But regardless, it is composites galore out here, as we'd expect from the National Training Centre. But here we go, the All Adelaide Rowing Club crew of Angus Dawson and Alex Hill, OAM, Olympic gold medalist Alex Hill, two-time Olympian in the 8, Angus Dawson, who leading this race and leading it very comfortably. They were by clear the fastest crew in the heats and I believe the semi-finals first. I think it was just the heats that we had. They were very easily the fastest crew in this event. And here they go across the 1,500 metre mark, and they are very clearly leading this event from the crew on the far side of the course there. You mentioned them earlier, Lizzie, of Lavery and Holt in lane 6. I think you said back with his old pair partner. I don't think they have spent too much time apart in the recent years. They did.
I thought you were going to tell me they didn't row together.
Yeah, no, they were here last year, and then they went over to the Henley Royal Regatta as well, and faced a very tough crew in one of the opening rounds there. But have certainly been spending a lot of time together over recent years. Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell, I think, this is a great row from them to be in contention for a podium.
Well, I have huge respect for Henry Blackwell as an athlete, and all-round good academic, great singer by the sound of it.
Great singer?
Yeah.
Oh, hopefully we can get a few bars out of him on the podium.
At, Edinburgh University, wasn't he, studying last year? So raced at Henley with them.
Made the final of the Prince Albert Challenge Cup at Henley Royal Regatta, which was great because it's the first event of the day, and Edinburgh University bring out the bagpipes at Henley, and they bagpiped them onto the water, did they? So used to some rougher water is Henry Blackwell, and they were second at the New South Wales titles behind Holt and Lavery, and it looks like they're probably going to be behind Holt and Lavery here, but they're going to be ahead of a couple of National Training Centre combinations. Got Austin Reiner and Darcy Water in lane 5, the Queensland and Victorian combination. Jack Robertson from Mercantile teaming up with Alex Nicol in lane 3, but I don't think anyone else is going to challenge for the medals here. This is a great row from all three of our leading crews here. I think all three will be absolutely chuffed to be on the podium. Here is Alex Hill and Angus Dawson, the South Australians. There's a bit of a mixture of youth and experience here. Well, I think there's the biggest age gap out of anyone in the field, any combination in the field, but it is going to be the All Adelaide Rowing Club crew, Angus Dawson and Alex Hill, who take the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy for 2026. They'll take it by clear water. It'll be almost 4 lengths in the end to Holt and Lavery, UTS and Melbourne University for second place, and then Thompson and Blackwell will take a bronze medal in the open men's pair. It'll be Nicol and Robinson for 4th. It'll be the Cand and Mercantile crew of Reiner and Water for 5th place. Have a look at it. Big smiles from Paddy Holt there on the camera at the finish line. Mac Thompson and Henry Blackwell absolutely chuffed with that result. Rowing in the Nick Lavery, the older brother of Rowan Lavery, who's just pipped them to the silver medal. It'll then be back to 6th place will be the UTS and Melbourne University crew of Nick Smith and Lachlan Doust of the National Training Centre, and then the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Miles Harold and George Bell running in 7th place.
And for those who are interested, 7:48.79 was the time for Adelaide. Whew, despite the conditions, the margins 9.1 and then 2.65. So congratulations to Alex Hill, yet another gold medal at the National Championships, with big, strong Angus Dawson taking out the title in the open men's coxless pair. Silver to Rowan Lavery and Paddy Holt, and bronze to Mackenzie Thompson and Henry Blackwell. The presentation of medals and the Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Andrew Gearin, OAM, Rowing Australia Life Member. Third place and bronze medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Cormac is coached by Tom Westgarth. Second and silver medalist representing Canned Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Jackson Free. And our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Marca Stella Marta. The Dr. Stephen Hinchy Memorial Trophy will now be presented to Marcus by Andrew Guerin, OAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating our national champion and medalists in the Open Men's Single Scull.
So the crew's on the screen at the moment. It's the men's PR3 single sculls. Lane 2, Mac Russell from the University of Queensland. Lane 3, Sam Stunnell from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 4, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 5, Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 6, Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club in Warrnambool. And Lane 7 from North Esk Rowing Club, Jesse Hall. So men's PR3 single sculls on the screen and on the course at the moment. Through the
presentation of medals and the Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy for the Open Women's Costless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by David Colvin, presenting on behalf of Bill Tate, Sarah's widow and her former coach. Third and bronze medalists, UTS Haberfield and Mercantile and the National Training Centre. Emmy Frederico from Mercantile. Laura Gurley from UTS. Second and silver medalists representing West Australian Rowing Club, Swan River Rowing Club and the National Training Centre. Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club. Georgia Patton from West Australia Rowing Club. And our gold medalists and national champions in the women's coxswain pair for 2026, representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, the University of WA and the National Training Centre, Bronwyn Cox from the University of WA, Georgie Rowe from UTS Haberfield. The Sarah Tate Memorial Trophy will now be presented to the crew by David Colvin. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating our medalists in the Open Women's coxswain pair.
As we move back out on the course, it is the men's PR3 single scull finals and two leaders out in front in what is a preview of the battle on Sunday in the first race of the Interstate Regatta. Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club leading through the 1,000 metres ahead of Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club. Sam Stunnell sitting in third place. Mac Russell not too far behind him from the University of Queensland. Certainly not out of the running. Aaron Skinner from Nestles Rowing Club down in Warrnambool, his 20th consecutive Australian Rowing Championships. Rows at just about every regatta that he can. He will be representing Victoria in the Interstate Regatta as well. And then in lane 7 we have Jesse Hall from North Esk, and those two having a nice little battle there for 5th and 6th places. Our leading couple of scullers though coming up towards the 1500 metre timing point, and it is Cormac Hayes from the Canberra Rowing Club. New to para rowing a couple of years ago at the Australian Rowing Championships in 2024. He won the under-23 men's double sculls along with Nick Blackman. Then an accident a couple of years ago has left him with a number of impairments, so he is now racing. He's now classified as a para rower and doing very well out here at the moment, extending that lead over Sydney Rowing Club's Flynn Wilkinson. Third place, it is still Sam Stunnell who has the lead over Mac Russell. It's about 4 seconds between the two of them. You can see there the compact figure of Mac Russell closest to the screen as they went through the 1500 metre timing point. It is a little ways back then to our final couple of rowers. We're riding on board now with Mac Russell on the left-hand side from the University of Queensland. He is a multiple national champion. He's a multiple interstate winner for Queensland, and he'll be looking to do that again on Sunday. So our three of our leading 4 scullers will be racing in the interstate as we go down now to Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. An extremely talented sculler. He's up now into the Red Boys with 250 metres to go. Leading out Flynn Wilkinson, who was last year's interstate champion, also last year's para rowing champion. Absolutely dominated the men's PR3 single sculls. And he is sitting nicely back in second place. Cormac Hayes, you can see on the screen there, very strong individual, very strong man. His brother Garvin Hayes rowing in the lightweights a little bit later on. So the Hayes family, Tom and Colette, very thankful to see Cormac back out on the water after a couple of years ago. You can see there's a lovely gap back then to Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club. And then Sam Stunnell and Mac Russell. We know that Mac Russell is tough as anything, and he is really starting to put the pressure on Sam Stunnell in that battle for bronze right towards the end. Out in front though, coming in for his final few strokes, it is going to be the man from the nation's capital, coming back after a couple of years away following a terrible accident. And Cormac Hayes wins his first men's PR3 single scull national championship. A win for Canberra Rowing Club, a win for Cormac Hayes. Second place will be Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club as he comes up towards the line now. He'll cross over in second place and take the silver. Stunnell and Russell, who's going to take it? You can see Sam Stunnell looking out to his right-hand side. Mac Russell's putting the sprint onto the line, but he'll just run out of course. Sam Stunnell with third place. Great row there. He was put under pressure by Mac Russell the entire way down the course, and only a second between third and fourth place. And now our final battle going on. They are a little ways back. It is between Aaron Skinner of the Nestles Rowing Club down at Warrnambool, Jesse Hall from the North Esk Rowing Club in Launceston. So the two of them having a nice little go there. So conditions, again, can be quite tough, particularly for some of the athletes. Some of the impairments do make it really, really tricky, Lizzie, particularly I know for me, holding on to the oars in the headwind can be quite difficult.
Yeah, and I think for Aaron, so we've mentioned this before, haven't we, that it's his
20th consecutive rowing championship.
And I think the first one he went to was here in Lake Barrington as well. But for him, with his intellectual impairment, just knowing where he is on the course without anybody there to guide him, it can be quite overwhelming. So all kudos to him. You'd think he'd know where he was after 20 years, but the distances have changed. And he certainly wasn't racing 2,000 metres. When I first met him, he was racing 500, and it was a bit of a shock to find that it had suddenly been changed in 2013 to 2,000. That's a huge difference. Yeah, but what an impressive individual for the level of consistency and commitment he's shown to para rowing. The presentation of medals and the Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Andrew Guerin, OAM, Rowing Australia Life Member. Third place and bronze medalists, UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Mackenzie Thompson. Henry Blackwell. The crew is coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. Second and silver medalists representing UTS Haberfield Rowing Club and Melbourne University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Paddy Holt from UTS Haberfield. Rowan Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club. The crew coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargreaves. It's a good day for two coaches who aren't here, but I'm sure they're watching on with pride even. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2026, Adelaide Rowing Club, Angus Dawson and Alex Hill. Both Angus and Alex are at the National Training Centre. The Ted Bromley Memorial Trophy will now be presented to Adelaide Rowing Club by Andrew Guerin, OAM. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and medalists in the Open Men's Coxless Pair.
And just confirmation of the final placings in the men's PR3, it was Aaron Skinner beating Jesse Hall by 5 seconds. Moving up the course now, it is the B final of the Under-21 Women's Lightweight Single Sculls. Lane 1 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Ella McKay. Lane 2 from Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor. Lane 3, Elizabeth Moss from Swan River Rowing Club. Lane 4, Jasmine Axman Friend from North Esk Rowing Club. Lane 5, Scarlett Hall from Centenary Rowing Club. Lane 6, Matilda Dammers from Toowong Rowing Club. Lane 7, Elsie Griffith from Swan River Rowing Club. And Lane 8 from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns. And just through the 1500, it was Ellie Taylor from Nepean leading out Elizabeth Moss from Swan River. Vic Binns from Adelaide University sitting in third place. Then Ella McKay, Scarlett Hall, Elsie Griffith not too far behind in sixth place. And then Jasmine Axman Friend from North Esk and Matilda Dammers from Toowong Rowing Club. So our leading scullers now coming up towards the finish. It is Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club who is holding on to that lead and just extending it out just a wee bit further. The wind looking like it might just be starting to die down a little bit. We're not seeing the white caps that we were seeing a little bit earlier on today. And it is slightly more pleasant conditions for these lightweights, which I'm sure they are very much appreciating at the moment. Elizabeth Moss from Swan River Rowing Club still sitting in that second place, and then Victoria Binns on the far side of the course sitting up in third, but she is being challenged by Ella McKay from Adelaide Rowing Club. It's a couple of boat lengths to try and make up over those last 250 metres, but Victoria Binns just starting to put that little bit of a push on. You can see here Ellie Taylor from Nepean Rowing Club in lane number 2 with that distinctive blue zooty from out in the Penrith region, and she is, barring disaster, going to go through and take the win in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull B final. So she will finish 9th overall in Australia in the category for 2026. So Ellie Taylor from the Nepean Rowing Club, some great sculling there. She goes through and takes the win in the B final. Now, the battle for second place is on because we've seen Elizabeth Moss from Swan River sitting nicely in second, but Victoria Binns from Adelaide University has started to put on a bit of a push. It looks like Elizabeth Moss is going to hold on as she comes across the line in second place. So Swan River, Elizabeth Moss in second. Third will go to Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Fourth will go to Ella McKay from Adelaide Rowing Club. And then in behind her we have it will be the yellow M packet there of, that is Scarlett Hall from Centenary, finishing ahead of Elsie Griffith from Swan River. So they had a nice battle paddle the entire way down the course. Only a couple of seconds separating Elsie Griffith and Scarlett Hall. Our final couple of rowers over the line, it will be the North Esk sculler Jasmine Axman Friend, finishing in 7th, and Matilda Dammers from Toowong Rowing Club, finishing in 8th. As we move back down for the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. Lane 1 from UTS Haberfield, Annabelle McKenzie. Lane 2, Millie Campbell from Cand. Lane 3, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. Lane 5, Emily Anthony from Melbourne University. Lane 6, Tiggy Wake from Toowong Rowing Club. Lane 7, Imogen Stewart from Tasmania University. And Lane 8, Evelyn James from the West Australian Rowing Club. And it is Neve Tierney just leading out Emily Anthony in the battle for the gold. Maddie McLaughlin sitting in third, Annabelle McKenzie in fourth, Imogen Stewart back in 5th place. And then there's a little bit further back then to our final few scullers, who are Millie Campbell from Cand Rowing Club, Evelyn James from the West Australian Rowing Club, and Tiggy Wake from the Toowong Rowing Club. So this race starting to hot up, Lizzie, for first place between Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club, Emily Anthony of Melbourne University. We've already seen Emily go down the course at least once today. She won silver in the under-21 women's pairs. So now with an oar in each hand, she's looking to come away with the under-21 women's lightweight single sculls. And she has just moved now ahead of Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. They're in now to the final 250 metres. We'll see these rowers out there again in the Victoria Cup, the interstate lightweight women's quad sculls. Emily Anthony rowing for Victoria, Neve Tierney rowing for New South Wales, And the two of them battling it out, some pride on the line. Emily Anthony getting herself just out in front into the final 150 metres or so. It's just under a boat length between the two. Has Niamh Tierney got the sprint towards the end here? Emily Anthony, a silver medal in the pairs. Is she going to add a gold medal in the lightweight single sculls? Both rowers now just starting to up their rate a little bit. Try and get that push through to the line. It is Emily Anthony who is just moving that boat just a wee bit quicker. Niamh Tierney ups the rate again, but Emily Anthony able to pull away. In behind her, we've got Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club. So it's going to be a Victorian sculler in first place, coming away with the gold medal in the under-21 lightweight women's single sculls. Emily Anthony for Melbourne University takes the gold. Niamh Tierney for Sydney Rowing Club takes the silver. And coming in behind them, it will be Maddie McLaughlin from Surfers Paradise Rowing Club to take the bronze medal. She'll finish ahead of Annabelle McKenzie from UTS Haberfield back in fourth place. In behind them, we've got the Tasmania University sculler Imogen Stewart, who's coming up towards the line now. She'll finish in fifth place. 6th, 7th and 8th is going to be very tight across the line. We've got Evelyn James from the West Australian Rowing Club, Tiggy Wake from Toowong, and Millie Campbell from Cand, all just coming up towards the line now. And I dare say we're going to have a photo right across. It's definitely a photo between James and Wake over on the far side of the course, with Millie Campbell finishing in 8th place. So Emily Anthony, our gold medal winner, Niamh Tierney with the silver, and Maddie McLaughlin with the bronze.
The presentation of medals for the PR3 Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randell, Rowing Australia Women's Senior Coach and Rowing Australia Life Member. Third and bronze medalist representing Adelaide Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Sam Stunnell. Second and silver medalist representing Sydney Rowing Club, Flynn Wilkinson. Flynn is coached at Sydney Rowing Club by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And our gold medalist and national champion in the PR3 Men's Single Scull for 2026, representing Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Programme, Cormac Hayes. Cormac is coached by Tom Westgarth and Tom Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our new national champion and the medalists in the men's PR3 single scull.
As we move back down the course, it's the B final of the under-21 lightweight men's single sculls. Lane 1, Jasper Marshall from the West Australian Rowing Club. Lane 2, Andrew Kingston from North Esk. Lane 3, Black Mountains, Oliver Manning. Lane 4, Adam Chang from Hawthorn Rowing Club. Lane 5, Lachlan Tonnelly from North Esk. Lane 6, Alex Cook from Commercial. Lane 7, Corin Buck from North Esk. And Lane 8, Max van der Meulegraaf from Pembroke School. So through the 1500, it was Alex Cook from Commercial with that lead, holding on to it now. He's a couple of boat lengths ahead of Adam Chang from Hawthorn Rowing Club, and then a couple of lengths across from him to Andrew Kingston from the North Esk Rowing Club. So they're our 1, 2 and 3 here in this B final. We've got Oliver Manning, it looks like, from Black Mountain Rowing Club, having a nice battle with Jasper Marshall from the West Australian Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further again to Lachlan Tonley from North Esk Rowing Club, Corin Buck from North Esk, and Max van der Meulegraaf from Pembroke School. So as they come up towards the line, it is Alex Cook from the Commercial Rowing Club, keeping his bow out in front. A nice battle. The sprint's coming here from Andrew Kingston from North Esk. Is he going to be able to go through and pinch a second spot? He is. It's going to be a win for Commercial. And Alex Cook, second place, Andrew Kingston from North Esk, with third going to Adam Chang from Hawthorn Rowing Club. Fourth place will go to the Black Mountain Sculler, Oliver Manning. Fifth to West Australian Rowing Club's Jasper Marshall. And then in behind them, in sixth place, will be the sculler from North Esk, that is Lachlan Tonley, with seventh going to Max van der Meulegraaf from Pembroke School, and eighth to Corin Buck from North Esk.
On the course now, we have the A final of the under-21 lightweight men's single scull. In lane 1, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Julian Lemaitre, coached by Peter Warne. In lane 2, William Dalgleish of Commercial Rowing Club, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 3, Thomas White of Toowong Rowing Club, coached by Simon Daly, Alex Field and Jack Price. In lane 4, Tyler Fitzpatrick of Essendon Rowing Club, coached by Mark Dwyer. In lane 5, Oliver Raden of Geelong College, coached by Stuart Wilson. In lane 6, Oliver Shearing of Tasmania University. In lane 7, Garvin Hayes of Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski, Jeff Brown and Tom Hayes. And in lane 8, from West Australian Rowing Club, Jacob Lundberg, coached by Jack O'Day and John Gearing.
And on the course, it is that lovely chevron shape that we expect from our A finals. It is Oliver Shearing from Tasmania University with the lead at the 1,000 metres, 4 seconds ahead of the New South Wales champion Tyler Fitzpatrick. Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club sitting just behind him in third, and then Thomas White, Julian Lemaitre, William Dalgleish, Jacob Lundberg and Oliver Raden from Geelong College just a ways off the pace. So we can see our rowers as they're coming across here coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point. There's not a lot to pick between our leading two scullers here. So that's Tyler Fitzpatrick of the Essendon Rowing Club. He was third at the 500 at the New South Wales Championships before having a strong finish, and we might just see something similar happening here again today. Oliver Shearing from Tasmania, who I think would be about the first local gold medalist if he's able to hold on. But he is under some real pressure now from the Essendon sculler. In behind them, you've got the green hull of Garvin Hayes from the Canberra Rowing Club, celebrating his family's Irish heritage. Both mum Colette and dad Tom are both from Ireland. As we just see the 1,500 metre timing point, and Tyler Fitzpatrick, the New South Wales champion, has now moved ahead of Oliver Shearing and is looking good out in front. Garvin Hayes sitting in third place, so it's a little ways back there. Thomas White in fourth, he's 5 seconds back. And then Julian Lemaitre from Mossman Rowing Club. And then across the other side of the course, we've got Jacob Lundberg from the West Australian Rowing Club sitting in sixth place. William Dalgleish from Commercial Rowing Club back in seventh. And then Oliver Raden from Geelong College, our only rower missing out from this chevron. So Tyler Fitzpatrick behind at the 1,000, behind at the 500, behind at the 1,000, rowing through in that third quarter, and now streaking away from Oliver Shearing from Tasmania University. We can see there on the screen that the conditions have died down significantly from what they were. So no more whitecaps. There is still a bit of a head breeze, so we are still seeing some times a little bit slower than expected. It was 9:16 for the B final, so you would expect that to be just a little bit quicker. So still not the fastest conditions that we have on the course at the moment. But if you're good enough, then you'll be quick enough, and that is certainly the case for the Victorian representative Tyler Fitzpatrick. We'll expect to see him out on Sunday as well, and also in a number of races here at the Australian Rowing Championships. So Tyler Fitzpatrick, the New South Wales champion, holding on to that lead. Oliver Shearing still sitting in second place. Plenty of clear water between Oliver Shearing in second and Garvin Hayes back in third place. We will need to be careful. Thomas White from Toowong Rowing Club in lane number 3, just starting to make a little bit of a move, as is Julian Lemaitre from Mossman. But it is going to be the win and the national title for Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon Rowing Club. He'll take first place. He'll take the gold, slaps the water with absolute delight. Second place will be Oliver Shearing from Tasmania University. And then third, joining his brother with a medal here at the Australian Rowing Championships, will be Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. He'll take the bronze. Fourth place will be Thomas White from the Toowong Rowing Club. Fifth going to Julian Lemaitre from Mossman Rowing Club. And then in behind him we have the Red Blades and Red Zooty of the West Australian Rowing Club, Jacob Lundberg in 6th place. 7th place will go to William Dalgleish of the Commercial Rowing Club. And then 8th place will be Oliver Arden from the Geelong College.
So confirming the winner of our under-21 lightweight men's single scull is Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon. Silver medalist Oliver Shearing from Tasmania University. Bronze medalist Garvin Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. 4th, Thomas White Toowong. 5th, Julian Lemaitre Mossman. 6th, Julian Lemaitre, 7th, 5th was William Dalgleish, 6th Julian Lemaitre, 7th Jacob Lundberg, 8th William Dalgleish and 9th Oliver Arden. Winning time 8 minutes 40.03. The presentation of medals for the Under-21 Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. 3rd place. And bronze medalist, representing Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, Maddie McLaughlin. Maddie is coached by Gus Ribeiro. Second place and silver medalist, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Tierney. Neve is coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Emily Anthony. Emily is coached by Emma Dyke. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and medalists in the Under-21 Lightweight Women's Single Scull. On the course now, we have the final of the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull. In lane 2, Kate Atherton. She rows for Newcastle University Boat Club and is coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 3, Isabella Utley. She rows for the University of WA and is coached by Roland Warren. In lane 4, Francesca Spaino from Essendon Rowing Club. In lane 5, Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club. She's coached by Alex Field, Simon Daly and Hamish Cooney. In lane 6, from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Sarah Berretry, coached by Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, from the Australian National University, Ruby Gray, coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 8, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Chiara Chiarelli.
So we're just seeing our rowers coming up towards the 500 metre timing point. So our first timing point of this race, and conditions still a little bit tough, a little bit harder down towards the start of the race. It is Francesca Spano from the Essendon Rowing Club who has the lead ahead of Isabella Utley from the University of Western Australia, and then back to Kate Atherton from Newcastle University. Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfield back in 4th, and then Alice O'Toole from Toowong in 5th. Ruby Gray from ANU in 6th place, and then Chiara Chiarelli from Melbourne University back in 7th. So our leading 3 scullers, you can see there on the left-hand side of the screen. So it is Francesca Spano from the Essendon Rowing Club. She is the New South Wales champion, won by 17 seconds over Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfield at the New South Wales titles. So she will be one of the favourites. She will also be rowing for Victoria in the Victoria Cup and the lightweight quad on Sunday. So looking forward to seeing how that race may pan out. You can see there Ruby Gray from the Australian National University off in the background, and then coming up on the left-hand side is Sarah Berretry from UTS. So Francesca Spano now looking like she's making some good ground with each stroke, and I guess, Lizzie, with the lightweights trying to get that compression in, make it so as that you're getting as much distance as possible with every stroke, particularly here with the headwinds.
Yeah, I bet they're really grateful that the wind has dropped a little bit, but you're absolutely right, keeping that length. The most important thing is length and power, and from that rate will come. Often I think people try to do lightweight rowing by trying to get the rate up, but that should be a natural product of that, plus a little less body weight. But power to weight ratio is such a big thing in lightweight rowing, isn't it? And in the headwind, you're absolutely right. It's really important that you can put that power on. Very important to train in these conditions, just in case you get them on race day.
Absolutely. And in these headwind conditions, is it better to have a higher gearing or a slightly heavier oar, or is it better to keep it light and to try and...
Or usually to lighten it off a little bit so you can just keep it light and bright with the racing, and don't let the rate of striking drop too low, which makes the boat feel really heavy.
So we're just seeing here Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfields on the screen at the moment. So with the black, white and teal of the UTS Rowing Club through the 1,000 metres, it's still Francesca Spano from the Essendon Rowing Club holding on to that lead. You can see there the University of Western Australia, Isabella Utley with the white zooty with the green and yellow stripes, and then Kate Atherton from Newcastle University. She was part of the women's eliminator at the Rowing New South Wales Head of the Schoolgirl Regatta. She is a local. She will be rowing for Tasmania, I believe, in the Victoria Cup. Now rowing, studying up at Newcastle University and rowing for them. She is in danger, though, of potentially missing out on a medal, because over on the left-hand side, we've got Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfields starting to make her move, as is Alice O'Toole from the Toowong Rowing Club. So Alice O'Toole there on the screen at the moment. She's in lane number 5. So Kate, through the early stages at New South Wales Championships, actually was sitting in 3rd place, and then blew up towards the end, and unfortunately finishing in 5th there. So it's level across the top as they come through the 1,250 metre mark. It is Francesca Spano from the Essendon Rowing Club, leading out Isabella Utley from the University of Western Australia, and Kate Atherton from Newcastle University. That Victoria Cup, always a very well contested event, and the Tasmanians have such a strong history, recent history in particular, in both the men's and the women's lightweights. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And there was a time when the Tasmanians just completely dominated lightweight rowing in Australia, but I've seen, we've seen that sort of expertise fan out. Those lightweight rowers actually move to other states, get involved in coaching, etc. In fact, throughout this whole regatta, I've now been involved doing commentary at the National Championships since 2013. So I'm definitely seeing athletes come through to coaching, coaches mentoring other coaches. It's really wonderful organically how you see everything passed on, and the standard of rowing and sculling really stepping up. But particularly in this lightweight area, it's difficult because there's no longer the carrot of the Olympics. So we're just seeing Francesca Spano through the 1,500 metres, and it is plenty of clear water between herself and Isabella Utley from the University of Western Australia. Now that battle for third is going to be interesting. It's still Kate Atherton from Newcastle University holding on in that bronze medal position, half a boat length ahead of Alice O'Toole from the Toowong Rowing Club, and then back to Sarah Berretry of UTS Haberfield, Ruby Gray from ANU, and Chiara Chiarelli from Melbourne University.
There's going to be a bit of celebrating at Essendon if they win both the under-21 lightweight men's single and the under-23 lightweight women's single.
They've had some strong results. I think they did very well at the Victorian State Championships. I think they finished just behind Banks on the medal table. So, yeah, very, very strong club. A club back on the rise. And one thing just with the lightweights to, I guess, circle back on that one. One of the things that we did see at the World Championships last year in Shanghai, so many ex-lightweights doing well in the sculls,
yes.
in the open sculls, in the open doubles in particular.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've even seen it in our own national team, haven't we, with people like Oscar McGuinness going up to the heavyweight category and performing really well.
So Francesca Spano from the Essendon Rowing Club now coming into the final stages. She's into the Red Boys. It's about 200 metres or so left to go. Isabella Utley has sat in second place the entire way, but the push is now coming from Alice O'Toole from the Toowong Rowing Club. We're seeing Francesca Spano sitting nicely there, still keeping an eye out, having a look around, trying to see where the finish line may well be, but she is well and truly out in front. Now the push is on. Kate Atherton from Newcastle University just dropping off the pace a little bit towards the end, so it's now between Isabella Utley of the University of Western Australia and Alice O'Toole from the Toowong Rowing Club. O'Toole has really started to up that rate now as they get into the slightly flatter water out towards the end. Is she going to be able to take a bronze? Don't count out Kate Atherton either. Out in front, though, it is going to be the sculler from the Essendon Rowing Club with the red sash. Francesca Spano takes the win in the under-23 lightweight women's singles sculls. Now, who's got second and third? It's Utley holding on. O'Toole made the push, but Atherton's come back. Utley takes silver, and it's Atherton for bronze. Atherton for bronze. Alice O'Toole just missing out there at the end. She pushed up. She was nearly at second place, and then the last couple of strokes, Kate Atherton able to reclaim that bronze medal position. Fifth place will go to Sarah Berretry from UTS Haberfield. Sixth place will go to Ruby Gray from the Australian National University. And then Chiara Chiarelli from Melbourne University will finish in seventh.
The provisional time for Francesca Spano in the under-23 lightweight women's single scull, 9:37, a 9.22 second margin over Isabella Utley. So a fantastic win for her, and well done Isabella for hanging on and beating Kate Atherton by 1.42 of a second. She in turn beat Alice O'Toole by 1 second. The presentation of medals for the Under-21 Lightweight Men's Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ellen Randell, Rowing Australia Women's Senior Coach and Rowing Australia Life Member. Third place and bronze medalist representing Canberra Rowing Club, Garvin Hayes. Garvin is coached by Mark Kwiatkowski, Jeffrey Brown and Tom Hayes. Second place and silver medalist representing Tasmania University, Oliver Shearing. And our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, representing Essendon Rowing Club, Tyler Fitzpatrick. Tyler is coached by Mark Dwyer. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the 2026 Championship Under-21 Lightweight Men's. We now have the B final in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. 2 contestants, James Ritossa from Adelaide University Boat Club in lane 4 and Liam Bow from University of WA in lane 5. Liam is coached by Roland Warren. And whilst they are making their way through to the final metres of the course, on the screen we have the A final of the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. In lane 1 we have Carl Miller from Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 2 we have Danielle Wiersema from Adelaide University Boat Club. In lane 3, Joshua Miller from Black Mountain Rowing Club, coached by Renee Domichens. In lane 4, Henry Maining from Tasmania University Boat Club, coached by Angus Painter. In lane 5, Mika Talbot of Townsville and James Cook University Rowing Club, coached by Jamie Forbes. In lane 6, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. In lane 7, Dan Stute from Hawthorn Rowing Club, coached by Tristan Kriskevsky and Jamie Forward. And in lane 8, Ryan Zhu from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, coached by Matthias Ungemach and Jack Hargreaves.
So they are our rowers on the screen. You can see there the 2 Adelaide University scullers, Kyle Miller at the foreground and Daniel Wiersema in the background. They're wearing the special edition Adelaide University Zooty commemorating 50 years of women rowing at Adelaide University. Here at the finish line, we've got the B final of the under-23 lightweight men's single sculls. James Ritossa from Adelaide University holding on to a lead. It was a great row the entire way down the course between Ritossa and Liam Bow of University of Western Australia, but it will be the South Australian who'll take the win there. So James Ritossa from Adelaide University finishing in first place, with Liam Bow of University of Western Australia back in second. And as we're having a look at our field at the moment, it is lane number 4, Henry Manning from Tasmania University, who has the lead and is looking good at the moment. He is ahead of Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School in second. And then in that battle for third place, we've got Mika Talbot from Townsville and James Cook University Rowing Club. In lane 2, we've got Daniel Wiersema from Adelaide University. And then we've got Dan Stute from the Hawthorn Rowing Club in there as well. So the battle for bronze is well and truly on, but it is looking very good indeed for the first Tasmanian gold medal of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. So Henry Manning from Tasmania University keeping himself out in front at the moment. Luke Purdy was the New South Wales champion, finishing ahead of Mika Talbot, and then Joshua Miller from Black Mountain. As they come through the 1500 metre timing point though, it will be the local hope, Henry Manning from Tasmania University. So you can see there's still a little bit of a headwind. Conditions not quite entirely ideal. So still pushing the rowers back down the opposite way. Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School sitting in second place, still at school, but he will be rowing for New South Wales in the Penrith Cup in the interstate lightweight men's fours. Mika Talbot sitting in third place, but just behind him, Daniel Wiersema of Adelaide University and Dan Stute from the Hawthorn Rowing Club, also in with a shot of a bronze. Joshua Miller from the Black Mountain Rowing Club sitting in sixth place. Kyle Miller from Adelaide University in seventh place, and Ryan Zhu from UTS Haberfield back in eighth position. So it's all to play for, but at the moment it is the local Henry Manning from Tasmania University in what would be the first Tasmanian, I believe it's the first Tasmanian, it would be the first Tasmanian gold of the championships, Lizzie, for Henry Manning.
Which, given how fiercely all of these Tasmanians are contesting, would be absolutely fantastic.
So we're seeing Manning now into the boys that match the Zooty. It's the red boys. It's 250 metres left to go. He's keeping himself ahead of Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar, also of the Sydney University Boat Club. So Luke, a very talented young lightweight rower.
He is, and the two of them have actually combined in a double. So I don't know if they've been through to the finals of their event yet, but yeah, looking very good indeed.
That'll be a very tough double to try and beat based on the positions.
I think Luke had an insane, and Henry, an insane number of events to race, so I hope this headwind drops for them.
Well, this is the thing with the lightweight rowing. You get in, you make the most of those opportunities. We've got the 8s coming up, and they are always fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to be great. How good does Henry look here? What beautiful sculling. Long, strong, really powerful.
And the first Tasmanian gold medal of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships goes to Henry Manning of the Tasmania University Boat Club. He takes the gold. Silver will go to Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School. And then in that battle for the bronze medal position, it's Mika Talbot from Townsville and JCU, keeping himself ahead of Daniel Wiersema of Adelaide University. It will be a bronze medal for Mika Talbot, Townsville and JCU. 4th place will go to Daniel Wiersema of Adelaide University, who in turn finishes just ahead of Dan Stute from Hawthorn Rowing Club. We've then got Black Mountain's Joshua Miller in 6th place. 7th place will go to Kyle Miller from Adelaide University. We'll see Daniel Wiersema and Kyle Miller in the South Australian Penrith Cup crew on Sunday. And then our final rower across the line will be Ryan Zhu from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club.
Well, congratulations, Henry Manning from Tasmania University, taking out the under-23 lightweight men's single scull here at the 2026 National Championships. And to his doubles partner, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar School, taking the silver. Mika Talbot from Townsville and James Cook University Rowing Club taking the bronze. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Rowing Australia Head of Pathways. 3rd and bronze medalist representing Newcastle University, Kate Atherton. Kate is coached by Odin McIntosh. Second and silver medalist representing the University of Western Australia, Isabella Utley. Isabella is coached by Roland Warren. And our gold medalist and national champion for 2026, representing Essendon Rowing Club, Francesca Spano. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
Thank you very much, Lizzie. Another quick change in the commentary here at the finish line, and thank you for a good couple of hours of service, Lizzie, and you're off to go and wrangle some junior athletes onto and off of the water. Lizzie Chapman, a multitasking coach and commentator and administrator extraordinaire here at the National Championships. Certainly plenty of coaches are stressed enough and don't have to balance time up here in the commentary box as much as Lizzie. So we thank you very much for all that you do. And we'll be joined in the commentary box shortly by Richard Dorstein once again. But up next, our first race of this shift. We're moving from the singles, but staying with the under-23 lightweight women with the first of 2 match races for this afternoon, and the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair in lane 4, Loreto College Marriotteville from South Australia, Alice Frierson-Lee and Lila Bryant, coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson. And then a composite crew in lane 5 from the Swan River and Cand rowing clubs, Millie Campbell from Cand and Elsie Griffith from Swan River Rowing Club. coached by Mark Beer, who will be the Swan River representative in that combo, and Charlie Betts from the Cairns Rowing Club. And that's them on the screen with a healthy lead at the first timing point. And I think we'll probably go on to maintain that very healthy lead for the majority of this race. And as they come through the 500 metre mark, approaching the 1,000 metre mark, as we welcome back up into the commentary box Richard Dorstein. Richard, what have you made of this morning's racing?
Thank you, Chris. Yes, it's been, well, they accused Melbourne of having 4 seasons in one day, but I reckon we've had them here on Lake Barrington so far this morning too. It is slightly nicer out there now than it was an hour or two ago when I was standing down in the presentation area with the full force of the wind coming down, but some great racing, certainly great to see our open single scullers and pairs on the course not too long ago. Now we move through to the lightweight races, of course, and a few more finals coming up here over the next 45 minutes or so of racing. So a great morning or almost afternoon in prospect. Now it is past midday.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, pretty tight turnaround for Millie Campbell in this the Cairns Rowing Club sculler here in the bow seat of our leading coxless pair, who raced not 6 races ago in the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, and unfortunately wasn't to be in the single scull, running 8th in that race, but wasn't actually too far off in the grand scheme of things in those conditions, too far off the leading pack, but off for redemption, trading 1 all for 2, and very quick, 2 alls for 1 rather,
yeah,
and very quick turnaround.
It is tough day to have to do back-to-back races like that,
exactly.
Too, in the small boats here today, but certainly a great performance there from Millie Campbell. They do sit still fairly comfortably in front. The crew we were seeing on screen there was the other combination in the race from Loretto College Marriotteville in the school from Adelaide. But definitely Swan River Cairn here, comfortably leading through the halfway mark now. 4:46.30 their time to 1,000 metres. You can see the gap there for those watching on the live stream between our first and second place crews, as Loretto Marriotteville now come through halfway, almost 20 seconds behind. So the lead continues to grow here for the crew from either side of the country. Millie Campbell of the Cairns Rowing Club and Elsie Griffiths from Swan River Rowing Club, coached by Mark Beer and Charlie Betts, as they move through now into the third 500 metres of the race.
Yeah, so the lightweight women's pair was only added a couple of years ago because it was added to the World Rowing Program as the under-23s achieved, I think it was the same year that they achieved gender parity between the men's and the women's events at under-23s. It's since gone the way of the Dodo Bird and the way of the rest of the lightweight sweep events at the international level. Now at the under-23s, only the single and the double scull, so not too sure how much longer we may see this event on the National Championships program, but that's certainly not deterring our leading crew of Millie Campbell and Elsie Griffith here, as they're making their mark on the event in its short history, but will be going down in the record books.
Yeah, absolutely, and any national title is a valued one, so if Swan River and Cairns can hold on here over the final 600 metres, they'll be deserved national champions in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair, and a number of good lightweight races coming up too over the remainder of the finals for the first session of racing here today. We talk about the session of racing as if there's a lunch break coming up. In fact, I think at 12:50 we have our last race before the notional lunch break, and at 1:15 we resume racing. So about a 15-minute gap in between the two halves of today. A massive, massive day here. I think 120 races on today's program. So the biggest of the regatta by only a couple of races, but yeah, a lot happening. Yeah, and we should as well mention Elsie Griffith, who also had a very tight turnaround. She raced in the B final, under 21 lightweight women's single scull, ran 6th in that one. So once again, the pair offering an opportunity for redemption for both of the scullers currently in the leading boat. Millie Campbell from Cairns and Elsie Griffith from Swan River Rowing Club, and leading comfortably from, I'd say, honestly, the opportunity to just row a pair at the National Championships for a school-level crew. Loretto Marriotteville from South Australia, Alice Frierson-Lee and Lila Bryant, just rowing any pair event tricky enough, let alone up in the under-23 age category and having to manage weigh-ins and all the rest of it alongside all of your school racing is certainly you'll and having to manage steering as well. Yeah, that's
of course. That is not the way to the finish line, girls. I think a little bit of action towards stroke side is needed from the Loretto Marriotteville boat. Of course, in these headwind conditions, even though it has settled significantly from what we saw just an hour and a half ago, as soon as you get a little bit offline, the boat acts as a sail and the headwind just takes you and can steer you even further. So small adjustments, if you haven't timed those adjustments properly, can really send you off course, especially in the pair, which is certainly the hardest boat to steer.
Yep, not quite the same difficulties there for our leading crew, but with the red and white colours of the Cairn Rowing Club from Brisbane there in the bow seat of the boat, and Swan River in the strokes at Elsie Griffiths of Swan River. Millie Campbell from Cairn Rowing Club, who maintained that very, very comfortable lead. It was out to 29.71 seconds by 1,500 metres, so extending about 10 seconds per quarter of the race at this stage. And they look on track here for a very, very comfortable win in the final here of the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair. About 150 metres to go now for our leading combination in lane number 5. That substantial lead continues to grow for the Cairn and Swan River crew in this under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair race. Millie Campbell and Elsie Griffith ahead of Alice Frierson-Lee and Layla Bryant. Great to see the schoolgirls from Loretto College, Marriottville in Adelaide racing here up in the under-23 lightweight event, the women's coxless pair. But the win is definitely going to go the way of the composite crew here.
Yep, Millie Campbell from the Cairn Rowing Club up in Queensland, a very long-distance partnership with Elsie Griffith from the Swan River Rowing Club, that they'll be national champions in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair, and they'll be national champions by some margin as Loretto College Marriottville from South Australia, Alice Frierson-Lee and Lila Bryant, coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson, will take their final strokes across the line and into this stiff head breeze to run in second place in this event.
Yeah, 9:42.27 the time there for our winning crew, and I suspect the margin in the end will sit somewhere around about the 40-second marker over the crew from Loretto Marriottville, who will finish shortly in second position. .06 seconds in fact. So a big win there to Swan River and Cairn. Millie Campbell and Elsie Griffiths, the Australian champions in the under-23 lightweight women's coxless pair.
And a similar prospect for the next race here, Richard, with another match race in the under-23 pairs, this time in the men's, with just 2 entrants set to duel it out down the stretch of Lake Barrington.
Yeah, and they're underway there from the 2,000 metre held start. Great view there from our pontoon looking down the 2,000 metre course here. So on lane number 4 to the left-hand side of the screen there in the now distant shot, it is UTS Haberfield, Nick Mather and James Cameron, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. And then Mercantile in lane number 5, Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher Douglas, coached by Ed Ryan and Scott Rowe. The presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's single scull championship of Australia. The medals were presented by Ellen Randell, Rowing Australia Women's Senior Coach and Rowing Australia Life Member. In third place, and bronze medalists, representing the Townsville and James Cook University Rowing Club, Mika Talbot, coached by Jamie Forbes. In second place, and silver medalist, representing the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Luke Purdy. Luke is coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. Representing the Tasmania University Boat Club, Henry Manning. Henry is coached by Angus Painter. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 lightweight men's single scull. As we are racing back out on the course as well here, Chris, but we'd just like to thank, if you saw that presentation, St Mary's College from Hobart, who provided the tray holders for our presentation ceremonies throughout this morning and also tomorrow's racing. So thank you to St Mary's College of Hobart, who fulfilled that important role last year as well. But back out here on the course, and match race certainly showing out here in favour of UTS Haberfield.
Yeah, so these two pairs did come up against each other at the New South Wales Championships. Here is a great shot here of Maxwell Findlay, or rather of Nicholas Mather and James Cameron from UTS Haberfield. Matching sunnies too, that's got to be the key to the early race boat speed that we're seeing on the course there for UTS Haberfield. And they are up against Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas from Mercantile. At the New South Wales titles, it went the way of the Victorians, who led by 4 seconds in the race between those two in the elite lightweight pair at the 1,000-metre mark, and then went on to be finished about 14 seconds clear of the New South Welshmen on their home water. There we are with Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas, and those two at the moment trailing. So it was they've maybe just had not the best start that they were after. They were a little bit behind at the 500-metre mark, but narrowing that gap at the 1,000-metre mark to just 1.7 seconds. So I think we are possibly in for a pretty riveting match race here, Richard, with just two crews on the water, which sometimes can lead to an extended margin. But it looks like in this case, neither of these lightweight pairs willing to let up.
No, a lightweight match race is unlikely to result in a blowout, you would think. Two very competent combinations here as they make their way down with the sun now glistening off the waters of Lake Barrington as well. Certainly somewhat calmer conditions out there now for racing than it was the height of the wind an hour or two ago, which was coming right down the course from the sort of south-southwest direction. That is that UTS Haberfield combination there, who continues to lead this race, but it was only 1.76 seconds at the halfway mark after 1,000 metres, and we'll get another time check shortly. And I reckon maybe Mercantile, from that angle at least, which is not looking straight across the course, but may well still be up there, very much close to being on terms with the combination from UTS Haberfield. And there is a great shot down the course as well. Plenty of sunlight out here, a cold but clear morning, or afternoon in fact, now as it is at Lake Barrington. And our two pairs putting on a great match race here.
Yeah, I think the Victorians may have just hit the lead in the second stage of this race. Pretty young crew here. Max Findlay was here last year at the National Championships, but was rowing in the Cardinal Red of the Scotch College in what it looks to me like their second 8 as a part of the 19-8 and the Schoolboy 4. So transitioning to club life, and it's often because I did it as well. When you transition to club life, if you can make weight in those first few years of club rowing, having a crack at lightweight is certainly a great option. And what a decisive third 500 that's been from Maxwell Findlay and Fletcher Douglas. 6.5 seconds, so they were 1.7 behind, so they've put almost 8 seconds into, or more than 8 seconds rather, into the UTS Haberfield combination in that championship quarter of the race. Nick Mather and James Cameron. Nick Mather, who was a part of the Penrith Cup crew last year for New South Wales, and this year I believe is back in that crew. Yes, he is. These two Victorians not in the Penrith Cup crew, and I don't think they were in they weren't in the lightweight 8 that we saw race at the New South Wales titles either. So if these two aren't in the lightweight 8, so they're not in the top 8 guys in terms of Penrith Cup sort of eligibility, that is a real warning shot in terms of that event for lightweight 4s on Sunday afternoon.
Absolutely the case, yes. The Victorians are very keen to keep their hands on the Penrith Cup and also to take out the Victorian Cup for women's. The lightweight quad scull, it's the Interstate Regatta this year too, so there'll be two very, very decent crews put on the water by the Victorians. Victorians, and leading very well here. The combination from Mercantile. You talk about the school rower there, Maxwell Finlay from Scotch College, transitioning to the under-23 lightweight pair here. It does indeed show the importance still of the lightweight category of racing and providing a bit of a different pathway through to the higher levels of the sport for those who've just finished their time in school, which is such a challenge that we still face to keep people interested in racing.
Yeah, it's actually an all-schoolboy pair. I'm just kind of doing my research on the fly here, but Fletcher Douglas was in the Scotch College 8 first 8 last year, so finished just off the podium here in the race for the Barrington Cup, which was, I thought, somewhat of an upset after Southport had such a great row through the latter stages of competition in that race last year. So they won the APS Head of the River last year, did they?
Scotch College, yes.
Scotch College, yes. I didn't want to get that one wrong.
Right.
So an all-Scotch College pair. Looks like they've done a good job of transitioning to the smaller boat. They certainly don't have all the early square hallmarks of the Scotch College here in the pair, which I'm sure will serve them very well here in the headwind conditions of day 4 of the Australian Rowing Championships. They didn't lead at the 500. They closed the gap to the 1,000. They put 8 seconds into their competition in the third 500, and it is going to be a national championship for Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Maxwell Finlay and Fletcher Douglas, the Scotch College alumni, who take out the under-23 lightweight men's pair championship of Australia. UTS Haberfield's Nick Mather and James Cameron will run in second place in this event.
So confirmation there, a win to Mercantile, 8:24.73 their time in the final there of the under-23 lightweight men's at Coxless pair, and UTS Haberfield 9.39 seconds back in second place. So a gold medal shortly to be presented to that combination from Mercantile after race 322. The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Pairs Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Jason Lane, Head of Pathways at Rowing Australia. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. Representing the Swan River and Cairn Rowing Clubs, Elsie Griffith from Swan River and Millie Campbell from Cairn Rowing Club. Crew is coached by Mark Beer and Charlie Betts. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
Thank you, Richard. And sticking with the lightweight competitors, but back to the single scull. We've got the B final, the open lightweight women's single scull through the 1,000-metre mark now, and coming at us at a rate of knots.
TB2 looking forward to this one, Chris, for reasons pretty apparent on screen now. Lane 2, Sophie Robe from Essendon Rowing Club. Lane 3, Caitlin Douglas of Toowong. Lane 4, our co-commentator Ant de Cosmo, racing in the Salmon Pink of the Banks Rowing Club from Melbourne. Lane 5, Lulu Colgrave of Adelaide University. Lane 6, Izzy Emery from the University of Western Australia. And in lane number 7, it was Amanda Badger from the Tasmania University Boat Club, as they're making their way through the final section of the course here, Chris.
Yeah, through the 1,000-metre mark now, and it does bring us great delight in the commentary box to announce that our co-commentator and who has joined us on the Rowing Down Under podcast, a great success this season as well, a very welcome addition. And to Cosmo there in the Salmon Pink of Banks Rowing Club is leading quite comfortably by just over 5 seconds in this B final. Rowing in a Hudson Shell, which is named after her brother, Daniel, who it was his birthday the other day, and Ant did forget to wish him a birthday over the live stream, which I think she realised later on in the day and realised that she didn't have another shift to wish her happy birthday. So Daniel, a happy belated birthday if you are watching your sister doing so well in the lead of this open lightweight women's single scull B final. She just missed out on the A final by about, I think it was 1.13 of a second.
Yeah, it was a very, very small margin indeed.
Give or take a tenth of a second.
And it wasn't one of those, again, with the new progression system where it wasn't the top 3 or 4 through to the final. It was all based on time, so there was some nervous maths going on up here as those races were concluded a couple of days ago. In the,
I think it was the most amount of people we've had in the commentary box all weekend was all of us here, because this is the best place to watch the racing and get the times coming up.
And despite that, not enough mathematical capacity to work out the answer in quick time at all.
No, absolutely not. The abacus was, there's smoke coming off the abacus here. Right. So we tried to figure it out, but not quite a spot in the A A final. Amanda Badger from Tasmania University was running in second place, but she was at the 1,000-metre mark, was 3.5 seconds, best part of a boat length up on Lulu Colgrave of the Adelaide University Boat Club. But in that third 500, seen the South Australian just start to make inroads. I think there might have been a dirty stroke there from Lulu Colgrave as she moved past Amanda Badger from Tasmania University. Ant de Cosmo leading again through the 1500 and extending that lead by quite some margin here in her efforts in the third 500. And then Lulu Colgrave from Adelaide University, almost a length up now on Amanda Badger from Tasmania University, and Toowong's Caitlin Douglas running in fourth place. So definitely tough conditions out there for the lightweight women's single scull. If you're not familiar with lightweight rowing, it's 59 points. I'm not familiar.
Yeah, 59.5
kilos.
Yeah,
for
59, I think, isn't it? Yeah.
Women's rowing, and a crew average of a couple less when they do row the crew boats, but just the minimum weight requirement for the single scull. No need to average out amongst the crew, so it does mean the single can sometimes be a more attractive option for lightweight competition.
Exactly right.
But I know certainly for me it took one less thing. I could easily get 72.5 when I was rowing lightweight, but getting down to 70 to row a crew boat, it's a whole other thing. And we will see many of these girls on the field racing in the Open Lightweight Women's 8 tomorrow with brand new. We had the trophy last year, but it's a brand new event for last year, and the second running of this event. Ant de Cosmo was in the crew that won it at its first run.
She had a fair bit to do, I understand, with that trophy coming into being. She is also a Rowing Victoria board member as well, and I did just see downstairs the president of Rowing Victoria, Deb Spring, and her husband Stephen here have arrived at the regatta to watch not just this race, but rather with impeccable timing to see one of our fellow board members come down the course here in the Banks colours. This is one of the highlights reel for Ant. I reckon she is very comfortably clear in this B final.
I think we'll see it on her Instagram story later on.
In about 7 minutes time, I suspect.
Exactly. We'll have to get off pretty quickly because we are recording the next episode of the Rowing Down Under podcast this afternoon. So on your way back home from the course, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Rowing Down Under, wherever you get that, just in case you weren't sick of hearing us by the end of the day. But there is Ant de Cosmo in the salmon pink of Banks, rowing in the Daniel, that Hudson single scull named after her brother. I think her brother even got to christen the boat with a very Victorian beer with a furphy. What it was that she christened the boat with, and is going to be an all-the-way win for the Banks sculler, Antonetta de Cosmo, in the B final of the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull, and some way back then to her competition. 10:13.4. Certainly not a personal best, but owing to the conditions, but has, I think we were seeing times in the 12s earlier on this morning, so things certainly starting to ease just slightly. Lulu Colgrave from the Adelaide University Boat Club there in second place with a little bit of pink on her zooty too, with the commemorative zooties to mark the occasion of 50 years since women joined the program there at Adelaide University. Amanda Badger from Tasmania University running in third, Caitlin Douglas from Toowong in fourth, and Essendon's Sophie Robe in fifth place.
A good win there to Ant de Cosmo for Banks. Chris said for 10 minutes there, 10:13.40, 17.72 seconds back to Lulu Colgrave with Amanda Badger in third place. So ninth place overall will go the way of Ant de Cosmo from Banks as our A final is on the course and now approaching the finish here as well. Chris, Ellie Brennan from Banks lane 1, Zara Mason and Rachel Hatherley both from Essendon lanes 2 and 3, Hannah Tippett of ANU in lane 4, Win Huang from Team Hong Kong in lane 5, Alexandra Moylan of ANU in lane 6, Abby Richards, Black Mountain in lane 7, and Mia Williams from Curtin University racing in lane 8.
Yeah, and just starting to cross the extremities of the boat park as they approach the 1,500 metre mark. It was the sculler, third from the far side of the course. Alexandra Moylan from the Australian National University, another athlete who had a lot to do with the introduction of the Open Lightweight Women's 8 last year, who is currently leading from the Team Hong Kong sculler in lane number 5. Win Hyung in the red colours, I believe, of Team Hong Kong, who's currently running second. They're through the 1,500 metre mark. It is the Hong Kong sculler. It's looking pretty for a silver medal here. Hannah Tippett from the Australian National University. Could be 2 ANU scullers on the podium here of the open lightweight women's single scull for the Herald and Weekly Times trophy. Zara Mason from Essendon is a little way back off our leading 3. I wouldn't predict a challenge for the podium from almost 10 seconds adrift there, but our top 3 just over a boat length separating each of those scullers from ANU, Team Hong Kong and ANU. Can see them coming down nicely in formation here in the final 500 metres of the course here on Lake Barrington. Mia Williams from Curtin University currently in 5th place. Ellie Brennan from Banks in 6th place. She'll join Ant Cosmo in the double scull tomorrow, and in fact I think going for a training row this afternoon after we record the podcast. But Abby
Another
Richards,
excuse for her not to come to the commentary box, but we'll squeeze it in later in the day, I believe, as well.
Exactly, yeah, we will hear from her. But Abby Richards from Black Mountain in 7th, Rachel Hatherley from Essendon in 8th place. So a number of these athletes will be on the water in the Victoria Cup later on in the week. I guess technically is later on in the year on Sunday, but to be more correct would be later on in the week in their quest for the Victoria Cup in the Victorian crew. Rachel Hatherley, who's there in 8th place, will be in that boat, as will a couple others who we've seen earlier on in the proceedings for the week. I think Ellie Brennan from Banks is the reserve for the Victorian crew in the Victoria Cup, who were on the podium last year and will look to upset.
Silver last year, and Emily Anthony into the crew this year. So
it's
a combination.
It'll be a cracking race, that one, with the Tasmanians with a similar sort of crew back. And then don't write off the ACT as off the basis of these results. Alexandra Moylan, Hannah Tippett from the Australian National University looking to make it 2 scullers from the ACT on the podium of this race. But it will be Alexandra Moylan who will take out the national championship and will hold the Herald and Weekly Times trophy aloft in 2026. Alex Moylan with the gold medal. It'll be the Team Hong Kong sculler. Win Yang Win Hyung for the silver medal, and bronze will go also the way of the Australian National University to Hannah Tippett. Our top 3 some way clear of the rest of the competition, but the next across the line will be the sculler from Essendon in the black and red colours that mirror that of their football club. Zara Mason for 4th place, and then turn our attention over to the far side of the course. We'll have the sculler from Curtin University there in lane 8. So I believe Mia Williams, coached by Nicholas Tetchman, and then Abby Richards from the Black Mountain Rowing Club. Another ACT representative in this race, runs in 6th place. Banks in lane 1, Ellie Brennan there in 7th. And then back to our second Essendon sculler, Rachel Hatherley in 8th place.
Time just over 9 minutes 41 there it was to our race winner in the open lightweight women's singles scull. 9:41.34 it was, and 3.96 seconds back to Team Hong Kong second and Hannah Tippett third. So 2 ANU scullers in the top 3 there. Been a good day so far for the ACT club, certainly in the first morning of finals here at the Australian Rowing Championships for 2026. Do have our next final on the course too. We'll have a presentation to go to shortly as well, but first of all, having a look at the field here in the open lightweight men's single scull. Final just a minute or so underway already from the scheduled race start time at 12:30. It is lane 1, the University of Western Australia, Ethan Bromley. Lane 2, also from University of Western Australia, Oliver Cliff. Lane 3 is Mercantile, Jordan Roberts. Lane 4, Team Hong Kong, Hin Chuan Chui. Lane 5 from Banks, Nick Ziegler. 2 scullers from North Esk in lane 6 and 7, Oscar Birtwistle and Sam Casey. And lane 8 is Black Mountain Rowing Club, Matthew Rickard. As we see still plenty of movement across the course there, Chris, from the our drone high above Lake Barrington, and the 8 scullers here through the first 350 minutes of the race, and out to a pretty good start there indeed. That's Hin Chuan Tui of Team Hong Kong.
Have a look at the angle across the course here, Richard. There's a little bit of steering going on. The wind has just picked back up again, has made the mistake of saying it.
We felt that from up here, didn't we?
This commentary box, although it gives us a beautiful perspective of the racing and is quite warm as well once the sun hits it, has quite a small footprint and does tend to move around a lot when the wind hits it. So it presents some interesting conditions sometimes. But it is the sculler from Hong Kong, Hin Chun Chiu, who leading, or we have leading, but we'll double check that as they come through, because they certainly aren't at the. We do have leading the time. It certainly didn't do a 1 minute time to the 500 as we had on our timing screen initially. It is leading by a couple of postcodes at this stage over Oliver Cliff, the University of WA sculler, in lane number 2, and Matthew Rickard from the Australian Capital Territory, who is running in 3rd place, but only very, very narrowly behind him, chasing down currently sitting in the provisional bronze medal position at the early part of this race. But after 500 metres, we have a big spread on first to the chasing pack, but then it is close between 3 scullers on the far side of the course. Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain, Sam Casey and Oscar Birthwhistle, both from Northwest, and then the 2 scullers on the near side of the course, either side of on the near side of the Team Hong Kong sculler. So that would be Oliver Cliff from the University of Western Australia, second from the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and then Jordan Roberts from Mercantile in lane 3, who's the sculler you can see. That is second from the right-hand side. Bottom right-hand side of your screen. The glare starting to pick up and catching the wind here does make things a little bit interesting. Looks like we're seeing the scullers either side of the Team Hong Kong sculler. So Jordan Roberts from Mercantile and Nick Ziggett from Banks Rowing Club just starting to drop off the chase for the medals.
Jordan Roberts was out there earlier.
The Open men's
too, wasn't he? Yes, that's right.
I think it might have been in the... I'll double check exactly which final he was in, but I did see him out there in the A final. I thought maybe he'd moved on from lightweight rowing, but evidently not.
He was briefly a former lightweight an hour or 2 ago, and now he's back to being a lightweight.
So you check back. I suppose you're always a former lightweight when you.
We're all former lightweights, Chris. Yeah, some of us just a longer time ago than others.
Exactly. Yeah, he did race in the Open men's single scull earlier on this morning in. That up later on, but they're riding on board with the North-esque sculler. I believe that is Oscar Birtwhistle. We'll double check once I can see a bow number on there, but next to the Mercantile sculler. So yes, Oscar Birtwhistle and then Jordan Roberts there, but the Team Hong Kong sculler going to make it 2 trips to the rostrum for the international team. Hyun Chun Chiu, who leads by some significant margin at the 1,000-metre mark.
Chris, just to interrupt for a second, we usually do this over the audio to the course, which is currently not working, so I've got to do this via the live stream. But if you're at the course and driving a white Hyundai Tucson with South Australian registration S710DJH, you need to move your car urgently. It is illegally parked in the disabled parking area. So if you drive or know of the owner of a white Hyundai Tucson with South Australian plates S710DJH parked in the disabled area, please arrange for that car to be moved urgently.
So leading sculler, it's great to have Team Hong Kong back here, and a lot of them racing in. Just coming a little bit unstuck there is Jordan Roberts from Mercantile, and very lucky to hold on to the oar. I think just had it almost ripped from his hand by a rogue wave. But our Team Hong Kong sculler, Hin Chun Chiu, very, very experienced in the single scull. Won the B final of this event at the World Championships in Shanghai last year. And then in his tour through Europe in the World Cups, collected a pair of silver medals in Varese and Lucerne. Those 2 beautiful rowing courses.
Yep.
Last year was in the B final as well at the World Championships. Competed in the heavyweight men's single sculls at the Paris Olympic Games and finished second in the D final in that event. But has a number of World Cup medals to his name, and looking to add a national championship medal here on the waters of Lake Barrington. Someone that obviously has held an international regatta or 2 at the World Championships back in 1991, I believe. 1990 when it was opened. And if you've never seen it, the photos of the crowds on the bank up on the hill here, just behind, sort of between Davies Bay Lodge and the boat park, the photos of the crowds on the hill there were something else.
It was, yeah, absolutely. And there is a book written about it too, which I was lucky enough to secure secure a copy of when I was down here for a Masters Regatta a couple of years ago, which is the commemorative book all about those 1990 World Championships and what went into firstly getting the regatta here to Lake Barrington, convincing FISA as they then were that you could run a World Championships at sort of the bottom of the world, and lots of political negotiations went on to make it happen, but it was a fantastic event here. It's broadcast live on the ABC. Some of that footage is still around from the very fancy at the time helicopter shot from above, and the in-boat cameras which were shaking with every stroke the eights took as they made their way down the course.
I think it might have been one of the first international regattas to have the in-boat cameras.
I think it was,
something like that. With now, obviously, there's almost no need for the in-boat cameras because the drone does such a fantastic job here.
Yeah, exactly.
So through the 1500-metre mark, Hin Chun Chiu, the Hong Kong sculler who's so experienced on the international stage, leads this field. Oscar Birtwistle from North Esk, so the local occupying the provisional silver medal position, and then Oliver Cliff from Western Australia and the University of West Australia Boat Club running in third place. But Nick Ziegler from Banks is hot on his heels, and Jordan Roberts, even after we saw a few dirty strokes here and there, is not, I wouldn't say he's out of it, and with these conditions I think anything can happen, and a last minute sprint to the line is certainly not off the cards. Jordan Roberts rode in the Penrith Cup last year for Victoria, and won that event, and they were fourth at the 500-metre mark, so and moved through everyone on this water. So he certainly knows how to race in trying conditions here, and could be on for maybe a medal, that would have to get going now. But the real race is between Nick Ziegler of Banks and the sculler on the near side of the course from the University of WA, Oliver Cliff.
Oscar Birtwistle too there, the North Esk sculler on the right-hand side of the screen there, who obviously knows this course fairly well, but he's getting very close to the boys too on the bow side of his boat, but he's very much in the battle certainly for second and third here, way behind our runaway leader from Team Hong Kong.
Yeah, certainly no one will challenge the sculler from Hong Kong. It is, I think we said, heard someone say earlier that Perth was the furthest way to come. I think Hong Kong probably would probably top it. Although I will say the Morton sisters in the pair, they were racing in London like a week ago.
Yeah, so, that's not bad.
That's not bad, especially with everything going on in the world, to make their way over here from the other side of the world. But it is going to be Team Hong Kong sculler Hin Chun Chiu in lane 4, who was led from start to finish. He took an impressive margin out of the field, and the wind has only picked up the entire way down the course, and he will come home for a national title in the Open lightweight men's single scull. Just a couple of strokes left till he crosses the line. A gold medal for Team Hong Kong. Then back the battle for the silver and bronze medal looks to be going the way of the West Australian. Oliver Cliff from the University of WA in lane number 2. His clubmate, Ethan Bromley, some way back at the moment. Looks like he's come unstuck somewhere down the course there, but it will be Oliver Cliff, coached by Roland Warren, who will take the silver medal in the Open lightweight men's single scull. And then back over to the far side of the course, the local of Oscar Birtwistle, who will secure a bronze medal and get Tasmanian representation on the podium here at Lake Barrington. Jordan Roberts comes through for 4th place. A tough road down the course here for the Mercantile sculler. It's followed by his fellow statesman Nick Ziegler from the Banks Rowing Club. Jordan Roberts rowing in the Redmond Matthews, another great Victorian lightweight. Absolutely. Who rode for Australia a number of times, and no doubt rode in the Penrith Cup for Victoria on a number of occasions. Matthew Rickard from the ACT from Black Mountain Rowing Club over in lane 8 will run in 6th place, and then we're back to Sam Casey from North Esk over in lane 7, and then on the near side of the course will be Ethan Bromley from the University of WA.
9:20.80 there, the winning time for Hin Chun Chiu of Team Hong Kong in the Open lightweight men's single scull. A commanding win indeed there by 26.56 seconds. The presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair. In fact, for the Open lightweight women's single scull championship of Australia. The medals were presented by Nick Mitchell, Rowing Australia men's senior coach. In 3rd place, and bronze medalist, representing the Australian National University Boat Club, Hannah Tippett. Hannah is coached by Nigel Hardy. In second place, and silver medalist, representing Team Hong Kong, Win Yan Win Hung. And the gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026, representing the Australian National University Boat Club, Alexandra Moylan. Alexandra is also coached by Nigel Hardy. The Herald and Weekly Times trophy will now be presented by Nick Mitchell. Please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Lightweight Women's Single Scull.
So, Richard, got moving from the singles back to the pairs. The Open Lightweight Men's Coxless pair on the course.
And just the reason we didn't have that presentation for the under-23 lightweight men's coxless pair, Chris, as you've just pointed out, is that they are back racing on the course here again in the Open event. So a very quick turnaround between races for under-23 pairs. With the full crew here, Essendon in lane 2, Mitchell Jacker and Isaac Sirotic. Mercantile lane 3, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz. Adelaide University lanes 4 and 5, Isaac Nilsson and Mitchell Moore. In 4 in lane 5, Kyle Miller and Daniel Wiersma. Barwon lane 6. Mercantile lane 7, UTS Haberfield in lane number 8 as they make their way through conditions again. Once best described, I think, as lumpy somewhat, Chris.
Lumpy is a word. I don't think anyone on the course would be using lumpy. I think the words that they'd be using probably wouldn't be safe for broadcast up here.
No.
It is certainly, I would use the words treacherous, slow, tough, character defining. Plenty, I'm sure I'll think of a few more as we make our way down the course. Riding on board with our current race leaders from Mercantile Rowing Club, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz. Those two will anchor the Victorian charge in the Penrith Cup in the quest to retain that trophy for 2026. Certainly the state at the moment with the most depth across the lightweight sweep scene, and that is evidenced by 4 Victorian crews here racing for the national title in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless pair. I think that impressive for Max Finlay and Fletcher Douglas to make their way back to the start line, but we were saying the wind has picked up since the last race, so I think
a lot easier heading back to the start.
I think they probably would have made it back to the start in about the same amount of time that they're racing back to the finish now. As right on board there, we saw the Essendon crew who were just running 4th at the 500. So Tyrrell and Tomanovitz from Mercantile over Isaac Nilsson and Mitchell Moore from Adelaide University. And then Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings from Barwon Rowing Club in 3rd place. And that combination has separated themselves from the Essendon boat of Mitchell Jacker and Isaac Sirotic, who are currently running 4th, which is where they finished in this event at the New South Wales titles just a couple of months ago. And Kyle Miller and Daniel Wiersma from Adelaide University running in 5th place. So we've got both halves of the Victorian Penrith Cup crew in this race. We've also got both halves of the South Australian Penrith Cup crew in this race. And we've also got, not sure if we have a start from the New South Wales crew, the crew from UTS Haberfield, who we saw race in the 23s, James Cameron and Nick Mather. Nick Mather is racing in the Penrith Cup as well. They should be over on lane 8, but I don't know if they've managed the tight turnaround as the Scotch alumni of Finlay and Douglas in lane 7 have.
Yeah, no, remarkable Turn around, for those crews. But again, we can see just the difficulty of steering these pairs down the course as well with that view from behind. And they are certainly relatively spread out here, as was leading through the 1,000-metre mark. That Mercantile combination very, very comfortably, well, about 3.1 seconds was at the time. They looked to have extended that slightly now, but you can see there on that close-up shot of the crew in red and white, the difficulty in keeping their blades clear of the water as they make their recovery back up the slide. So certainly, yes, treacherous possibly is a rather more apt description of the conditions they're facing out there. And again, you can see one of the boats having been turned quite rapidly from side to side as they try and maintain their position here in the centre of the lane. So a lot of hard work, not just propelling the boats down the course, but keeping them in as straight a line as possible as well.
Yeah. Good to see Carl Tomczak back up in the pointy end of lightweight sweep rowing, as represented Victoria on a number of occasions, including winning the Penrith Cup for that state back in 2018 up in Sydney, and will return to the crew this year to help them defend their title. We could see just the struggle of the steering here in the centre of the course there. That's the Adelaide University crew and the Barwon crew, who were separated by 5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, and well, one of them's come over a lane as well, because they were separated separated by a lane.
There was an empty lane there, wasn't there? And suddenly there is not.
Not sure who has moved out of their lane. We won't point any fingers, because that's not the way you get a pair to go straight. But Mercantile certainly enjoying the battle that Adelaide University and Barwon are having at the 1,500 there, and those two crews locked ever so tightly together. There is. You can see it is not just about getting your blade in the water and how tough it is because it's heavy and slow. The steering of a pair, trying to well,
it's hard at the best of times to steer a coxless pair in a straight line.
Exactly. You've got to match so much up together to get it to go straight at the very best of times in flat conditions. In conditions like this, especially with some lighter athletes, they would have averaged in this boat, they have to be under 72.5 kilos, but the average between the two athletes in each boat needs to be 70 kilos. So in reality, one of them could be 67.5 and one of them 72.5, or however they want to work it out and take weight for each other, and etc. The point being, a 70-kilo athlete gets knocked around by the wind a lot more than a 90-kilo athlete in the open men's pair earlier on today.
Yeah, so, and unfortunately, probably these conditions for the lightweight racing. We're so used to lightweight races being, because of the weight restrictions, some of the closest racing of the regatta. I suspect we'll still see that in the bigger boats to come later in the regatta, but very, very difficult rowing into a roaring headwind here when they're doing 9 to 10 minute times to expect a really close finish as well. The challenge is just in getting the boat down to the end of the course.
You can see the steering there. It just takes one slightly, a rogue wave to clip your oar. One person doesn't get the blade in properly, and the boat just spears off in a direction you didn't intend it to. We can see that the Barwon crew really struggling with that steering there. The combination of Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings, and in fact getting very, very friendly. They've moved across a lane and a half now, and getting very, very friendly with Isaac Nilsson and Mitchell Moore from Adelaide University, who must be commended on the job they've done in the steering. They're about to hit another little gust of wind here as they come into the closing strokes. It has not affected the crew here from Mercantile. Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz, who have got themselves out of trouble early, have not been bothered by the steering. They'll go on to represent their state in the Penrith Cup on Sunday, and Victoria will be one to watch with two crews on the podium almost certainly at this stage. Mercantile Rowing Club in lane number 3, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Scott Rowe, will take the national championship in the open lightweight men's coxless pair, and a hard-fought national championship it is. Look at what it means, a big splash of the water there from the Mercantile club mates. And in the battle for the silver medal, it is going to be the South Australians, Adelaide University Boat Club, Isaac Nilsson and Mitchell Moore, just getting up over Barwon's Carl Tomczak and Thomas Hastings, who fought them all the way down the course, but just really struggling with these tough conditions out here on Lake Barrington. I think as much as we can say, look at these times, that's way slower than normal, this is a hard-fought national championship here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone who's run a race in these conditions truly knows that they turned up and they performed the best on the day.
Yeah, I was about to say, we don't want to say that some national titles are more deserving than others, but certainly if you've come through in these conditions, especially in a lightweight small boat, and got the win, that is one you'll remember for a long, long time.
Well, the pair's just gone 18 seconds slower than the single went in the last race. So that really shows how much the conditions have deteriorated just in the last 15 minutes or so.
Yep. No, exactly right, Chris. 9:38.09 was the time there, and 10.74 seconds from Mercantile to Adelaide University. Barwon in third place in the open lightweight men's coxless pair. The presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Xavier Dorfman, Rowing Australia Women's Senior Coach. In third place, and bronze medalist, representing the North Esk Rowing Club, Oscar Birtwhistle. Oscar is coached by Trevor Barrett. In second place, and silver medalist, representing the University of Western Australia, Oliver Cliff. Oliver is coached by Roland Warren. The gold medalist and Australian champion for 2026. Representing Team Hong Kong, Hin Chun Chu. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists. So congratulations there to our medalists, the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless, the Open Lightweight Men's Single Scull, I should say, Championship of Australia. So well done to them, and we were expecting a race here in the Women's PR3 Single Scull, but we're hearing that race may not be held at the moment due to the conditions there at the start line. And I think the crews might just be rowing their way back down to here at the finish. And confirmation now from our officials that the start of this race has been abandoned. It will be rescheduled into the future, so the race will not be held now. The Women's PR3 Single Scull, the conditions were too dangerous at the start. The start has been abandoned. The race will be rescheduled, and our scullers will make their way back down the course as Chris McCarthy's gone off to steal the sandwiches. And Stuart Johnny knows a bit about para-rowing. He's back in beside me, but really tough conditions that would have been for those women's PR3 scullers.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we've seen the headwind really pick up. We mentioned earlier on today that the conditions are actually a little bit better at the finish than what they are down at the start, because you don't have the wind pushing the water 2 kilometres down through the lake. And I can tell you that the conditions here at the finish are absolutely atrocious. So plenty of white caps on there. You'd have to say it's a very fair decision there by the boat race officials to not be having this race.
The phrase we always use is safety and fairness, Stuart, and I don't think that would necessarily have been safe. So they've done the right thing.
Both boxes.
Yep. So we do have a couple more presentations to go. We are now theoretically in the lunch break, which is more of a brief snack break on today's program, because racing's resuming at 1:15 this afternoon.
The sandwiches are nice.
I'm glad you've had yours too. Lucky Ben Homer's off preparing for a race, so there might be one left for me later on. This one. Wish I don't have a result. Open Lightweight Men's Cox's Pair. Got it. The presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxless Pair Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Nick Mitchell, Rowing Australia Men's Senior Coach. In third place and bronze medalist, representing the Barwon Rowing Club, Carl Tomchak. And Thomas Hastings. Crew is coached by Michael Cushion. In second place and silver medalists, representing Adelaide University, Isaac Nilsson and Mitchell Moore. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. Representing the Mercantile Rowing Club, Oscar Tyrrell and Alex Tomanovitz. Crew is coached by Scott Rowe. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the open lightweight men's coxless pair. And after that presentation, as conditions do seem to be increasingly challenging here at Lake Barrington, I have been advised by our officials that all boating has been suspended, so no boats are currently to make their way onto the water. The regatta officials are currently assessing the conditions. At this stage, no more boats are to go onto the water. And we will be back shortly to update you on the progress of the remainder of today's racing. But at this stage, all boating has been suspended. We do again remind everyone here to ensure that you do secure your boats and your equipment to ensure the safety of all that. But in terms of ensuring the safety of the athletes, the officials have made the call that boating has been suspended, and we will be back as soon as possible with an update on the schedule for the remainder of today's racing on the fourth day of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I do have an update on the progress of the regatta, as advised by our officials who have been carefully meeting to discuss options. And it's been decided that as the weather forecast for the remainder of the day is not promising, racing has therefore been abandoned for today. There will be no further racing here on Thursday, as the weather forecast is not promising in regards to the wind for the remainder of the day. So racing has now officially been abandoned for the day to make up for the races that will therefore not be held today. Our officials and Rowing Australia are carefully assessing all options for the remainder of the regatta, and to assist in this process, a coaches meeting will be held at 2:30 this afternoon in the Reesonian Centre here at Lake Barrington. And just repeating that options for the progress of the regatta have been carefully assessed by our officials and Rowing Australia, and to assist in that process, a coaches meeting will be held at 2:30 this afternoon, about 50 minutes from now, in the Reesonian Centre for those present at the course. And for those who are not, a Teams link to attend the meeting online will be sent through your listed rowing manager contacts. So all coaches are invited to a meeting at 2:30 this afternoon in the Reesonian Centre. If you can attend in person, or otherwise you will receive a Teams link through your listed rowing manager contacts to join that meeting online. And obviously, after that meeting has taken place, we will provide some more clarity about the future of racing over the next 3 days that do still remain at this regatta. But repeating once more, the weather forecast for the remainder of the day is not promising, with this wind largely expected to continue, and racing has therefore been abandoned for the day. So no further racing here at Lake Barrington on the 4th day of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. A meeting taking place at 2:30 to discuss ongoing options, and that will of course be communicated to all as soon as those important decisions are made. And in addition to that announcement, in the interest of complete clarity, the lake is closed for training and will remain so until advised otherwise. So no racing and no training on Lake Barrington this afternoon. Those here at the course and those watching our shot from the start at the live stream will see the conditions here on the water. So repeating that, racing has been abandoned for the day. Training is not permitted on the waters of Lake Barrington. And the next substantial event to take place is that coaches meeting at 2:30 this afternoon in the Reesonian Centre for those on site, and available via Microsoft Teams through the rowing manager contacts for those who cannot attend in person.